Well, it took 3 days to get down to 2 tables. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series, where the 100K main event is looking for a champion that will be crowned today. Ali Najad alongside the Czar, Brian Rast. And Rasty, as you observe the two of us here at the desk, there is a distinct difference in terms of attire this morning. Perhaps you'd like to walk us through why it is that in this black tie day, one of us does not have said black tie on.
Well, listen, I do have this very fine black tuxedo, but yes, the tie part of it, which I did buy a tie at YSL just the other day for this event. I don't know, as I was leaving my rooms, it was in my hands and then it wasn't, and I was watching a poker video on the way here, and you know, sometimes I think I'd forget my head if it wasn't attached, but my tie isn't attached, so I did forget it, in fact.
That's all right.
Because I needed you to tie it for me. That's the whole reason I didn't. I don't know how to tie a tie.
The man's telling a true story. By the way, you've done a few things right in life, I would say, if you don't know how to tie a tie. It means you didn't have to go down those streets, Rasty. You are forgiven, of course. Let's get to the particulars. 182 total entries in this main event. Prize pool of $18.2 million. The math is simple on that front. 31 places were paid. We got down to the bubble and burst it yesterday during our coverage. 15th is what's on tap, $269,000 on lockup, $3.85 million going to the eventual champ. Absolutely staggering payouts here at Atlantis. Top 5 are all guaranteed a 7-figure payout, so obviously very top-heavy as usual is this particular prize pool. And the bubble played out a little bit different to the Invitational, Rasty. There we had Ryan Feldman, unfortunately, apologies. We know he's trying to forget about it given how brutal it was. But a double elimination, another knockout by him, and then boom, we were there. This one, a lot grindier with Wayne Young sitting on 5K, spinning up and spinning back down a few times.
Yeah, you know, I believe it is too. I wasn't here for the bubble, but I came in the booth shortly thereafter, and I think the amount of time you guys spent on the bubble meant that the average stack went down, and stacks just flew out after the bubble.
Yeah, they sure did. That average right now, $3 million in chips, good for 30 big blinds. So let's take our first dive here into the Triton Poker Plus app, which all of you should have at your fingertips by this point in time. And guess who's at the top, Rast? Who is this dude? Ossie Katola, first joining us in Monaco and making his mark yet again, the spin-up artist.
You know, I think Ossie Katola is showing a wide range of poker ability. You know, I mean, sometimes he's clearly just there to gamble, make some crazy plays, literally raise and then called off 30 blinds versus Seaver. Still in the rebuy period with 6 deuce suited in this same tournament, and then went to rebuy again. You know, but at the other hand, he can be creatively aggressive and find ways to win pots, and I think that can be hard on some of the pros.
Listen, think about when you say pros, how solid Mikita Badzikowski is. Ossie stuck him in the blender with a couple of queens. Eventually, Mikita did find the call, but used 7 or 8 time banks, I think, to get there. Katola's range and the fact that there are several data points now on record where he's just out there dancing very light have created deep discomfort for those that have had to navigate against him. And obviously, he's had the better of those folks. $8.4 million in front of Ossie here at his second stop. He did finish second to Gambledore out in Monaco in the 150K event. Unbelievably aggressive. Let's focus on down the line. Fedor Holtz, second in chips, $5.4 million. This guy was retired not that long ago, Rast, and he's come to take poker by storm once more.
Yeah, I feel like his time retired was pretty short. You know, listen, Fedor is a great player. I mean, there's really just no other way to say it. You know, sometimes he does things that are a little bit unorthodox, but his ability to get reads, his ability to adapt, he makes a lot of exploits. And listen, if he wins, not only will he be a 4-time champ,
Well, he'll be a 5-time champ if he wins. 4-time already.
With a win, he would be only the 6th player to pass $20 million in Triton earnings, which is something pretty special.
By the way, he may have a little bit of a leg up versus the competition with regards to navigating against Ossie, just given that he was at the 150K final table in Monaco where he finished 3rd. So some reps under his belt in that respect. Now, podium, Seth Davies, currently in the 3rd slot. Davies is a guy, Rasty, who, predating your time here at Triton, had one of the driest spells around. He still hasn't hoisted a trophy here at Triton, but he has turned a corner, and he's very much on form. Some validating kind of, results that he finally was able to post those deep runs. But again, the trophy eludes. We know what a competitor he is, and you've played against this guy.
Yeah, no, I've known Seth because he lives in Las Vegas and played tournaments with him going back quite a while, and it's been quite the journey to where he is as a more a neophyte to the high stakes poker scene, stuff like Triton and the big buy-ins, and now he's one of the regulars. And yes, he had quite the run in the second part of this year, winning multiple big titles, but not here at Triton. But this is his chance to scoop it at Triton and not even just get the Triton trophy, but the WSOP bracelet, kind of a double-double.
Not to be overlooked. Now, not a regular, but I wouldn't call him irregular, David Coleman in 4th in chips, the young American, only here at his second stop. Got a runner-up finish back in Jeju. What do we know about Coleman?
I've played some poker with him. I think he has the potential to be an up-and-coming, young American pro. I don't think he's normally played tournaments quite as big as this on the regular. But, everybody, when he's had a very good year, he's won like 4 or 5 tournaments or something when we were checking out his Hendon Mob last night. And I think it's one of these things where, okay, he has some success in 10s and 25Ks, and now he's taking shots in the bigger tournaments. And, it looks like this shot's going pretty well. Let's keep our eyes peeled for David Coleman.
All right. Also want to keep our eyes on Tsar Zubov, Alexander Zubov, that is. He cashed the Monaco main. Here he is in Atlantis looking to improve upon the result there. Still fairly new to the tour is Zubov, but has his legs under him, I would say. Then Dimitar Donchev, the Bulgarians, every single festival we talk about it. So much talent coming out from under that banner. Something in the water maybe in that part of the world. This time, it is Donchev who flies the flag for them. And when you consider how long Seth Davies has been playing Tritons, the fact that Donchev already has a title isn't so much a slight on Davies, but more so illustrates the talent that he has able to accomplish that feat early in his Triton career.
Yeah, certainly. Donchev has played very well. And again, as you say, it just seems like that section of the world, the Bulgarian contingent, just growing in strength as we go.
Now, you talk about strength, well, then you just look at Alex Foxen and you realize, there's a lot of strength there. And I'm not just talking about Suns Out, Guns Out, but rather the poker, of course. 6th in the Invitational. He won in Monaco, and a great return to Triton after a big hiatus for him. Do you think it's travel that really dissuades a lot of these guys, the likes of Foxen, Negreanu played his first?
Yeah, I think that being in America, there are certain things between the WSOP and other events where you can get in what I'm sure some of the guys feel is like a decent amount of tournament volume. And they might get a little lazy to make the trip for Tritons, but we can only hope that, this taste here in the Bahamas will whet some of their appetites as to how well these tournaments are run, how big they are, how much money you can win. And we'll see some of these guys come out more often, like Foxen, and this was Negreanu's first Triton, and that was really cool to see him come play. So hopefully this will, get the Americans' peak in interest going a little bit.
Yeah, travel hasn't really dissuaded some of our European contingent from always being front and center here at Tritons. I'm looking at Tom Fuchs playing under the German banner, sitting 8th in chips, I believe, to start things off. Had his profile up here a moment ago. Just cut away from it. $1 million in career Triton earnings across 2 cashes. Circling that Monte Carlo 7th place in the 150K 8 max. He too, along with Fedor, with some data points on OC. I would imagine it's going to be very beneficial as things take shape here today. Sam Muller also kind of running with that Tom Fuchs crew in the building under the Austrian banner. 9th place in chips right now, $2.5 million in front of him. And then Joao Vieira. I mean, this is Portugal's finest. He's a guy that is at his 4th stop, and he's made a final table at each and every one of those stops. Will today be the day? Work to be done, obviously.
He is a consistent, great player. I mean, I play with Vieira some because I play the WSOP a lot now, and he takes the WSOP super seriously. In the fantasy draft, he's always one of the highest value guys in terms of dollars paid to get him on the team because he's well-rounded. I mean, here he is playing no limit, but he actually knows how to play all the games.
Yeah, 7th or better is going to put him over $10 million in career earnings. And we're not long from sending you down into the arena. Just quickly, Mikita Badziakowski, 11th in chips, the Belarusian, A win here would take him to third on the all-time money list. So we're looking at the upper crust out there right now, jockeying for 3.85. Back inside the arena. Don't want to overlook some of the other names that we didn't mention of the 15 who do remain. Stephen Chidwick, two-time Triton winner. He would move ahead of Justin Bonomo to second on the all-time money list by just $73,000 with a win here today.
I feel like Chidwick is a pretty good pick if you're going to say who might overtake Bryn from that group of guys behind him as the number one in the next like 5 years. I think he's the pick.
I agree with you, and it's because you know he is dedicated and committed to claiming that slot. He really wants it, you know, and not everybody does. Some people, you get up there, 70-something million in career earnings, it's like, what do I have left to prove? Go ahead.
No, it's important because you have to get in the volume as well.
Right.
I mean, you have to play the tournaments, and clearly Chidwick, I mean, he's been a hard worker. He travels around, he gets the buy-ins in, and, you know, obviously wins a lot of money as well.
That he does. Chidwick, by the way, is another guy who was at that 150K final table in Monaco, along with Fuchs, along with Fedor, and of course, most importantly, along with Ossi Katola. Now, Chidwick not at that table, nor is Fedor, nor for that matter is Fuchs. So they're going to have to get down to maybe the FT in order to leverage some of that insight.
Well, it looks like, you know, also two guys we haven't touched on, Mario Mosbach and Mulacher. Does that bring the total from the Fedor contingent to 5 guys who have made the final 15 here?
I think it's 5. You got Fedor himself. You've got Fuchs. You've got Muller. You've got Mulacher. Who's our 5th?
Mosbach.
Yes. I mean, that is a showing.
Yeah.
In terms of a stable of talent that runs together. Mosbach, by the way, 2-time Triton title winner. Just needs 7th or better to enter the 8-figure earnings club here at Triton. Mulacher, one of 3 remaining Austrians out of 15 players. He was 8th at the main event in Monaco. Blinds 50, 100, and 100 to kick things off. There's Fuchs.
I remember a time, I forget when it was, but it was like 12 years ago or something. It was a while ago when kind of the talk on the tournament poker circuit was like the Germans.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
who are these great young German players? 100. You know, then it kind of petered out for a while, but I just feel like Fedor is basically bringing back the Germans. You know, it's not just Germany, obviously, it's Austria as well. It's kind of that area, but like in the sense that it's kind of like his stable of guys where they all work together. He's kind of collected them, and now it's not just him, obviously. Many of these guys, like even Mosbach, has rose up and had quite a bit of success in large tournaments, but it is interesting to see.
Well, unfortunately, in terms of chips as things stand, KT has not had a lot of success. Talking about Kanapang Tanaratakul, we saw him fold just there. He's on 3 big blinds. Touched on the on-tap payout, which is $269,000. It'll be flat for 15th and 14th, so no immediate ladder as we see Fedor defending against Fuchs's queens, and he's flopped top pair and has issues here on the Jack 5 deuce board with 550 in the middle.
Wow. This is not a good flop for Fedor here. Yes, top pair, one-on-one versus the button. Let's see. I mean, barring Fedor hitting his 5 outs, let's see how many chips he's going to lose to Tom here. Jack 10 is a candidate that sometimes gets check raised. Now, again, we're at the final. We're getting down to the final table, so oftentimes guys don't take lines that are quite as high variance. Fedor just calls.
150 ahead, another 300 into the middle. A 6 of diamonds on the turn. Neither player with the flush draw.
That is a card that is decidedly better for Fedor's range. and he will find leads on that card for sure, because he's really the only player that can have many two pairs, that can have a straight. He actually has quite a few more flushes, being the big blind defense as opposed to the dealer open. So his equity goes up a lot. Now that said, his particular hand doesn't love leading that, and it checks, and Tom also plays pot control.
So 850 static as it goes check, check.
Well, with that 10 on the river versus a check back, Fedor is going to be looking to get value here, and he can choose any one of a number of sizes. His hand is good enough to go really up to pot. Probably not bigger because he doesn't want to start representing flushes. But my guess is he'll probably go around 650,000.
425K the figure. And you see Fuchs laying it down. A very fortuitous outcome there for Holtz, who was in a rough way before that river card. Gave him the top two.
You could see versus half pot, Fuchs snap called. Because when Fedor goes as small as half pot, he actually is representing some just top pair Jack X that Fuchs is beating for beating some of his value range with queens.
But not the kind of holding that he expects is going to pay off a raise, so why open up the action and take the risk with the overpair?
Oh, yeah, no, he's not raising that river. 100%. I mean, just because you're beating some, he's probably still losing to more value hands than he's beating. It just, I think whenever you're starting to beat, you know, some value hands, you find guys like pretty much never fold, and then because raising wasn't an option, he just snapped.
Well, look where the queens have resurfaced in front of Stephen Chidwick under the gun. Let's see if he performs better than Tom before him. 2 1/4. The open.
20 big blinds. I think we're going to see Tom lay this down.
King 10 suited for KT on the button. He's got to pick a hand at some point. Obviously, I imagine he'd rather be the man opening the pot.
He's getting called anyways. I think this is good enough to go with it. You have to remember, you know, 275 versus Chidwick, but there's 250 in the blinds if none of them call. So he's getting laid a solid 2-1, and his hand's pretty good.
So he does make the call. Going to leave himself 50K back. Now, no direct pay jump as we alluded to not long ago. So the notion of implicit collusion whereby multiple players will look to get involved and perhaps check it down so that they can dispatch KT's short stack, not really a thing in this spot. But trip 10s is a thing, and KT is very likely to enjoy a triple up, barring Lady Unluck showing up on the turn or the river. 825,000, main pot complete. Dry side, Foxen checks.
There's no guarantee if Chidwick checks here that KT will bet. In fact, he normally has a pretty good chance of checking. So Chidwick doesn't want to give free cards, especially to Foxen. We can see that with Foxen's particular hand, free cards aren't too big of a concern.
No, not at all. The 8-6 promptly finds the bin after Chidwick fired 150. KT all in, 100K clawed back by Chidwick. And almost $1 million in there. This would be almost a quadruple up for KT. Turn is a club, but no issues on that front. River safe as well, and The Thai delegation absolutely in love with that outcome there. They are always rooting their man on. Just flooding the YouTube chat. And by the way, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are on the Blue Marble. To those of you that are streaming us live, whether you're on Twitch, the Triton Poker Plus app, or YouTube, who you rooting for, where you watching from, and have you click like and subscribe. A small favor to us here at the Triton Super High Roller Series in exchange for what Rast, myself, Henry, Randy, everybody a part of the operation will stand behind as being the finest in streaming poker entertainment. Facts.
200.
And we can't take all the credit, of course. All the production value in the world means nothing unless you've got top-tier gladiators in your Coliseum, as we do here. Tom Fuchs among those. King Queen warranting the 200,000.
Queen's 0 for 2 so far.
You know, I'm going to keep playing them.
Of course.
But yeah, I mean, the bad beats early here for those big pocket pairs. Now Fedor mulling on the button.
525.
Laid it down, and Foxen with aces. 3-betting to 4 1/4. I think Fedor had already folded there. Apologies. And at this size, Fuchs can't go away.
Well, what it kind of boils down to is when you have these 20 bigs, I mean, I guess technically Fuchs has 18 bigs. Yeah.
Oh, he's going to lay it down, Rasty. I'm surprised.
So most of the time Foxen's jamming, right? But you do develop a 3-bet range with a very small size that's mostly built around aces. Maybe aces, maybe kings, and your bluffs come from just like some ace and king X stuff.
Yeah, that's why I was curious.
And it's and so the problem for Fuchs is that he's doing terribly against the value portion, which would be aces, kings. Some people might play ace-king suited that way. Some people might not. And even like the bluffs, a lot of like, you know, could be like ace-8 offsuit. I mean, he has visibility against that hand, and he knows an ace is bad for him, but he's not like he's ahead of it really, right? I mean, if you're like 45% or something, king-queen off versus ace-8 off. So I think in an ICM, I think if it was for chip EV, well, here's the thing. With chip EV, that range isn't really going to materialize that way too often, but with ICM pressure, it gets folds in that type of spot. Just because guys want to conserve their chips.
Even out of a hand as good as king, queen off, and obviously the blocker effects of that holding are a real thing.
He might have flatted king, queen suited, but yeah, not king, queen off.
Okay. Take it off the board. Even for just another 225 as Rasty unpacks things. There is Dimitar Donchev. Already seeing a few in the YouTube chat who suggest that they're here to see Dimitar pick up title number 2, $3.2 million in career Triton earnings across 12 caches. Made a final table in Monaco in the 30K 8 max. A couple of other caches for a total of 3 out of 7 attempts. Jeju earlier this year was where he really did the damage. A third in the 15K and then the title in the 40K mystery bounty, along with a couple of other caches. Meanwhile, Fuchs looking to do damage. Ace-king suited. The ammo.
Tom going to take a spin with an even better hand now, and don't think he's going to be folding it. Coleman defends the big blind, covering stack. Speculative hand. And he
Queen 10,
flops the
9.
best hand, but this is a very tricky flop for him to play with bottom pair.
And you know, Raz, sometimes, I'm not alleging that this will be one of those occasions necessarily, but we have seen hands that connect with a board, but on a texture that is so unpleasant, simply step aside in the face of continued aggression, which comes to the tune of 150,000 here. Now, that 7 of spades has some use, but as you kind of chart a course forward, from here, a call on this flop, you're praying for a 9, and that's really it. Even a spade on the turn, depending on the sizing from your opponent.
I mean, a 7's pretty
No.
good. But yes, a 9 or a 7 are pretty much your improves.
So appeal from Coleman. And the 5 of spades rolls off. Of course, Fuchs with ace-king of diamonds just has the Broadway gutty and nut no pair here. Unclear what sort of appetite he's going to have after David checks a second time in front of him.
Very tricky spot for Tom. He's also quite short. He only has about a 1.5 SPR. His hand makes a reasonable semi-bluffing
350.
candidate. Yeah. One of the benefits of his particular hand is that if you get raised here, it's not a tough spot. If Coleman jams, I mean, you're just out. And if you get called by some one pair hands, you oftentimes, you can have up to 10 outs. Probably you have less. And now this is where Coleman, and this is why you start seeing.
Yeah, he lays it down, Rast.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is why you start seeing people lay down hands like this on the flop.
Right.
Because the problem is when you're good, you oftentimes don't get to realize your equity by getting to showdown. Because the flop is good enough for your opponent's range that they will barrel you with a lot of the hands that beat you as their bluffs. Because they don't have that many bluffs. That's why the flop is so good for them.
Yep. So credit to Tom Fuchs for finding barrel number 2. And a shout out to Tirtha, who's streaming from Bangladesh. Good to have you aboard, sir. There's been a few Bangladeshis that have popped in. Soaking this one up. Unclear what the state of poker is out in that corner of the world. I know India's a neighbor with a fairly untapped market. Of course, Santosh Suvarna flies that banner here at Triton. Javi in Hamburg. Been there. Lovely town. City, to be fair. Ruben in Porto, Portugal. I get the sense you're rooting for Javiera. Christian in Romania rooting for Mateos. Says get him back in the tournament. Well, unfortunately, he's not in it anymore. But this you know. $200,000 out of Foxen as the offsuit aces don't get intertwined. 10-8 in the big for Fuchs, and he'll pass as well. Teague in Nashville. How are you, pal? Johnny, also out in Nashville. Maybe you want to go over to Teague's house. Stream it together. Crack a beer. Swizzle stick, whatever, you know. Scrolling through. You know, Flamingo in the chat is suggesting that I'm pronouncing Tom's last name incorrectly. And if that is the case, Flamingo, I'm going to die on that hill because I know what you want me to say, and I'm not going to say it. Meanwhile, Fedor says 200. Foxen with an intimate, neighborly Locking of the eyes. And the nines. Flatting.
Yeah, fader with a bit of a light open under the gun 7, queen 8 of hearts, but an open based off the fact that he is the chip leader and going to keep his range wide, trying to just attack the 250K in the middle. So I think reasonable given that situation.
Dirty diaper for KT. He'll step aside. So heads up with 650 in the middle, and the queen 8 comes up empty for Holtz. Obviously being second in chips overall and first in chips here at this table, such luxuries are afforded us, even from under the gun, as he seeks to apply pressure, in particular with the presence of shorter stacks, such as KT's. But he does not follow through against Foxen, recognizing that that flat calling range is going to be sticky on board textures such as this.
Yeah, it's going to have a lot of pairs in it, and it's going to be pretty strong overall, given that it was under the gun 7 and low jack where Foxen flatted from. So, you know, Fedor has a steal, and he's probably just kind of done with the hand versus a range that pretty much only includes hands that's beating queen 8 high. Yeah. So, like, Fedor is doing the thing there in that hand where, you know, he's opening up. He's taking a cheap swing at winning the 250K.
Yep.
But it doesn't mean he's committed to playing some kind of huge pot just because it's like on a very basic level, he's opening, he's risking 200K to win the 250 in the middle.
Yep.
But he also is going to recognize that in some situations he's going to have a kind of a weak range because he's doing that. And it doesn't mean he's just going to keep bluffing. It's like just because the first node is kind of a little plus EV adjustment he's taking with the chip lead doesn't mean, you know, he needs to just try to win every pot with a weak range. So it's actually Fedor is one of the best in the world at this adjustment throughout the tournaments, and he even finds times where, like, he has the chip lead now, so he's going to open wide. I've seen Fedor in the right tournament situation in kind of ICME type spots do this as a middling stack. Like, go for it, just because he's like, these guys with chips at my table who are supposed to put me in jail here aren't going to do it.
Right.
So, like, I'm just, and like, that's actually an adjustment that very few people do.
It depends, obviously, on who's keeping him company at the particular table, because some
course,
people
but
don
that's
the
the
sheriff's
point.
badge. But he's got situational awareness.
Oh,
and
he's one of the
KT
best with the situational awareness with opens. Like, really, that's one of his truly strong points as a poker player.
Well, he's got much stronger than KT with ace-deuce suited versus 8-9 suited. But look at the equities. 9% advantage. KT will take it as he ripped it here. To the flop they go, and it's 2 spades on board. You see a nod of the head from Tanaratakul, and he needs a spade 8 or 9. The turn does not deliver. Will the river? Plenty of outs to allow him to keep his seat. And instead, the board pairs and a prompt GG issued by KT, who always rated to be the first out the door here on the day. 15th place finish for him. Add $269,000 to his career Triton totals and send the rest of his tokens to Fedor. I suspect that we are going to see a drop-off in the number of viewers, regrettably, as so many of them strictly here to see KT. Let's get our first peek over at the other feature table where Ossi is holding court. You see Bats, Davies, and Zubov.
Instead of looking what time it is, you look at what you want to be that day. It's good stuff. When it's poker, usually poker related, but
I guess.
not always.
Mosbach and Vieira chatting about
Lost-
something.
lost. Kanapong, I guess.
Word has come down about
Nice save.
the departure. KT.
And this table had 8, so needs to send one over to the other table, which only has 6 now. So we could see the rebalance just happened. I believe that was Moolocker who got sent over to the blue team.
Yeah, rebalancing efforts will be swift so as to ensure fair play. Katola, suited and connected in the hijack, has taken it up. And Mosbach, ace 8 in the big blind, sitting 2 million back.
So Katola hijack open. Let's see what he thinks. Guess he's thinking maybe it's just a little bit too tight of a range to reship the ace-8 off for 20 bigs. It's close. I was curious, but he's coming with call. Happy to play post.
King, Jack, deuce doesn't connect with either player as Mosbach gets wrapped up in the hoodie. This is very much a trademark look for him whenever he's involved in a pot.
And I don't think he's going to be happy to play post on this because if Katola finds a c-bet, which seems pretty likely here, as the pre-flop razor versus Mosbach on a king-high board that's better for him, he should win this with 7 high. He has backdoor diamonds and 7 high. A lot of reasons to fire off a c-bet here.
I'll see. Just leaning out there.
Nice done.
That is a very luxurious looking coat.
Shuffleboard? You ever played shuffleboard?
No, what is it?
I hope it's synthetic.
Stuff like that, try to get it to stop.
Otherwise,
Fun game.
you know,
But
there's a
big
lot
piece
of
wood with a bunch of salt on it, and then these little
dearly departed albino gerbils or chinchillas or minks. You know, I'm not varmints of all sorts that may have met their end to help assemble that particular garment. You know, OC would strike me as the kind of guy that's not really worried about all that. you know? Oh, you mean there were animals harmed in the making of this coat? Okay. Maybe he's an animal lover. I really don't know. I would hope so. We know he's an animal. At least when you put chips in front of him.
Animals are great.
That's a good take, Rast.
Listen, what they did to Peanut the squirrel, that was just wrong. You can't have that happening anymore. I'm just going to say that.
Well, what we do have happening is a mystery hand. João Vieira. Blacked out here. Mosbach. Small blind. 3x. Vieira defends. That's all we know about his range for the time being.
Wow, these guys have pretty much the same number of chips. It's going to be within 100,000 of each other. So Vieira can have some traps. It's mostly going to come from big pairs. Pretty good flop for Mosbach's range. Horrible flop for his actual hand.
250K with the king high as he tells the tale of top pair. You know, I know we kind of cracked the code on the mystery hand thing. I didn't think Vieira was going to fold there. That would have made this one a pretty bad candidate. He does flat, however. So additional data point. An additional club now on the turn. Pot at 1.2.
Vieira, if we're thinking about what hands he's calling the flop with, he does rejam, not all, but like a decent amount of stuff with an ace in it. So he is a bit more weighted towards having a queen, I'd say, in terms of his flopped pairs.
Mario not coming off the throttle, by the way, Rasty. $500,000 now.
And Mosbach is asking Vieira to fold draws that aren't very strong, like kind of 10 high hearts, jack high hearts type of stuff. Definitely asking him to fold a 5, potentially even asking him to fold a queen. But I don't know if you're getting a queen out at this point.
Non-compliance from Joao. As he makes the call, Rasty, you begin to formulate what lies beneath?
Yeah, he probably has a strong draw or at least a queen, I would say at this point.
King on the river. Mosbach makes second pair. Does this development cause him to check?
Yeah, I think this is a pretty easy check for him. He's beating a queen if a queen called him, and he's beating a lot of missed draws. There are maybe a few that somehow are beating him now, but not too many.
We expect the 10-jack to be binned on the turn, though, do we not?
Yeah, unless it was like hearts or clubs, right? And that's a strong draw.
Time bank utilization here.
This is an interesting use of a time bank. I'm not really sure what other play there is other than check. I mean, unless he's...
Well, Mario's got himself so wrapped up that it was a very faint declaration of the 325.
So he's betting very small. This is like 15%, less than 15% of the pot or something like that.
So a block designed to prevent Joao from asking him for more.
Yes. It's designed to try to get value out of Queen X and perhaps to prevent a raise with Ace X.
Oh, but then this is the trouble with those downsized river bets is you get responses such as this from time to time. As Vieira takes it to 800, and what's your read now that he's done that?
Well, I think like King Queen is jamming. So my read is, I don't know, Jack 10 suited, hearts or clubs makes a lot of sense on this line. I mean,
this is effectively all in. He only has 50K back.
I would guess that Zhao's probably not weaker than 2 pair here. So potentially like he just made kings up on the river. Potentially he already had 2 pair. Maybe, you know, he had a hand like, trying to even think what doesn't raise all in pre. Maybe he has a hand like Ace 4 suited. I mean, that probably is raising pre. Maybe like Queen 5 suited. It seems pretty unlikely this is a bluff, but if he is bluffing, I guess you're doing it with a hand like Queen 10 or like 5-3, if I had to guess, 5 Jack. But this is probably a bluff at a very small frequency.
So small that King 9 steps away in spite of the lay?
I mean, probably. Like, you've gotten a lot of information that a king isn't good.
All right, so Mosbach bins it, and it was aces for Joao Vieira. Yeah. Top set, slow played pre. And Vieira made the max there, it would seem. Nicely done for him. I don't think anybody had ace-ace. Although I confess I haven't scrolled down that far as I was holding up the chat to make sure I gave a shout out to Marty in the Bronx, to Rune in India, to Norm, who says I should have folded the set against Gabe Kaplan back in the day on Poker After Dark. Thank you for that, Norm. Meanwhile, Gigi wants to thank you. If you're a new player, then you head over and sign up at the world's largest online poker room. Use the promo code Triton_2024. Throw 20 bucks in there and get yourself a free $50 ticket to the Weekender as their gratitude for joining the biggest and best community in online poker. Fatomand in the chat asks whether or not I speak Farsi, and the answer to that is bale, which means yes. Your good buddy Antonio Esfandiari, also a Farsi speaker. What I don't do, however, is bluff as often as most of the other Iranians that I know who really enjoy that act.
Yeah, good bluff, of course.
They like to take the pot with nothing, Ras. They love it. I don't know what it is.
Something gratifying about it, you know, good bluff.
In the right spot, sure, but they kind of just... They just want to play all hands and blast their way out. At least the ones at the Commerce when I was growing up. Meanwhile, ace-8 of hearts here for Seth Davies. 2 1/4, he says.
Your bluff, your value betting until the river. You're value betting the first 3 streets. Auto betting the river.
Vieira in a postmortem there with Mario as Mueller is dominated unbeknownst in the big. Queen 8 suited is pretty and he'll defend it. Jack 5-4, swinging a miss in both camps.
Yeah, that was a real interesting hand. I'm assuming this hand is not going to be one.
Doesn't rate to be.
But
No diamond on board. Davies just 125 into the 600. Let's see. Nope. Sam out of there.
Joao was, in fact, slow playing a big pair, as I had speculated on, pre-flop. And, you know, the thing I'm thinking about the most is it's a pretty sick river block value bet, sort of, by by Mario.
Shout out, by the way, to Timeless Tales, who sends love from Madrid. Rahul in beautiful British Columbia, and indeed it is very beautiful up there. Mr. Natural in Santa Cruz, we see you out there near the boardwalk. Mark Q in Toronto. Horvath also out there in Ontario. Nick Capra in Boston. Mike Moore in Phoenix. Brian Donahue in Bethel, Connecticut. Miguel Lopez in Portugal. Rooting for Vieira. Lewis Sinclair in Scotland. Always a favorite to be Scotland with that name. Dak, 5150 in Philly. Keep your doors locked. Lee O'Rourke in White Rock, BC. So the Canadian contingent present, as is Vieira here on the button with Queen 4 suited. Rutger in the Netherlands. Roberto in Stockholm, we see you. Brandon in Richmond, Virginia. 420 Cakes in Vancouver. Don't need to unpack that screen name. Aussie. Heads to the flop with 8-6 offsuit, and it's top pair against a pair and a flush draw. You know, Katola is a guy who can make this a very big pot.
Yeah, let's see how these guys play it. Vieira might play some pot control against Aussie as well. I'm curious. I mean, I doubt he just barrels without improving nonstop till the river. Probably defines either a check on the flop or on the turn. Feel like he has... Well, it's interesting. This is a flop he's going to check back quite a bit. So let's see if he gets started doing that here. But yeah,
50.
he has so much equity that it's kind of nice to bet this on the flop, despite the fact that you do check this flop back versus big blind defend quite often.
Yeah, it's a lot of hand, but also he recognizes that it's a potential opportunity to play a big one. I don't know whether or not he really has that in mind because at present he's behind with just 4s versus 6s. Katola keeps the lid on things for now.
Yeah, my guess is Vieira checks back the turn unless he improves.
Well, now a 4-liner on board is an unpleasant arrival for both parties. Two-tone texture, sopping wet board here. Of course, the range advantage belongs to Katola, but Vieira's button opening range could contain some 7x. Rusty?
Yeah, Katola has a range advantage at this point. The biggest part of Vieira's range that was strong on the flop is overpairs, which have gone down quite a bit in value with the 3, 4, 5, 6. Katola could definitely find some leads on this board. Not saying he needs to do it with his particular hand. And yeah, I just don't see how Vieira does anything other than check this back. His turn barrel range here will be quite polar, and like third pair with a good flush draw seems like a great check back hand, and just kind of trying to get to showdown. I mean, seems crazy to turn into a bluff here with 14 left.
Look at this river. Vieira does check it back and finds trip 4s. Is Katola thinking to himself, you're not in this zip code, and maybe he comes with a bet with the 8-6 here?
He's thinking, I have the best hand most of the time. What worse hands are calling me? Right? Like, maybe on some runouts you could get called by ace high. I'm not really sure this is one of them, which is a huge part of Vieira's range at this point, kind of like ace high, king high. So Katola's going to check and decide on whether or not he wants to bluff catch. And I'm pretty sure he's going to get this opportunity, this being a hand that seems like a kind of easy value bet by Vieira in this spot. Katola's going to have a bunch of 3, 5, and 6x that we're all beating now.
So, 2. Hang tight.
This is Joao Vieira's show over here.
Yeah.
He's gone from maybe the shortest stack in the tournament a little bit ago to third in chips.
200.
Meanwhile, back at the other table, Stephen Chidwick on the heels of that 300K check call from Katola on the river in that last pot. Makes it 200K here, dominated by Donchev, who's 1 seat over with ace-jack offsuit.
4.
Playing back at Stevie. 3 scoops.
Pretty uncomfortable spot for ace-jack off. All in all, you have Stevie's pretty tight under the gun opening range, which you're very marginally ahead of. And you have 4 players behind you to worry about, and we can see that that worry has come in full force here.
2 aces for Mulacher.
All in.
Rip City with 875 on the button. Chidwick will have an easy release. Then it comes back around to Donchev. Another 475 required. And this is numbers.
You know what we call that, Ali?
Hmm.
We call that a wake up, little Susie, wake up. It's like there's nothing cooler in poker when it's all this money's getting put in the pot and you just look down and aces, kings, or whatever qualifies as a super big hand.
The presto.
And you just get to go, I'm all in, folks.
Even nicer when you look across the way at an ace-jack, which is performing very poorly. Just 7% is Donchev. 10-3-3 is no help whatsoever as he slips to 2%, and this one feels locked up. And that officially will give Mulacher the pot.
Just for good measure, aces makes the nut flush.
Philip Hall in the chat, by the way, weighing in to say, Rast, your color commentary is top-notch. Couldn't agree more. Always nice when we can get Rast away from the felt and here at the booth to share the insights as opposed to leverage them to do battle. Shout out to Have Some Clarity in Glasgow. I imagine it's overcast where you are. Just a guess.
Well, thank you, partner. I am very much assisted by my two good friends doing the play-by-play, Ali right now and Henry.
Oh, hang on. Looks like Mario Mosbach is in need of some assistance here. Awaiting the road traveled to this point to take shape. 7s and 8s in the end for Makita, who showers Mosbach. This was hijack versus big blind. You see some love shown there by Seth Davies. Mosbach vanquished. That was a 14th place finish for Mosbach. 269,000. Going home with him as a member of that talented German-Austrian stable. Says goodbye.
This is kind of my favorite stage of the tournament. This part from the play down to the final table and the first half of the final table.
This is kind of not your favorite spot here. Tom Fuchs has moved all in. 675 in the hijack. Fedor on the button. Flats an ace-8. King 10 suited was prettier before that. And now the ugliness reveals itself for Tom. Cannibalism in the Holt stable. Who would be East Germany and who would be West Germany out of these two guys, if you had to guess, kind of? They both feel West German.
Tom is West German for sure.
Do you think Fedor has a little East Germany?
I'm just...
Maybe.
I think Tom is more West German.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. That was a diplomatic way to explain that. Jack 10 deuce. Tom don't like this.
Oh.
But hang on. Added outs on the turn as he picks up the wheel draw. Fiver trade. The only thing that gives him sweet relief. And instead the 8 will pair Fedor and leave him vanquishing yet another member of his crew. Mosbach moments ago. Now Fuchs. He does enjoy a ladder. Payday for him will be $296,500. And Fedor will enjoy the remains of his chips.
Fedor not ready to step aside yet.
Shout out CTEP, who's streaming right now from The Hague in the Netherlands. Isn't that where the International Criminal Court is? Rast, I'm fairly certain.
Maybe that's not really my jazz right there, so I'm not sure. But
You think he's streaming from the courtroom? I'll tell you
Seems
what.
doubtful.
You know Kevin Pollak, famous actor, big poker fan, plays the
Yeah.
game, comes through to the World Series quite often, as we see Vieira with the Queen 8 suited opening and awaiting a response from Zubov, big blind 2 7s. He actually texted a photo once of his phone propped up against a piece of furniture on a set where he was shooting a movie or a television show, perhaps Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, which is a very popular series on Amazon Prime, if I'm not mistaken. And he was actually streaming poker on the low from the set. So maybe it's not too far-fetched to imagine that somebody in The Hague is streaming live from the actual International Criminal Court. Anyway, my imagination runs wild. You know this. Zubov not running wild, though, as he just flatted with the 2 7s, looks up at 2 overcards and slips it to Joao. Second
150.
pair for Vieira, 150 declared.
Please keep imagining, though, Ali. The world would be such a dim and grim place without The sparkle of imagination illuminating the way.
I really, in terms of that stuff, I'm really frozen in time as an 8-year-old when it comes to these thoughts that enter my mind and then seldom do not
Just one more.
exit my mouth.
Can I get some reds, Dave?
I like that. I'm also like Vieira in that I don't like having too many small chips. I also color up.
See, you know I've gone on record here, Rast.
Yeah, I know you're against that, which is,
Yeah.
you know, to each their own.
Color down, give me a monstrous stack.
But so I can appreciate where he's coming from. And it's a good feeling when it's time to color up. You're like, yep, I have too many of these small checkers. We need some big ones. These are the ones that we bet with.
No, but when you say bet and then you have to slide 4 stacks forward, I mean,
And then
you
the
know.
dealer has to count it down. I mean, it's...
Okay.
Listen,
All right.
it's too much.
You're right, Rast, as usual.
And what happens is they slide them forward, but then the dealer will just push them into the pot and they all fall down. And then I guess, you know, I don't know, just the whole thing. I just prefer a few less checkers. Just makes everything, expedites things.
Well, Davies is asking for a few more checkers with 8-9 offsuit on the button. Vieira says, okay, pocket fives. Seeks another nickel on this flop, 600 in the middle.
Yeah, Vieira decided they were too deep for him to ship it pre-flop for over 40 blinds with ICM.
He say deuce board, puts Davies in front with second pair.
Board Davies is going to c-bet at a very high frequency, and it looks like he's coming for a very small size. This size is so small that I am curious what Vieira is going to do here with 2 5s with no heart. A hand that I think he folds a decent amount, but will he fold it even for 20%? And the answer is no.
$1.25 a man will bring us to the turn. As Vieira wants to keep an eye on Seth. Turn puts a second overcard out there to the 8s, a third to the 5s. Some dampness with the two-tone texture, and obviously the 10 nestling up with that 8 to produce some straight draws. Interacts with the ace as well for the Broadway combos to pick up a gutter.
I don't see too much merit in Davies continuing to bet here. Yeah, so he finds the check.
7 on the river. Hearts slide in the front door.
Vieira's hand is starting to slide into territory where he might consider bluffing. I would lean towards no, but I wouldn't be shocked if he decided to bluff with this hand. He is going to have better candidates, stuff like a deuce, king high, obviously wheel draws that missed. Also, it would be nice if he has a heart. So, yeah, he decides this is just too good to bluff with, which makes sense to me. And I think Davies just, this is an easy check back with a pair of 8s. Interesting river spot for Vieira. I like check, but I think it's close.
So Davies will comfortably pick things up. And as great as your analysis is, Rast, dare I say Andrew McMillan in the YouTube chat is making a bid for some great analysis of his own. He says we've got over 8,000 viewers and less than 300 likes. Come on, people. These commentators are beyond awesome. Tend to agree.
By the way, at the outer table during that, this hand, Katola, I think, just played a very big pot with Bad Ziakowski, or at least that's what was showing on the app.
All right,
where I believe
it.
he busted Makita. He rivered aces up.
Oh, hang on. Is that a spoiler potentially, Rasty? I hope not.
Oh.
We are bouncing back and forth between the two tables. Bads looks like he's still in his seat here. But, you know, maybe dead man walking, Rasty? I was going to say
Whoops.
Andrew's analysis, which lives evergreen in all moments of time, was that we've got these over 8,000 viewers, and we've got less than 300 likes. So show some love by hitting the like button. It ain't hard, and it costs nothing. Yes, Andrew, you're absolutely right about that.
Yep.
1225, right?
Davies. Ace-8 open to 225, gets jammed on by Muller out of the big blind. King 10 suited, that which motivates. Ace-8 makes the call. So we're going to spin, and Davies is actually a favorite here by about 9%. $2.6 million chip pot. Listing toward Davies for the time being. Muller trying to will a king 10 or some diamonds out there. And how about two kings along with a diamond? As Samuel grabs this one by the throat.
Yeah, I mean, I think Seth needs running aces, which we can see is well under 1%, and he's dead.
So inconsequential will be the river, which does coincidentally fill Muller up. I'm grinding the chat hard today, Rast, and I'm seeing something alarming from a gentleman whose screen name is Roulette for a Living.
Okay.
I mean, I don't really need to unpack it beyond that, but he says he's a professional roulette player. And his strategy is good money management, stop losses, take profit for the day, and look for 96 percenters. I don't know about any 96 percenters on a roulette wheel. I mean, really, the lights are kept on in most casinos by that wheel. Just saying.
Sorry, guys. Listen, the chat is really pissed at me. I don't know what happened. The app that's in front of me seems like it is at some point in the future, and so I was not aware of that until basically I read off what happened, and then I realized that the app is not coinciding because my app has actually less players in the field remaining. So for the time being, until this gets fixed, I will just set that aside, and I will make a pledge not to spoil any more of the future.
Yeah.
My bad.
Not a terrible idea there,
Yeah.
Rasty. If only looks could kill, the way in which I glanced over at Brian as he embarked upon that unpacking of a hand down the road, which is going to be less mysterious, I think, now.
Mario.
Katola in the big blind will defend against a Bad's open.
Still all.
Here it looks the same actually.
No, maybe. I don't play my hands here.
No? Maybe it's just a little bit.
675 in the middle. Top pair for Bads. You know, I feel a bit like Biff Henderson from Back to the Future when I say this, Ras, but do you want to bet on the outcome of this one by chance?
Oh my God, it's a mystery hand too.
Ras, you
Well,
ruined everything.
Oh, this.
It's not your fault. It really isn't.
It actually wasn't.
I know.
I mean, I have a lot of stuff going on. I'm here. I'm thinking about hands. I'm watching. I just expect the app to be timed well. But
yeah, but look,
let's
there is still
treat
some
this one.
mystery that we can preserve. It's not
Yeah.
as though the holdings were revealed here, although the outcome may very well have been a bit unearthed. We see the check call from Katola of the flop bet.
Well, I didn't get into what their actual hands were, I think, but I do remember. This would have been this is a tough mystery hand. Yes. Oh,
225K was the flop sizing. Let's see what Bads has on his mind here on the turn as we play 2.3 effective with 1-1 in the middle. Now remember, these two locked horns in a very profound manner where Katola stuck Bads in the blender. Bads had a couple of queens. It was just one pair.
Henry
Aussie
had
had
said
5-3 suited.
Henry said Bads folded, but you're saying Bads actually called.
Bads called that hand.
Okay. Okay.
Bads dug in there nice and tough.
Yeah. It
And here he is, by the way, deploying 800 of 2.3 on this turn. When you consider what that's going to leave him with in the event that Aussie were to flat, which isn't a given, obviously some jams potentially out of Aussie here, especially given what we know about the way he likes to behave. Or for that matter, not behave. Misbehave.
Bads has top pair good kicker, and he is ready to play for it all. Jack 7 deuce, offsuit 4. You know, there is a flush draw. His hand is just going to be good most of the time, and he's playing like that right now, and he's left himself just over half pot. On most rivers, he's going to be pretty happy getting it in.
Oh, there's an ace, an overcard to the jack. Ace-high flush draws may have been present.
Yeah, and so Aussie hasn't checked this over yet.
All in.
Oh, he asks for the last 1-5.
I mean, this is a spot where you're kind of the only way the ace improves Aussie's hand is if Aussie hits the ace, right? Aussie doesn't have 5-3 this time, and I mean maybe 5-3 of diamonds specifically, but other than that, he can't have 5-3. So pretty much he makes aces up, or he had ace high flush draw. Those are the ways the ace improves. You know, you can find bluffs as well, stuff like 9-8 of diamonds, you know, queen 5 of diamonds, etc.
All right, obviously we've got something that we're going to get back to over across the way, but first we peek at Stephen Chidwick giving way. Ace-10 suited was always in a bad way against David Coleman. This was a jam under the gun. Coleman flatted, 775 ahead, brought us to that flop there. And as you could see, the run-out did not help Chidwick, so he has been vanquished. Now, back over to Makita, who again is being shaken and stirred by Aussie. He has made the call, and Aussie shows aces and 4s running 2-pair. He peeled with the ace of diamonds, working hard. And Bads falls as a whole heap of Triton talent exits the arena in quick succession.
Yeah.
I think very understandable call by Bads.
call,
He has
sorry.
king jack off. He has no diamond.
Lucky fish.
He's beating all the bluffs, which Aussie's certainly capable of having, and kind of only losing to the hands that we had described. Somehow if the ace made aces up, or the ace high flush draw, which
Patrick is gonna spank me for that.
gives
turn
an ace.
call.
You hear Aussie suggesting that Patrick is going to spank him for the turn call. Referred to it as a lucky fish moment.
That's how I say your name.
So Chidwick finishing in 12th, 296,500 going his way. Bads does get a ladder as he takes the first of a couple of 333K payouts and leaves us 10-handed. This is going to be the direct final table bubble. I'm just soaking up the tunes as usual here, Rasty. This is the track. I got it. Maybe today's the day I can get it onto Shazam. I mean, why do I have to Shazam it? Producer James, can you figure out like you know, can you get us an MP3 or something? That
I
track?
believe so.
Yes? No?
We're on the stone final table bubble, fam. 5 and 5. Next person out, and we combine to 9.
Consolidation on the horizon.
There's definitely chips leaning, as there's only 3 people with above average stacks in the tournament out of the 10. It's mostly due to Asi Katola and that 11 million chip stack.
I mean, he really pumped it up. Came in as the chip leader, Raston. Not looking back. No mercy. He did it the dirty way, too. Peel with the ace of diamonds, hit the 4, call the turn, hit the ace on the river, and then with that reputation that precedes him, Bats just has to keep him honest.
Ooh.
A jam from Muller with ace-3 suited on the button. Davies with ace-9 in the big. Deliberation.
Wow, this is an interesting spot for Seth. He's ahead of some hands, like worse ace-x offsuit, some worse ace-x suited. He's behind some worse ace-x offsuit, but probably no better ace-x suited hands. Those probably all raise. He's probably not losing to any pairs in the sense of 9s plus, because those also raise as opposed to jam. And he's a small favorite against some suited connected stuff. Honestly, this might be good enough to call. I mean, it's a high ICM spot, though, and it's for most of his chips. So that's a factor against calling. It's probably it's almost certainly a plus chip EV call. But is ICM enough here to discourage him from calling? It's the difference of right now he has a slightly below average stack. He calls and wins this pot, he'll be 3rd in chips. But if he loses, he'll be the shortest stack in the tournament.
So with all of that said, Rast, is there one choice that you would regard as a mistake, or it's just fair play regardless of what Davies chooses?
I think if he thinks Mueller's jamming like a decent range here, like kind of correct, I'm sort of leaning towards call personally, but you know, I'm really not sure. To be frank, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, he finds the call, by the
Yeah.
way, Rast.
I'm pretty sure I don't know what an ICM solver would say. One thing I'd be thinking if I'm him is I want a lot of chips in this tournament because maybe once we combine to the final table, I can win a huge pot off of Asi Katola, who has 11 million.
So 5.2 million plus suddenly come pouring into the center. Muller, second shortest stack in the field coming into this one with the 20 bigs just north of Mulacher. But he's in bad shape. Does have 29% equity. A 5 of hearts is a pretty one in the window. No further assistance from the Queen of Diamonds and 10 of Spades behind it.
There are some chops on this with 2 overcards to the 9.
Oh, and that does put a chop out there for the time being. Clean winner is a 3 for Muller. Same story for Davies if he hits the 9. 86% of the time we carve things up. Oh, no! The 3 of clubs on the river. A nasty king crab. Putting the pinchers on Seth Davies.
Yeah, that's a rough one for Seth. I kind of like the call.
Oh, you hate the outcome, though, understandably. And Davies just thinking, what does a man got to do? I mean, it's one thing. I'm winning on the flop, I'm chopping on the turn, and then I'm getting dusted on the river. Just an erosion.
This is one of the reasons I love this portion of the tournament, because the swings at this part are very palpable, right? The difference in pay when you're busting in these spots right before the final table, you know, and the top are big. So the risks players take or don't take here are very real, right? 10th place will be 333,000, same as 11th place, with the top being 3.85 million. So, you know, Seth gambled for some chips there. He took a risk and actually had the best hand and got the opposite of rewarded for it. But the poker gods, Ali, they can be fickle.
Yeah, they sure can. And on this occasion, they shine down on Muller, not Davies. We fight on. Muller now. All Georged up. 5.3. First time I've dropped that term. I know you know it, Rasty. George. Kind of an old school Vegas dealer inside nomenclature with regards to big tippers.
Yeah,
but then we appropriated it, right?
Yes, I got that from the mixed game at Resorts World. They Eric and the gang, that's a huge phrase in that group.
Eric Sagstrom.
Yeah, it kind of just
Swedish
means something good.
Legend,
George.
Yeah, it just kind of morphed into.
And then unfortunately for Mr. Fuchs, Tom kind of just means something bad.
Ligner.
And like Ligner means generally something that's kind of like false. Like someone lying or misrepresenting or bullshitting. That's very Ligner.
Through this yesterday, guys. Please. Who's using it? Stacks are right there.
Just put your phone in your pocket. You've been doing it for 2 days. I mean, you don't need it with 10 left. It's 5 seconds, and then you can see all the stakes.
Vieira appears a little bit miffed about what I would imagine is Ossi Katola
I didn't know when you told me. Are we getting more with any point?
using his phone here. I mean, in between hands, you are allowed to kind of have the app up and take a quick peek just to get your bearings. That's part of what it's there for. Rast, myself, and all of you at home are supposed to have that app synced up on a delay with the broadcast. And then the players, of course, enjoy that app in real time as they're out there. Action paused for a moment here.
We're just miscounting a stack. Yeah, exactly. That's part of the skill of just knowing what you have.
Yeah, I was trying to catch what Joao was discussing there. It's a little bit unclear.
Do you think there was a discrepancy, perhaps, between the app chip count and the actual chip count out there?
Perhaps. Maybe that's what he was referencing.
To be fair, I mean, our crew that log all of the hands, it's a real army of people from far and wide. They tend to be pretty on top of things. And then at the feature tables, you'll notice there is nobody standing behind the dealer doing that. That's because the RFID and the actions that are being logged by the graphics team are basically accomplishing the same feat. So things should be pretty accurate out there, but again, unclear what Vieira was taking issue with. I thought it was Katola being on his phone, but don't quote me on that. Muller, ace-10 offsuit, hijack open, dominating Joao.
Well, I think at a lot of tables, you'll see people's phones are away. It's possible there's a rule that, many tournaments, and I'm not sure about Triton, have a rule where you're not allowed to use your phone. You have to walk away from the table to use your phone, which has been instituted just with the advent of technology and cameras on phones and all that. It makes sense. I mean, I think it's important, not that most players are obviously trying, but it's important to have rules in place that safeguard against anybody cheating, and phones could be used for that purpose. So
sure,
it's
real-time assistance.
It's
and
unfortunate.
Strategy solvers.
Yeah,
stuff.
it's unfortunate, but I guess the integrity of the game is kind of the most important thing. You never want to play in a situation where you feel something untoward's happening. And I don't think this is what that was about, but just making the comment about if it was about phones or something and people are like, why is that a big deal? The reason why is because, phones could be used for something untoward. Like, I've heard of situations where a player will leave a phone or another device, doesn't even have to be a phone, on the felt, and will capture the under part of cards being dealt out. And it'll relay to somebody who's looking at that feed, and then, tell them the answer in their earpiece or things like that. And
I mean, look, our intention is not to kind of introduce any skepticism or paranoia out here, but the reality, regrettably, as we see Muller c-bet the 150 and take it here, is that where there's a lot of money at stake, there are always going to be some nefarious actors who will look to kind of infiltrate those ranks for what it's worth. And granted, you could read this as being deeply biased just given that, we represent the brand. I stand behind the integrity of the Triton Super High Roller Series unequivocally. And I think we've got some of the sharpest people around in terms of if there was something to be concerned about, with eyes on at all times.
Well, I feel like what Triton has going for it, first and foremost, is starting at the very top with Paul Foy. I believe the gambling community gives him a lot of trust, and it's very well deserved because he has shown through the years to be a man of honor when it comes to these kind of things, and that he's trying to do the right thing.
Sure.
And then that, by extension, follows down the ladder to the rest of the organization where, they have created a situation where players feel, pretty comfortably that there is not cheating going on. But that starts at the top. So we have Paul to thank for that.
And perhaps as someone in the chat put it, we have some fallen polar bears to thank for that Katola jacket. That would probably be pretty expensive, in terms of fur. Because those things are endangered, and I don't think that's an easy haul. Polar bear. Brass. There might be, global warming and whatnot, ice shelves, whatever. There could be some cheap polar bear pelts out there just in the Arctic, just, waiting for harvesting. But anyway, I digress. Vieira has made it 125 to go with Jack 7 suited, just a limp. Muller wags his finger with the baby suited connector.
He heard you talking about polar bears and was like, I'm going to come out of hibernation now and try to win this hand.
Okay, I like what you did there, Rasty.
It's an interesting combo to do it with. I think many people would pure check this and choose kind of a bit more polar hands, and even from the suited stuff that's a little worse, a little more disconnected. But Mueller is raising with a pure suited connector.
And he has pure dust on a King 8-3, no diamond flop. Vieira as well, but does interact with that 8 of clubs and has the best hand. Checking over, of course.
Mueller will have a decent amount of King X here. Definitely can c-bet this board pretty wide. His hand seems to be a nice candidate to c-bet pretty frequently. I would guess if he's checking back flop, he just made a pair, and it gave Vieira a flush draw. So this was a very interesting turn card in that it turned to nothing burgers, which is interesting to watch sometimes, but probably a situation where whoever bet first would win, into one where both players are likely seeing the river, even for a bet.
So like junior cheeseburgers right now. Not quite a Whopper.
Yeah.
Or a Big Mac.
No, definitely not a Big Mac. Not even a quarter pounder with cheese. Okay.
Vieira says 725,000 as some cheese is delivered. Given the check back on the flop from Mueller.
Yeah, and this is a pretty big size, right? When there's such a high value to chips as well, it's almost like this relative to just a chip EV bet would go from being whatever it is, 80% pot to, pot size or more. But kind of as played, Mueller's hand is just getting, it puts a hand like a 6 in a lot of pressure. I think Mueller's definitely calling an 8 or a king, but a 6 might start being a hand he's going to consider folding, and let's see what he does. He says, not today, sir.
Wow, digging in here. This is suddenly almost 2.4 in the middle. Mueller has no draw, just a hunch. Did that pre-flop raise and the disinterest or perception thereof by Joao is what motivated the bet, and now all of a sudden front door hearts arrive, but they do so in jack form, giving Vieira the best hand. But I don't think it's a card that's going to leave him wanting to bet again, Rast? You share that sentiment, or you think we barrel once more?
Well, listen, if we put Mario Masbach in this seat, he's going to find B15.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is even more of a B15 spot, I feel like, than the one he found. But I agree. It's probably a check, and we see he checks. You know, he is beating some 8x and 6x stuff, but he's also might catch a bluff from some straight draws. But for the most part, with ICM, you're not trying to play a big pot. You kind of just want to get that jack to showdown. You love just getting check versus 8x and 6x, maybe missing out on some value, and then deciding versus a bet.
As long as they don't have an active hand.
So I like the way Joao played that river, personally.
If you don't have cards, you can do whatever. Yeah. If you have cards, you cannot look at your phone.
I think you find in some of these high ICM spots, missing out on really thin value is sort of okay when the flip side is that you get to preserve chips more often. Again, the value of chips saved being
Dave, one more hand, right?
more than the value of chips won. Especially like when you lose the pot, you go, let's say you lose 500,000 on the river, you go from 2.4 to 1.9. But when you win the pot and you win that extra 500,000 on the river, the difference is from 5.5 to 6, right? I mean, it's like the difference from 5.5 to 6 or 2.4 to 1.9. It's a pretty big,
Yeah.
One is less than 10% and the other is a solid 20 ball. So,
well, a solid king 10 suited here for Zarzubov. As Davies steps aside, sitting just 11 big blinds deep after that brutal river, which I'm just getting caught up on the chat, really left them sick to their stomachs, and many positing that Davies runs worse than just about any of the high rollers that come to mind, and tend to agree. We've seen him get brutalized in a lot of spots where he was a favorite. Now, Zubov, a big favorite here with the better of the suited kings, as Katola defends his big. 675 out there. 10 in the window. Good for second pair on this flop. Zubov well in front. Nothing for Ossi to be interested in.
a flop with a strong range advantage for Zubov. That said, middle pair, good kicker is the type of hand that wants to play pot control on a board like this that has not only a number of draws on it, but the potential for some strong draws. Really hates getting check raised, especially with ICM. Would not be surprised to see him check this back. Very hard for a Katola to improve here. But yeah, Zubov decides to bet anyways on the strength of just how good this board is for him versus big blind defense range. And we can see he chooses a small size, which implies he's probably 100% c-betting this board.
225 and take it, Zubov. Nice little pickup for him as he currently sits down below the average stack of 4.5 million. Just 3 million. Good for 24 blinds. Flipping back over to Foxen and Company. Phones put away as the cards get into the air. Ten, 8 of hearts. In the small blind from Muhlacher.
All in.
Just going to open rip his 2 million here. Does Fedor wake up with one? Yes, he does. Now, dealer suggesting don't flip them up just yet, as we're in a bit of a hand-for-hand situation. And is Fedor going to thin his herd yet again? TBD. Flipping back over to one in progress. Zubov involved yet again. Ace-Jack in the hijack. Clicked it. Davies defending, hoping for better outcomes here. Ace, King, 10. Nothing more than a gutter ball for Davies. Top pair for Zubov.
Listen, Davies is starting to get down there in chips. I looked this up on Hendon so I could be precise. In the span from the end of August to October, so that's basically 2 months, he won the 300K Super High Roller Bowl in Cyprus for 3.2. He got second in 100K in Barcelona for about $1 million. And then he won the Super High Roller Bowl PLO 100K for 1.5.
Yeah, so he's had a very profitable stretch.
He actually crushed the Super High Roller Bowl scene with Poker Go or whoever, but yes, just not Triton.
Yeah, but I mean, I will say that prior to that, even elsewhere, you know, Davies' struggles were a thing. And it's not because he wasn't playing top-tier poker. Meanwhile, he did peel with this Queen of Clubs working oh so hard against that 150K C-bet from Zubov. Dry turn.
I think Davies' idea is that he'd rather have a queen here, perhaps, than even a 10. Given the range disadvantage, queen at least improves to the nuts, whereas a 10, you're not improving to anything too good.
So barrel number 2 does shed Davies as it comes in 325K caliber. Now, back over to Fedor, potentially bringing us to the final table. Mulacher, open rip the 10-8 of hearts. It may look strange, but it is standard. 4 million in the middle. Will Thomas continue to be a part of the proceedings? Or will he come to the end of the road? Flop brings it into focus, and everything's very blurry for Mulacher right now. One heart working. Take that off the board. 6 outs once. 10 or an 8 needed. And instead it's the 9. And Holtz shows love and inherits Thomas's 2 million, leaving us with 9 players. Thomas will collect $333,000 and leave behind the entire field to enjoy a minimum of $393,000. Well, knapsack and thermos in tow, Mulacher will head for a payday, but he will not head for the final table, which is exactly where these 9 are pointed. As you get a look at the stacks, Seth Davies just 7 bigs, brutalized by Sam Muller, who sits with 35 bigs. That glimpse brought to you by GG Poker. Bringing you back to the desk now, Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast. Shout out, by the way, to Mike in the chat. Threw us $10, said coffee on me, guys. Thank you for that, Mike. And, of course, to Key Dog, who gifted 10 Triton memberships in the YouTube chat. So, with that out of the way, stage now set for the final table. I'm going to cede the desk to Henry Kilbane, but as we head to that final table, Rast, and you look at Ossi Katola there, 8-figure stack, do you expect that he's going to break out the Warhammer now with the ICM pressure available to him and those 7 bigs of Davies lurking?
Yeah, I think he'll ramp up the aggression, but he's going to have to deal with Fedor Holtz, who has almost the same number of chips. And I think there's going to be a little bit of tussle between the two of them for who's going to be king of the hill.
Yeah, I tend to agree, and I can't wait to soak it up, albeit not from here in the driver's seat, but not far away. So we're about 15 minutes away from the start of the final table in this 100K main. We do crown a champion and award $3.85 million, along with a trophy and a bracelet at some point here today. Keep it close. We'll see you in a few.
Tournaments, and he even finds times where, like, he has the chip lead now, so he's going to open wide. I've seen Fedor in the right tournament situation in kind of ICME type spots do this as a middling stack, like go for it, just because he's like, these guys with chips at my table who are supposed to put me in jail here aren't going to do it.
Right.
So like I'm just, and like that's actually an adjustment that very few people do.
It depends, obviously, on who's keeping him company at the particular table,
Of
because some
course,
people
but
don
that's
the
the
sheriff's
point.
badge. But he's got situational awareness.
Oh,
And
he's one of the
KT
best with the situational awareness with opens. Like, really, that's one of his truly strong points as a poker player.
Well, he's got much stronger than KT with ace-2 suited versus 8-9 suited. But look at the equities. 9% advantage. KT will take it as he ripped it here. To the flop they go, and it's 2 spades on board. You see a nod of the head from Tanaratakul, and he needs a spade 8 or 9. The turn does not deliver. Will the river? Plenty of outs to allow him to keep his seat. And instead, the board pairs and a prompt GG issued by KT, who always rated to be the first out the door here on the day. 15th place finish for him. Add $269,000 to his career Triton totals and send the rest of his tokens to Fedor. I suspect that we are going to see a drop-off in the number of viewers, regrettably, as so many of minks, I'm not, varmints of all sorts that may have met their end to help assemble that particular garment. OC would strike me as the kind of guy that's not really worried about all that. you know? Oh, you mean there were animals harmed in the making of this coat? Okay. Maybe he's an animal lover. I really don't know. I would hope so. We know he's an animal. At least when you put chips in front of him.
Animals are great.
That's a good take, Rast.
Listen, what they did to Peanut the squirrel, that was just wrong. You can't have that happening anymore. I'm just going to say that.
Well, what we do have happening is a mystery hand. Joao Vieira. Blacked out here. Mosbach. Small blind. 3x. Vieira defends. That's all we know about his range for the time being.
Wow, these guys have pretty much the same number of chips. It's going to be within 100,000 of each other. So Vieira can have some traps. It's mostly going to come from big pairs. Pretty good flop for Mosbach's range. Horrible flop for his actual hand.
250K with the king high as he tells the tale of top pair. You know, I know we kind of cracked the code on the mystery hand thing. I didn't think Vieira was going to fold there. That would have made this one a pretty bad candidate. He does flat, however. So additional data point. An additional club now on the turn. Pot at 1.2.
Vieira, if we're thinking about what hands he's calling the flop with, he does rejam, not all, but like a decent amount of stuff with an ace in it. So he is a bit more weighted towards having a queen, I'd say, in terms of his flopped pairs.
Mario not coming off the throttle, by the way, Rasty. $500,000 now.
And Mosbach is asking Vieira to fold draws that aren't very strong, like kind of 10 high hearts, jack high hearts type of stuff. Definitely asking him to fold a 5, potentially even asking him to fold a queen. But I don't know if you're getting a queen out at this point.
Non-compliance from Joao. As he makes the call, Rasty, you begin to formulate what lies beneath?
Yeah, he probably has a strong draw or at least a queen, I would say, at this point.
King on the river. Mosbach makes second pair. Does this development cause him to check?
Yeah, I think this is a pretty easy check for him. He's beating a queen if a queen called him, and he's beating a lot of missed draws. There are maybe a few that somehow are beating him now, but not too many.
We expect the 10-jack to be binned on the turn, though, do we not?
Yeah, unless it was like hearts or clubs, right? And that's a strong draw.
Time bank utilization here.
This is an interesting use of a time bank. I'm not really sure what other play there is other than check. I mean, unless he's...
Well, Mario's got himself so wrapped up that it was a very faint declaration of the 325.
So he's betting very small. This is like 15%, less than 15% of the pot or something like that.
So a block designed to prevent Joao from asking him for more.
Yes. It's designed to try to get value out of Queen X and perhaps to prevent a raise with Ace X.
Oh, but then this is the trouble with those downsized river bets is you get responses such as this from time to time. As Vieira takes it to 800, and what's your read now that he's done that?
Well, I think like King Queen is jamming. So my read is, I don't know, Jack 10 suited, hearts or clubs makes a lot of sense on this line. I mean,
this is effectively all in. He only has 50K back.
I would guess that Zhao's probably not weaker than 2 pair here. So potentially like he just made kings up on the river. Potentially he already had 2 pair. Maybe, you know, he had a hand like, trying to even think what doesn't raise all in pre. Maybe he has a hand like Ace 4 suited. I mean, that probably is raising pre. Maybe like Queen 5 suited. It seems pretty unlikely this is a bluff, but if he is bluffing, I guess you're doing it with a hand like Queen 10 or like 5-3, if I had to guess, 5 Jack. But this is probably a bluff at a very small frequency.
So small that King 9 steps away in spite of the lay?
I mean, probably. Like, you've gotten a lot of information that a king isn't good.
All right, so Mosbach bins it, and it was aces for Joao Vieira. Yeah. Top set, slow played pre. And Vieira made them.
Listen, the chat is really pissed at me. I don't know what happened. The app that's in front of me seems like it is at some point in the future, and so I was not aware of that until basically I read off what happened, and then I realized that the app is not coinciding because my app has actually less players in the field remaining. So for the time being, until this gets fixed, I will just set that aside and I will make a pledge not to spoil any more of the future.
Yeah.
My bad.
Not a terrible idea there,
Yeah.
Rasty. If only looks could kill, the way in which I glanced over at Brian as he embarked upon that unpacking of a hand down the road, which is going to be less mysterious, I think, now.
Mario.
Katola in the big blind will defend against a Bad's open.
Still all.
Here it looks the same actually.
No, maybe. I don't put my hands in. Huh?
Maybe it's just a little bit.
675 in the middle. Top pair for Bads. You know, I feel a bit like Biff Henderson from Back to the Future when I say this, Ras, but do you want to bet on the outcome of this one by chance?
Oh my God, it's a mystery hand too.
Ras, you
Well,
ruined everything.
Oh, this.
It's not your fault. It really isn't.
It actually wasn't.
I know.
I mean, I have a lot of stuff going on. I'm here. I'm thinking about hands. I'm watching. I just expect the app to be timed well. But
yeah, but look,
let's
there is still
treat
some
this one.
mystery that we can preserve. It's not
Yeah.
as though the holdings were revealed here, although the outcome may very well have been a bit unearthed. We see the check call from Katola of the flop bet.
Well, I didn't get into what their actual hands were, I think, but I do remember. This would have been this is a tough mystery hand. Yes. Oh.
225K was the flop sizing. Let's see what Bads has on his mind here on the turn as we play 2.3 effective with 1-1 in the middle. Now remember, these two locked horns in a very profound manner where Katola stuck Bads in the blender. Bads had a couple of queens. It was just one pair.
Henry
had
said
5-3 suited.
Henry said Bads folded, but you're saying Bads actually called.
Bads called that hand.
Okay.
Bads dug in there nice and tough.
Yeah.
And here he is, by the way, deploying 800 of 2.3 on this turn. When you consider what that's going to leave him with in the event that OC were to flat, which isn't a given, obviously some jams potentially out of OC here, especially given what we know about the way he likes to behave. Or for that matter, not behave. Misbehave.
Bads has top pair good kicker, and he is ready to play for it all. Jack 7 deuce, offsuit 4. You know, there is a flush draw. His hand is just going to be good most of the time, and he's playing like that right now, and he's left himself just over half pot. On most rivers, he's going to be pretty happy getting it in.
Oh, there's an ace, an overcard to the jack. Ace-high flush draws may have been present.
Yeah, and so Aussie hasn't checked this over yet.
All in.
Oh, he asks for the last 1-5.
I mean, this is a spot where you're kind of the only way the ace improves Aussie's hand is if Aussie hits the ace, right? Aussie doesn't have 5-3 this time, and I mean maybe 5-3 of diamonds specifically, but other than that, he can't have 5-3. So pretty much he makes aces up, or he had ace high flush draw. Those are the ways the ace improves. You know, you can find bluffs as well, stuff like 9-8 of diamonds, you know, queen 5 of diamonds, etc.
All right, obviously we've got something that we're going to get back to over across the way, but first we peek at Stephen Chidwick giving way. Ace-10 suited was always in a bad way against David Coleman. This was a jam under the gun. Coleman flatted, 775 ahead, brought us to that flop there. And as you could see, the runout did not help Chidwick, so he has been vanquished. Now, back over to Makita, who again is being shaken and stirred by OC. He has made the call, and OC shows aces and 4s running to pair. He peeled with the ace of diamonds working hard. And Bads falls as a whole heap of Triton talent exits the arena in quick succession.
Yeah.
Reasonable.
I think very understandable call by Bads.
call
He has
for turn.
king jack off. He has no diamond.
Lucky fish.
He's beating all the bluffs, which Aussie's certainly capable of having, and kind of only losing to the hands that we had described. Somehow if the ace made aces up or the ace high flush draw, which
Patrick is gonna spank me for that
gives
turn
an ace.
call.
You hear Ossie suggesting that Patrick is going to spank him for the turn call.
I've pressed talkback. My bad. It happens to the best of us. We'll allow a little slip up here. The final table of the WSOP and Triton collab main event has been set. And Brian, it's Ossie Katola out in pole position with 10.4 million chips, good for 83 big blinds, leading the field. And I tell you what, there's just something to this guy. I mean, he came in Monte Carlo for the first time, got heads up in the 150K, rode off into the sunset with 4 million. He's back here in the Bahamas looking to take down the main event. And as things stand, he's the man to beat.
Listen, he has some poker chops. You know, he is definitely willing to play crazy, but he doesn't do it all the time. In fact, it seems almost like he lets his reputation precede him and, you know, backs off sometimes. Not always going for it, right?
Let's see if he goes for it here. 393K locked up. 3.85 million will be going to the eventual champion. So a lot of ICM considerations coming into effect after, you know, 1 or 2 more eliminations. All eyes are, of course, going to be on Seth Davies, the short stack with just 7 bigs. So everyone going to be waiting to see whether Shark Davies can get an early double or bow out in 9th. And then from there, it's just going to be ladder after ladder all the way up to that top prize as we throw it down to the main stage to Marinella, who's going to introduce this final table in just 1 minute's time. I want to ask you quickly, Rusty, looking at the seat draw.
Yes, sir.
Who's got the worst of it here, mate?
Wow. You know, I really like Fedor's seat.
Okay.
Fedor has a great seat.
Let's get it up on the Triton Poker.
I would say that Foxen and Coleman's seat's pretty brutal. You know, with Katola and a bunch of big stacks just all to their left. You know, yeah, I would say maybe Foxen.
Foxen's got the worst seat. Fedor's got the best seat.
I like Fedor's seat quite a bit. Yeah. Also Mueller's seat, directly IP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Muller's seat directly IP, but does have Vieira and Fedor to his left. Let's go, man. I'm buzzing for this one. An absolute stacked final table here in the Bahamas. Fedor Holtz, David Coleman, João Vieira, Samuel Muller, Alexander Zubov, Alex Foxen, Dimitar Danchev, Seth Davies, all led by the Finn Ossie Katola as Marinella introduces the final table here in the
Ladies
Bahamas.
and gentlemen, welcome back to Atlantis Paradise in the Bahamas for the 100K main event. It is my pleasure to introduce our final 9. In seat 1, this 40-year-old poker professional is the leader of Portugal's all-time money list. This is his 4th visit to the Triton Tour, and he has made a final table at every single stop. Please welcome João Vieira. In seat 2, the most decorated player at this final, a 31-year-old poker pro who already has an incredible 4 Triton titles to his name. He also boasts the accolade of leading the German all-time money list. Please welcome Fedor Holtz. In seat 3, this is the 17th time this 36-year-old American poker professional has made a Triton final table. During his time on tour, he has amassed over $7 million in earnings. Please welcome Seth Davies. In seat 5, a 39-year-old poker pro from Bulgaria, a country that punches far above its weight on the Triton Tour. He collected his first Triton title earlier this year and is hoping to make it number 2 today. Please welcome Dimitar Danchev. In seat 6, this 32-year-old poker pro from Russia is a relative newcomer to the Triton Tour. He is making his second Triton final table here today. Please welcome Alexander Zubov. In seat 7, this 31-year-old American poker pro is having the best year of his career, and at just his second Triton stop is making his second final table. Please welcome David Coleman. In seat 8, this 33-year-old American is another poker professional having the best year of his career, a recent Triton champion, and fresh off the invitational final table. Please welcome Alex Foxen. In seat 9, at 27 years of age, this Finn is the youngest player at this final table. He is also the only non-professional poker player to make it thus far, coming in with a chip lead at his second final table in just his second stop. Please welcome Ozzy Katola. In seat 10, this 27-year-old member of the famed Austrian poker professional community is also making his second Triton final table at just his second stop on the tour. Please welcome Sam Müller.
So the stage has been set here for the Triton WSOP Paradise main event. 3 Americans squaring off against 6 Europeans. Is it going to be Foxen's second title after final tabling that 500K, or perhaps the breakout score for the young American David Coleman? Or is it going to be the Euros taking home the bracelet and the golden Triton Trident, the likes of Fedor Holtz, who's lifted 4 in his time? Will it be the outlier, the man from Finland, non-professional Ozzy Katola, chip leading the pack? Payouts brought to you by GG Poker. Everyone guaranteed $393,000 for their efforts. But of course, all eyes going to be on that top prize of $3,850,000. Should be going to the champion. Average stack of around 40 bigs. 19 minutes left on the clock. Dealer, shuffle up and deal. It's go time. Luca just coming over to explain the rules once more to the players as they take their seats.
It's big payout jumps. We got the 10x from 9th to 1st. So, you know, I think the most interesting storyline at the beginning of this final table is going to be kind of Fedor versus Katola in terms of the dueling banjos of 2 guys who have, you know, a lot of chips. They're both, you know, 9 and 10 million, kind of both pretty close to double average stack. So
that's a great point. Yeah, the drop off to Coleman, who's in third. Fedor's got 9 million. Coleman's got 5.8. So
yeah.
Fedor and Katola have done a great job of separating themselves from the rest of the pack.
Also, it's like right now they're 9-handed, right? Which it's only so much you can do 9-handed sometimes unless you truly have a runaway chip lead. And both these guys are up there, but maybe not run away for a 9-handed table. But Fedor is a guy who finds a lot of good open spots. He's very creative when it comes to that. So in particular, I'm very curious to see how he treats this when it's 9 and 8-handed.
I'm buzzing to see Fedor on the mix. I was thinking about it today when we came back with 15. You know, you look at his track record. Third in the 150K in Monte Carlo, third in the 100K.
Yeah, that's it.
Jeju, couple of final tables over there.
Where are you?
F7.
Including a win in the 15K. The guy just seems to final table the bigger buy-in stuff, man. I'm starting to think that Fedor, if he wasn't already, which he most likely was, just in the conversation as one of the greatest no-limit hold'em tournament players of recent times. I want to say over the last 10 years.
I mean, I think that's the most relevant time when it comes to no-limit hold'em tournaments. Poker at large has been played seriously for a lot of money for a long time now. But I think it's really in the last 10 years where no-limit hold'em tournaments have really come into their own, right? And, you know, the Triton is a big reason for that. But just, you know, I remember 10, 15, it's more than 10 years ago, so like 15 years ago, it was hard to do $1 million in buy-ins in a year.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't a serious tournament player back then, so I couldn't tell you exactly, but like you would have to travel to like WPTs, EPTs, oftentimes 10K was the biggest, 25K was like a high roller that wouldn't get that many people, right? In fact, the only big 25K tournament was like the WPT championship for a stretch back in Vegas, and that would get like, you know, 300 people maybe, and it was the second biggest tournament for a number of years behind the WSOP main. So, you know, I mean, $1 million in buy-ins is like nothing nowadays. Like a lot of these guys are easy doing 5 million plus.
Oh,
easy. Yeah.
$1 million's one stop, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
so just, but what does that mean? That means tournaments are able to be like such a big part of a high stakes poker player's career. I mean, a lot of these guys are just basing their careers at this point around no limit hold'em tournaments for many of them. And that's like sufficient to be a truly high stakes nosebleed crusher, which, you know, if you go back in history, that wasn't really the way it was. So what does that mean? It means if you're talking about, when you say the best no limit hold'em tournament player in recent history, the last 10 years, well, that's the most important time for no limit hold'em tournaments.
agreed.
Yeah. So that's really kind of, if you're saying the best of the last 10 years, it's the best of all, you know, of all time. Just cut out the last 10 years. Because prior to 10 years ago, it's just not that relevant, comparatively speaking.
I think Fedor is certainly in that conversation. He's opened up here to 250. Seth Davies taking the rejam spot. Rightly so, with King, Queen of Spades, and he's going to just take it down. He's going to be thrilled with that result. Fantastic start to the final table.
Yeah.
Came in with 7 bigs.
Not against you.
He's
we're
now
on the
got a
same
very
team here.
playable 14 without even seeing 5 cards.
All right, look at that. 1.7.
There we go.
1.7 already. Might as well be in first place.
You feel like last place? I'm in control.
Fedor finds the open with king jack off. +2, I believe, is under the gun 7.
Fedor very much in his element here. Gets to just play the role of table captain, even though he's not the chip leader. Because Aussie is not going to be as aggressive pre-flop as Fedor. Also opening into the chip leader's big blind. Gets to play the rest of the hand in position, and how about that for a flop? Jack 9-8, 2 hearts, top pair, very decent kicker for Fedor. An open-ended straight draw and flush draw for Aussie Katola.
So this is an interesting spot. They both have a lot of chips. Oftentimes in these types of situations, ICM dictates that the two runaway chip leaders have a bit of cooperative passivity. You know, small bet sizes, not much raising. Fedor knows this, but he also knows that Aussie Katola is not really the guy who is likely super studied with ICM, nor cares about playing that game from a GTO perspective. So, curious to see how he navigates this hand, trying to juggle all those balls, playing somebody as unpredictable as Aussie.
In before Aussie just rips. Just rip it in, bro.
That would be a massive jam.
Listen, good luck to all of you GTO wizards out there, okay? This man, Aussie Katola, he's got OTO, Aussie Theory Optimal, plays his own style, top 2 for Fedor. $1 million in the middle, and Fedor is going to look to go big here, one would have to imagine.
Yeah, unclear whether or not Fedor was going to barrel the turn again on blanks. This is not a blank. It doesn't add any straights. Queen 10 was already a straight, and it just gives him top 2 now. He's pretty much only losing to a set or a straight, of which he's blocking sets. So even against the chip leader, who covers him by a little over $1 million, seems like a pretty clear value bet. See what sizing he picks. That's the more interesting part of this.
There it is. 80% on the turn, as everyone else just gets to watch on and see first and second play a monster pot. It's the third hand of this final table.
Will Aussie Katola find the check raise on the turn? I really think all three fold feels like it's probably not coming.
2-4.
Oh my word. There it is, right on cue, 2.4 million. Let's see how Fedor responds.
I mean, I kind of don't see a play other than call.
Once again, you got Seth Davies sat on 13 bigs. Average stack of 40 big blinds. Aussie started the hand with 83. Fedor started with 71. And should Fedor call, which we're assuming is the only play, the SPR is going to be close to 1. With first and second just duking it out. Hand 3. No towels thrown into the middle of the ring. These guys just dropping bombs on each other.
I mean, fold seems pretty tight here with top 2. Obviously, he's concerned about being against a straight, but laying down top 2 would seems absurd to me, and so apparently it does to Fedor. I don't know what you accomplish by raising. He's also in position, gets to see the river and Aussie act before doing anything. He obviously wants to fade a blank. Fade a heart. But beyond that, he probably doesn't know exactly what he wants, or he doesn't. Honestly, I think versus check raise on the turn, the ace is kind of a blank. Like, he's beating ace X of hearts that didn't have a pair, and I don't know why Aussie check raises ace 9 of hearts, which is now beating him. Aussie probably doesn't have ace king of hearts because he 3-bets that pre, right? And ace doesn't make a straight that wasn't already a straight. Again, queen 10 was a straight on the flop. It was a straight on the turn. It was a straight on the river. So even though this card theoretically looks scary, I really don't think it changes very much at all. Again, I think if Aussie has a hand like ace X of hearts, he probably checks this river. But he has 10 high, so he's probably going to end up bluffing. No, he gives up. Okay, he's respecting the fact that Fedor has a really strong range here to bet 80% turn and call a big check raise. So he's going to go ahead and give this up. And Fedor might not even value bet this river versus this line.
Fedor Holtz is one check away from becoming the tournament chip leader. After 3 hands, off to a flying start. One of the most complete No Limit Hold'em tournament players of all time. Looking for his 5th Triton trophy and a WSOP bracelet if he can come in clutch here.
Check.
Checks it back.
Yeah, the pot is big enough. He's happy to win. The marginal value of winning more chips against a hand like ace 10 of hearts is not worth value betting, value cutting yourself when you're beat. And a lot of times this check raise check is just a give up anyways. So I think when you take into account ICM, the size of that pot, the marginal value of the chips won when you win the pot versus lost when you lose, it just factors into no value bet there. I like the way Fedor played that hand, and to be fair, Aussie played it pretty well too. It's an interesting spot on the river, whether or not he just really goes for it by putting Fedor all in.
You can put everyone else all in over on GG Poker. Get in the mix. Free $50 ticket into the Weekender. The min deposit of $20. Use the promo code Triton_2024 to get that free $50 ticket. And as always, if you are grinding online, you have the stream up on the laptop perhaps, or on one screen. You've got the GG Poker tables open on another screen. Let us know what you're playing. Regardless of stakes, there's no shame in it. Would love to hear some stories over on YouTube. We've got 15,000 of you watching on the Triton Poker YouTube channel.
Raise 250,000. Fold. Fold.
Good luck to you at the tables, of course. Fedor +1, activating once more. And I do wonder, the willingness from Aussie to play big pots does make these kind of spots a little dicey, but Zubov. Zubov does not care. He knows Fedor's going to be opening super wide. Or wider than most, I should say. There we go. We got some people. 25 NL grinding online. Good luck, guys. Fedor should be getting out of the way here. As he does. Fedor just wants to maintain control. Wants to play the game on his terms, as he always does. What an absolute treat we have ourselves here. Shark Davies. What an insane mini heater. Took down the PLO main for 1.5 million on the PGT tour. Or the Poker Go tour, rather. Also took down the Super High Roller Bowl for a career best of 3.2 million. So he's racked up like 6 million or so in the last few months. You've got Alex Foxen. Back-to-back final tables here. Final table to 500k, came 6th in that one. Won his first Triton event at his very first event or series rather, in Monte Carlo. And here he is now, just a few days later. Final table, the 100K main. Zubov, ace king O. Gonna activate. Let's not sleep on the likes of Dimitar Danchev. Picked up his first title earlier this year. David Coleman has been enjoying the grind. Foxen potentially in trouble here. Ace 10-0 in the cutoff. Is a low jack open, 9-handed.
5 seconds. Raise to 625,000. Fold.
Ill-timed aggression from Foxen.
Fold.
Yeah, and oh my goodness. Well, +3 is the low jack. So low jack open, cut off 3-bet. This is a tricky spot for ace queen off. He might end up mucking it. It's muck or the cold 4. Yeah.
Nice fold, Vieira. Nice fold, bro.
If he had cold forward it to like 1.1 or whatever, 1.2, he would have had to fold to Zubov's jam.
Play all in. Fold.
Nice little pickup there for Zubov. Got the 3-bet through against Foxen, and now the 4-bet jam. With that, he moves up to 5th in chips. Foxen down to 8th. Blinds are about to go up as well to big blind 150K, so a couple of those shorter stacks are going to fill the squeeze.
Fold, fold. Fold. Raise to 275,000.
David Coleman activated with the King Jack O from the low jack. Foxen with another precarious 3-bet kind of spot here. Off of 20 bigs, blinds going up after this hand.
Fold.
Yeah, he lets it go.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Good enough to open. Could have guessed that.
Foxen
Wow. Fucking sharp.
trying to get some info out of Coleman. Coleman with the correct response. As always, let us know who you're rooting for. 15,000 of you watching over on YouTube. Who do you want to see reach heads up? I'd love to see like a Fedor as Aussie heads up. That'd be pretty dope. And if you haven't already, do click that like button, by the way. See, only 1.3K likes, almost 16,000 people watching. Really does help push the stream out to a wider audience. And who wouldn't want more people to be tuning in for this action-packed final table? 100K buy-in, 3.8 million up top. Bracelet for first, Triton trophy for first. Free of charge on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Always has been, always will be. Martin Stoyanov saying Danchev, of course, Henry. Bulgari, you Nazi. Got Team USA in the chat. Come on, Rasty, give us your best.
Can I see your stuff?
USA.
That's
USA.
4.1. Thanks.
Vieira might just stick this in Muller's eye, you know. Cut off open.
675.
Yeah.
675,000.
Oh, behave, Fedor. Don't you dare tease us with a cold 4 with the A7 out the small. Okay.
No.
There we go.
Listen, Henry, I mean, I'm American citizen, but I'm actually a Brazilian citizen as well, and more than anything, I consider myself a citizen of the world. So many beautiful countries. You know, I just feel like nationalistic jingoism is a thing that's eventually going to die off as, you know, listen, you respect cultures, but I think countries divide us. We waste a lot of money on military and competing with each other, and I hope eventually the human race is going to find a better
We go to Mars.
equilibrium.
There we go.
You know, because who really cares? I like people from different countries. It doesn't matter what country you're from.
Could not agree more, my friend. But still, USA.
USA, USA. There you go, USA.
Based. Base take, mate. Vieira feeling himself out there.
On the blind jump into 75,000, 150,000, 150 the blind.
So there we go. Blinds going up. Short stacks feeling the squeeze. Seth Davies dropping back down to sub 10.
Yeah, you know, the more I travel around the world, the more you find that the perceived differences are less, and the more like human beings are all alike. And I appreciate all the different cultures and religions, but at the end of the day, we're all humans. We all just want to be loved. We want to love other people, and you know, try to live a life and be happy. Most people want to try to do the right thing. Not everyone. But yeah, the world is a beautiful place, and just hope we don't all go to war soon, you know, over some crazy stuff happening in other countries that, I'll be frank, America sometimes is a part of,
Listen,
for better or
man,
worse.
if it starts looking like that, I'm going to fly you right into the center of where the conflict's about to escalate. I'm going to give you a mic. I'm just be like, guys, just hang on. Put the weapons down for just 2 minutes. Let Rasty talk. And by the end of it, everyone's going to be singing Kumbaya.
I hope so. Or someone's just going to shoot me in the head.
Jesus.
But yeah, you know, we can give that a shot.
Oh, man. Back to the action, ladies and gentlemen. Vieira open things up from the cutoff. Shark Davies on short stack duties, dominated. Comes with the flat, just trying to flop a piece. Does not want to connect the pair of tens. Comes up short.
Luckily, he missed. So this is an interesting flat by Seth. I think if he's deeper, he actually doesn't make this flat, but because the positional advantage that IP here, the cutoff would have, would be too great, as well as the fact that Seth's hand isn't that strong. But I think with the good price and the fact that with a just over 1 SPR, Seth isn't as worried about position, and in fact, being out of position with some leads could do well. So he decides to make a pretty light flat in the small blind. I think it's a pretty interesting moment. I doubt many people are doing that in smaller tournaments, and maybe something you could learn to add into your game. I think one of the things I feel like about these guys is that really separates them is the precision of their like sub 10 big blind play, right? Because that's like a stack depth that not that many people really study. And I'll be frank, there's a lot of spots where I have like 8 blinds or 5 blinds or 10 where I feel a little lost sometimes. So, you know, I think there's a lot you can learn watching these guys navigate those seemingly insignificant. You're like, oh, you know, 8 blinds, what does it really matter? But hey, the truth is, listen, there's the difference of 3 million here. So
For sure, man. I mean, I think we've seen that time and time again, even this trip, you know, the final table of the 500K, where Forrest was running away with it, had like half the chips in play at one point with 6 left, and you just had people like Ben Heath, who managed to ladder up 4 spots and get second for 8 million, play that short stack to perfection. That's what you got to do. That's where the real money's made.
yeah, listen, I mean, it's not a play I would have found that Seth made,
Fantastic.
but
We got right in.
I just think it's a good thing to sit here and collect ideas from these guys. You know, you can go study them yourself, right? In fact, I'm going to think about that idea later after I'm done with this final table, hopefully, if I remember it, because, again, it's not a play I would have made. But, I mean, I think at some point we have to throw a little respect Seth's way. The guy's won $31 million.
Is that
He's playing Triton poker tournaments, you know, all the biggest ones, and it's like, okay, he's making this play. It's a little different. Let's collect these ideas and see whether or not we want to add them to our game.
I've got a real treat for the viewers, by the way. A little can opening ASMR. Beautiful. Enjoy
You
that
downing
one.
IPA over there?
Yeah. It's that time of the day. I know a few people at home enjoyed that. We're locked in. 9 left. Only 1 will get the gold. Fedor Holtz off to an absolute flying start. Came in second in chips. Played that monster pot against the chip leader. Just the 3rd hand of the final table. Which, by the way, little shout out to the Triton Poker Plus app. Perhaps you stumbled into the final table stream a few minutes late. I had to put the kids to bed. Maybe the kettle hadn't finished boiling. If you did miss it, you can check out that hand over on the Triton Poker Plus app and every hand from this final table up until now, as Zubov, again, just getting hit by the deck in these 3-bet spots.
5 seconds.
805.
I'm sorry?
85.
Raise to 825,000.
I think 850.
850.
Sorry, 850.
And that sizing is big enough that it's going to discourage any calls. I think with ICM, Danchev probably plays close to no flats here, if any. Mostly just folds and rejams, and obviously mostly folds.
5 seconds.
Well, we haven't seen a flop with Zubov, but he has chipped up from what was 2.8 million up to 5.1 just by getting 3 bets and 4 bets through. He's always had the goods. A few people asking what tournament I was referencing where Heath managed to spin it up. That was the 500K Invitational that we held just a few days ago. And if you do want to watch that back, head on over to the Triton Poker Plus. Have you got the full final table VOD? Heath was down to 1/3 of a big blind. Less than 1/3 of a big blind with 5 players left. Went on to spin it up and come second for 8 million.
Wow, I'm seeing someone from Brazil in the chat, and in fact, of course, João Vieira is from Portugal, so they share a common language, Portuguese. Just got to say, fala aí, galera. Vamos, João.
You
A
done?
gente pode fazer qualquer coisa que a gente quer.
I was waiting for the finale.
Yeah.
I feel like you just said something really nice about me, so thank you.
2.25.
Henry, você é cara legal. Gosto de fazer comentário com você, meu amigo.
Vamos. The Jave Brasilia.
More now.
Foxen getting the jam through. Wouldn't have hated the action. leader coaching, head honcho, back-to-back final tables. I think the thing that makes it even more impressive is the fact that he joined us for the first time in Monte Carlo, which was only 3 weeks ago, picked up his first Triton Trident, and then just comes over here in final tables, 2 of the biggest tournaments in Triton history.
Yeah. I mean, Aussie Catola, I'm just looking at him as well. I mean, he did pretty well in Monte Carlo. He actually cashed 4 of the 7 tournaments he played. Final tabled the 40K mystery bounty, got 5th, and got 2nd in the 150K. And here he's 1 for 2 here in Paradise, and in great position here in the 100K. I mean,
See if Foxen takes this opportunity that's been presented to him.
I'm going to go with yes, Henry. What do you think?
It's Alex Foxen, bro. Oh, slat us down. Aussie does cover.
All in.
Sicko.
He's like, Foxen, you don't want the spot? I'm going to take it, bro. And for like twice as much.
Felt like that was coming. Bit of a laugh there from Zubov. Aussie.
Oh, he's all
doesn't
business
care.
now. He's not
Oh, yeah.
showing any cards.
No nonsense. He's like,
Yeah.
okay, I bricked the straight draw and the flush draw earlier on. That's it. That's what they're playing for, chat. Look at that. Triton Poker Series and WSOP Paradise Triton main event. A huge
Qualified
Trident. Of course, the world-renowned WSOP bracelet. As Rusty was alluding to yesterday. There are real bracelets, and then there are some lesser bracelets. I'm going to put this bracelet way on up there.
This is a real
The
bracelet.
top shelf. That's one you want to show off to the world. Shout out to John Duffy, saying so good to watch this table, listen to the analysis, the set and the coverage just incredible. Desperate to play my first Triton one day. Even producer James Dempsey deserves a shout out. Oh, bless Duff Dog. We need you on the golf course, mate.
That was one of my dad's favorite lines. I don't care what anyone says about you. You're a great guy or something like that. Great backhand compliment.
Does Aussie want to go to war once more?
It's a tricky spot. He's now covered by a decent amount, and he's out of position in the small blind. How's he going to approach it? Looks like he's going for the 3-bet. Wow, and a small 3-bet size, which is a little interesting. I would have think the standard here is to go bigger, because you don't want the chip leader to call you in position.
750.
Fedor has one of his weakest hands, really. Jack 10 off. Let's see if he calls, though, because he's getting such a good price, which is actually kind of a disaster for ace 9 suited, right? Look at all the equity Jack 10 off has. Yeah.
And it's one of these spots, right, where Fedor is just so confident in his post-flop game where he knows he's never going broke on like a jack high, 10 high board, but he is going to get max if he flops gin. Which he doesn't. King 8-4, 1 club, holds without spades.
Sorry.
No,
I
go
think
ahead.
a C-bet should do the trick here. Aussie sometimes makes really, really small C-bets. In fact, I don't know if everyone remember this. Aussie made a C-bet in a pot previously where he bet like 1/5 the pot. And after everybody folded, Fedor actually looked over at him and said, nice hand. Because he's just like, he noticed that Aussie bet super small and the other guy just snap folded. And actually, Aussie didn't have anything. So that was just very interesting, which leads me to believe that maybe if Aussie went like 250K here. Maybe Fedor just floats him, right? So like Aussie might have to do a more normal like quarter pot, 400 or something type of bet. But we can see he just checked. Ooh. And now I'm starting to get the feeling that Fedor is going to win this hand, Henry.
It does feel that way. He's turned an open-ender. Check through on the King 8-4. 1.8 million out there in this 3-bet pot.
Yeah, versus the double check here. I've got a strong suspicion that Fedor is going to find a little bet here. He'd love to just target exactly this type of hand, ace high.
It's interesting because I've seen Aussie really get out of line and go after people. But against Fedor, I don't know whether it's an instance of monsters under the bed, or it might just be the Fedor Holtz effect. People are just fearful of battling back against them. Chip leader extends his lead at the top.
To me, that pot was a little bit of an unforced error by Katola, just with his small 3-bet size. Like, he shouldn't be 3-betting to really less than $1 million there, out of position against the chip leader.
Agreed.
So, and if he makes it $1 million or more, Fedor is just like snap folding Jack 10 off. But by going so small and encouraging Fedor to call, he lost the pot. With that run out, at least.
Fedor up to 12 million. Aussie still in second place. The CSGO Empire head honcho. The man who gave us an entire highlight reel of content in Monte Carlo. Here at another final table.
Look at this bitch. See? Perfect.
Aussie even put a giveaway out on Twitter, by the way. If you don't follow Aussie on Twitter, he put a giveaway out saying, if you like this comment and I win this 100K main, I'll give away $50,000 to a random person that likes this comment. And he will do it, by the way. For those of you that don't know Aussie or aren't familiar, he is a gambling king and will happily flick someone 50 just for clicking the like button. I'm not talking $50, by the way.
All right, and Seth for, what was it, like 7 blinds, ships it. And here we are, queens. Queens have been unlucky so far today. I feel like they're 0 for 2. We're going to find out if they can really go 0 for 3. All 3 spots, they were the best hand. Oh my goodness. Aussie is going to play jacks here. I mean, first, Fedor is not in the hand, so he covers everybody behind him. Second,
where's the rest of the damn pot?
Oh, he just calls behind. That's an interesting decision.
But
Foxen has a number of hands that Jax is ahead of. I mean, we can see Foxen actually has queens, but Foxen is calling this with like 8s. He's going to have, he could even have a hand like ace-jack, ace-10 suited for sure. Because Seth is going to be jamming most ace-x, if not all ace-x suited broadways.
I was going to say, you know, if it comes ace high or king high, Foxen gets scammed out of a double from Aussie. Very likely to still get a double here.
I think most people with Aussie Katola's hand would have probably raised behind the cutoff. But now, it's a very interesting spot for Seth. Gotta figure his hand's probably not good, but he's getting laid like 9-1 from the pot, and he does have the 9 of hearts in his hand.
Yeah, 60% of a straight flush. 2.6 out there, 375 back. Although we were speaking about Ben Heath earlier on, who managed to spin up a third of a big blind to a second place finish. So can be done.
Foxen's got to be thinking his hand is good here most of the time. Is Aussie really just calling behind with aces or kings? And if he is, God bless him, I guess he gets my money. Probably doesn't want free cards to come off.
Foxen's a boss, man.
How much is it? 2,075,000.
You put that man on the biggest stage in the world. Bright lights, cameras, entire poker world watching. He's just not fazed by it. Takes the spots as and when they're presented to him.
This is an interesting bet size from Foxen. And, I mean, it's the perfect bet size when Katola has jacks. That's for sure.
Sigh of relief
So
from
close.
Foxen. Really only getting called by the one hand that he's in great shape against.
This is not what Seth wanted to see when he folded, because he actually needs the covering stack to get lucky.
Well, he could now, but he doesn't. Heart on the turn for a sweat. Foxen up to second in chips, and Katola, who came into this final table as the chip leader with 10.5 million, is down to 4.2. He's down to 6th in chips.
Okay.
Someone in the chat saying the nose blow onto the mic was crazy. Yeah, that was that was up there. I don't know who that was, but that certainly changes things. Foxen in second, Holtz in first, Vieira in third, Coleman in fourth. Seth Davies shortest stack on 3 bigs.
Seth has exactly 1.5 starting stacks here at the final table, 375K. Believe 250 was the starting stack.
Oof, King Deuce O. It is blind first. So he would have 150 in the ante, 150 in the big blind, and 75K back. So he'd be going into the big blind with 1.5 bigs.
I believe he only has to post half the ante then. So it's kind of a decent spot.
No, he has to post.
Oh no, the full, you're right. Yeah, yeah. It's 1.5 starting stacks. He has more than 2 big blinds.
Yeah, I was leaning towards that. King High is going to be performing much better than a random hand at the big blind. It sucks that it's UTG 9. Dimitri saying full ante goes first. That is not true. Not at Triton events. It's big blind first. So in the event that Davies had 1.5 bigs, it would be half a big blind into the ante, and then 1 big blind into the big blind. As it stands, it's folded all the way around to Fedor, who makes the call. There's a chip leader, 925 out there. And how about it? Top pair for Seth, open ender for Fedor. For Shark to get back into this one. Checks through. 5 of spades on the turn. Seth, a 4-1 favorite. To win this one, just needs to fade a jack or a 6, which he does. 4 spades on board now. Fedor has rivered second pair. Spade check.
It's a club, that 9.
This one's going to check through. Shark gets the double. Bouncing back up to 6 blinds, and we stay 9-handed.
Congrats.
Fedor kind of likes that, not going to lie.
That one there.
I was already seeing the future. You were in the big blind, 25K.
You were thinking about that hand?
You quintuple up.
Still do that.
I mean, everything can happen.
650, look at that.
650 total?
Right here.
Behind?
800 total. I'm rich.
Almost 1.7 again.
Give me a couple hands. Let's get there.
Mueller with a nice holding in the cutoff, especially given that Seth has only
It's your stack, please.
800K total
Thanks.
in the big blind. Wow. Vieira pips him with the 10s. How will he play it? Flat or a 3-bet?
Call.
He's just calling. This is due to the ICM effects on how players play their ranges pre-flop. Take out a lot of value hands that are in the lower end of it for chip EV, and 10s is going to be one of those hands. It's a very interesting spot, though, with Seth being so short and Vieira out-chipping Mueller. Definitely would be 3-betting wide with some hands.
Complete whiff for Davies. 1 over to Muller and Vieira's pocket pairs. Vieira has hearts smothered.
There's a lot of conflicting incentives for Mueller here between checking and betting. He decides with check, but arguments for either play.
350.
Joao covering everybody in the pot. There's a bit more incentive to bet here in position, and we'll do so wider. 10's again a hand that could go either way, but Vieira, as a person who bets more in this pot, in my opinion, finds a bet. Quite a small one too. It looks like he went for just over quarter pot.
Miller's had a bit of a rough run of it against Vieira. And even this turn card, I mean, an undercard to both pairs. 2 million out there.
8's definitely a consideration either player has in terms of what the other player can have. That said, the pot's pretty big, and both players have hands that want to get the showdown and don't want to build too much of a bigger pot. So yeah, turn check check makes a lot of sense. And maybe even river check check here as well. It's not the safest river card. Vieira can definitely hit the queen with some offsuit combos, and even Mueller can hit it with any hand that was a queen hot, had a flush draw with a queen in it.
I think Mueller is going to be very happy there to have lost what one can only think is the bare minimum.
Yep.
Yeah, that look on Vieira's face, and even what Seth is saying right now, is the implication is that had Vieira 3-bet pre-flop, it's very likely Mueller just jams, and Vieira calls, and Mueller would be out.
Zubov falls up front, likely to just pitch this one up front with covering stacks behind, and Seth Davies on 3 bigs.
Hands up. Ooh, I like that.
Whew.
Solid jack.
That is bad.
Shark Davies, man. In great shape to bounce back into this one.
Was a good ride. So.
I'm gonna have 5 million in about 4 hands. Watch this. God damn it.
Uh-oh.
Not today.
All the aces are good, right? How about a queen?
Queen will help.
Queen would do it.
Queen or an ace?
Goes from 3 to 6 outs. Can he find it? No.
No queen, no ace. Good luck, boys.
Seth Davies almost spun the wheel back into this one. Ran in to Fedor Holtz. Out in 9th for $393,000 added to his Triton track record. Always sad to see Davies go. Up to 8 million in Triton earnings now, this being his 32nd cash. But that maiden Triton trophy still eludes him.
Yeah, for those of you who haven't been watching for too long, he had a real big call versus Mueller, actually. Mueller jammed button for maybe it was like 2 million, or I can't remember, for the ace-3 suited, and Davies called, and it was for most of Davies' chips. I think it was 2.5 million, which at the time was like 20 blinds, and Davies, or 20 or 25 blinds, and Davies called the big blind with ace-9 off. And Mueller hit a 3 and scooped. I believe it was on the turn as well, when they were already chopping on the river. So, I mean, that was just a massive swing for Davies. He had 3.5. He wins the 2.5. Like, he would have been 6 million, like third in chips or something, and instead he's just been short since then. So,
Tournament poker in a nutshell, my friend.
yeah, as a solid favorite too. I mean, ace-9 off versus ace-3 suited. Like, you gotta like that spot. But real tough decision for Davies. Kind of just thinking through the hand and liked his call. But definitely one where you're taking a risk, you know.
1,175,000.
1175.
Fedor's been getting after it, but so far he has faced a lot of resistance, and it's been a byproduct of people just having legit hands. But an indicator to how Fedor acquires chips and manages to separate himself from the rest of the pack when he does have the chip lead. A willingness to get involved with hands that other people would perhaps pass up on.
Zubab with another premium.
Yeah, I mean, we're like, what, 30 hands in, and he's just had ace-king twice, kings once, and ace-jack once. Pretty nice RNG. They're going to activate with the sixes. With the departure of Seth Davies, and Danchev is now the short stack with 12 bigs. Muller in 7th with 21. Fedor's got king-queen. Does the master want to wag the finger in the face of the student? Of course, the answer is yes.
This is an uncomfortable spot for Mueller, who +2 8-handed is the low jack. This is one of his worst hands, but it is one he could 4-bet jam. My guess is he won't. But I guess we'll find out. 5 seconds. Oop.
Always thoughtful in every spot is Muller.
All in.
Oh, you sick pup.
That is a pretty sick jam.
You sicko. Let's go. I mean, credit to Holtz for finding the 3-bet, but man, Samuelson fighting back against the sensei. Chipping up nicely. What a pickup there for Muller. Fearless, as always. Up to 6th in chips now. He's got 29 bigs now.
Ooh.
Lets it go, and well timed. Vieira, who has been getting the better of him, as the ace-jack.
Foxen and Vieira are pretty deep. They're 2 and 3 in chips, neck and neck. The only 2 above average players other than Fedor. And this hand rates to be good enough to defend the big blind. Expect this to be a pot where we see some pot control a good chunk of the time. Now, that said, Vieira has flopped quite a strong hand. Let's see how strongly he plays it.
Top pair against middle pair. Vieira, the ace of diamonds for dessert.
Almost certainly going to c-bet this, I would think. Even with the incentive for cooperative passivity, this hand just too strong. Blocking the ace of diamonds as well, which blocks some potential check raises. Top pair, top kicker, really high up there in terms of hand strength. Foxen could have queens, but not kings or aces.
Does come with check call. 10 of clubs on the turn does bring a two-tone turn texture.
It's blank city, Henry. And this is where we kind of get a window, look inside the window into Joao Vieira's game. A spot with some cooperative passivity, but he has a pretty strong hand, but not nutted hand. And yes, Joao thinks this is too good to check back, even with cooperative passivity. And I don't really think there's anywhere for Foxen to go but out of here. Versus this big a bet. He knows that he might be getting bluffed, probably semi-bluffed most of the time when he's getting bluffed. But
yeah, like an ace-king, ace-queen, king-queen.
Ace-queen, club diamond, ace-8 of diamonds, queen-9 of clubs. I mean, there's a bunch of good draws on this board, but what are you going to do with a pair of fives there? I think you just got to let it go. You're definitely smoked by any value. Honestly, something like ace-jack is getting to the bottom of the value range. Ace-jack, king-jack. With cooperative passivity, ICM, the bet size Vieira chose.
Wow. Naza cruising along comfortably in second now. You could be cruising your way to victory over on GG Poker today. And for the entirety of this WSOP Paradise Festival, you can sign up, get yourself a free $50 ticket into the Weekender tournament using the promo code Triton_2024. Min deposit of $20 required. And if you do sign up, mandatory that you spam the Greg Goes All In and Daniel Negreanu emotes. A couple of questions in the chat. And do always feel free to fire your questions in. We'll do our best, you know, here and there to read them out. But someone asking us that surely after this performance from Samuel Muller that we come up with a nickname for him. I mean, we said he has to win a Triton title before we give him a nickname, right?
Yeah, that's probably fair, but maybe he's going to do that today.
We go with Samuelson.
Samuelson for now. Listen, Samuelson, I mean, I was going to remark on it, but right as it happened, we then saw ace-jack off next. Honestly, his king-9 suited fold under the gun 7 is pretty strong. I'm pretty sure even with ICM pressure, that's an open off the strength of the king blocker and how big the side card kicker is. I would be surprised if that was a fold, even with an ICM chart for his stack. You know, blocker's so important to your opening range there. But he folded it, and sure enough, Joao had ace-jack off next. I'm wondering if he got, I want to play my hand vibes, looking over to his left at Joao Vieira.
Maybe.
Because, I mean, he opened sixes, which is probably as marginal, if not more, the previous hand. You know, I think under the gun 6 in the low jack, and then he folded king-9 suited in the next hand.
Wait, are you saying Samuelson's out here with some of the live reads?
I don't know, man. I mean, there's a chance. All I'm saying is he thought about it, took his time, folded a hand that seems like it's an open on a GTO chart, and then Joao Vieira, very next to act, opens ace-jack off. So there's a chance. There's no conclusive evidence. But
I mean, his master... Is Fedor Holtz the man that you said perhaps has some of the best live reads out of this generation? So
yeah, for a guy who's 31, out of the young guys who are usually all, their eyes are fixated on computer screens and not used to looking at real people, Fedor kind of breaks the mold there as somebody who actually gets live reads as a, you know, the 31 and under crowd.
Maybe he's been teaching a thing or two. Muller. Foxen. Gonna take that one down.
Big one. Almost 2 starting stacks.
1.7K likes.
Pretty big.
Pretty big.
19,000 people watching. 303,000 subscribers. Massive shout out to all of you for supporting the Triton Poker Series in the year of 2024. We're ending the year with a bang here in Paradise. Triton Trophy and a WSOP gold bracelet go to the champion for the very first time. This Triton and WSOP collaboration. We do appreciate all of you viewers, keeping both myself and Brian Rast company. Got Ali Najad, Randy Lou, also in the booth on rotation with a pair of us. It's been an incredible year for Triton, and it's only going to get bigger from here on out. Jeju kicking off the 2025 calendar end of February. It'll be one of the biggest Triton festivals of all time. As Foxen activates with the King 5-0, Aussie finally waking up with a hand.
So will Aussie find a 3-bet size like 900K, or will he rip?
5 seconds.
He did just 3-bet versus Fedor. It didn't work out.
Raised to 800,000. Fold.
So with way shorter relative stack sizes, he actually 3-bet 50K more here, which is interesting. I like this 3-bet size, actually, in this spot.
Yeah, that's...
Because, I mean, at this point, in the previous pot, they were like 7 million deep effectively, and this time they're only 3.9.
Fold.
Fold.
I forgot to mention it before. There was a mark on one of my cards 2 hands ago. If we could get a new deck.
Drop, yep. Do that, please.
It was very subtle, but it was on the back and I couldn't scratch it off. I just forgot.
New deck being called for.
I remember what card. It doesn't matter.
Mitchell saying Alex Foxen looks like Jack Reacher if he lost like 70 pounds. Yeah, Reacher's a big guy, so is Foxen. Tail of the tape so far. It's been the Fedor Holtz show. Came in second in chips. Third hand of the final table, played a monster pot against the tournament chip leader at the time, Ossie Katola. And since then, he's just separated himself from the rest of the pack. Joao Vieira, though, shout out to him because he's on one. He really is on one. Chipping up to second. Vieira has been coming to these events for quite some time. Never really had a breakout score at a Triton series. This could be the one.
Fold. 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 Fold.
What is Aussie Catola's commitment exactly to the 7 deuce? We're about to find out.
All in.
5 seconds.
He's balanced with it, bro.
Yeah.
He's balanced with it.
Final table of the 100K main. Maybe we let it go for a minute, you know?
Can you just move the clock, please?
Muller's gonna just try and
I still can see the stack. Thank you.
limp in against second in chips. I tell you what, Sammy Boy's got a little bit of a stare down himself, you know. He doesn't give a shit, man. I mean, you stare at me all day, Vieira. I'll stare right back, mate.
Listen, do you want to know what I thought there was too? Vieira was making a deal about not being able to see the clock. So Muller put it out in the middle of the table, and then when he was looking at him and Vieira was kind of like staring over, he had a little smirk.
He did.
Can you see the clock now, buddy?
Yeah.
Huh? How about now?
Can you see the chip
it?
counts now? Let's go. As it stands, Muller in great shape because he's flopped bottom pair, but Hans Vieira out-kicked.
Yeah, man. Muller has a lot of game.
Yeah,
he's.
I'm a fan,
I'm impressed.
bro.
I'm impressed with him.
The fact that you're saying that, I'm just going to let the Muller fans know Brian Rast is a tough man to please, okay? Especially if you're a poker player under the age of 30. He doesn't like many of you.
That's not entirely
But the
true.
fact that Muller is impressed is something. Well, 10 on the turn does mean they'll now chop on a 8-10 king, queen, ace, river.
It appears he's 27, Muller.
What are you doing?
Check.
What?
No chops this time. Who was Fedor talking to? That was very out of pocket. Was there like someone over there that shouldn't be over there?
Looked like someone off the table, right? Because he was looking off to the way
Yeah,
to
he's
the
just
left.
like, what
yeah.
are you doing? Like, Fedor knows not to, you know, make too much noise during a hand, so it must have been something, yeah. So Muller's going to chip up 4.4 million. 7 is good. Kicker plays. I know the term locked in gets thrown around quite a bit. But Muller does always seem locked in. Scoop saying, can't say I've seen Sam make a single mistake so far.
Yeah.
What happened? He gives 1, 2.
Yeah, I would say the 3 words is composure, his presence, and his equanimity. For a guy at 27 is very impressive.
Based.
Baby.
Based, Rasty.
I don't know.
What was it? Composure, equanimity, and what? Sorry?
I was wondering if you
Presence.
are allowed to just go behind the set.
CPE, that's his new nickname,
Seems
bro.
like a clear no to me.
Seems like a clear no to me too.
You just came up with it. CPE.
What was his response?
Raise
Samuel CPE Mueller.
That's it. We knew it was going to come eventually. We got it. Let's go. Listen, if he just doesn't add CPE into his Instagram bio, you know, you get a Triton nickname. You're one of us now. DJB says that's a terrible nickname. That's tough coming from someone whose YouTube handle is DJB954, so, you know.
Literally 3 letters also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about you come up?
Your
With a
3-letter acronym nickname is terrible, but mine is great. I mean, the irony and hypocrisy latent in that comment is really something to behold. I think sometimes people have, like, the self-awareness of gnats, or, you know, they really, okay. Like, if his, you know, moniker in the chat was, like, Mad Dog or, like, Straight Killer, I would get it. Okay, you like something different, but it's literally 3 letters also. I mean, dude. Love the internet.
It's one hell of a place, man. Mike said this is why Triton is the best commentators. Don't hold back. Honestly, I don't want to like blame it all on my fellow booth brethren, but Rasty fires back, and it's kind of, you know, he's shown us the light. Rasty's shown us the light to fight back, you know. Oh man.
Listen,
saying,
Henry,
damn,
you
come
have
for the
some
booth.
good stories about that as well. I mean, I liked when we were walking around the pier the other day, and it was your story about you know, what you learned from Nick and then used yourself in terms of talking to somebody. That was strong. I liked that.
Yeah, Nick's great to learn from. Scoop saying, damn, come for the booth, you better not miss. No, I'm sorry, DJB. You just caught straight bullets there for no reason, bro. But
well, there was a reason.
Yeah, you got us fired up a little bit. You know,
you stepped out into the ring.
Rasty came up with a really cool kind of line, you know, about CPEs, calmness, presence, and equanimity. We've been talking for the last week about how we're desperately trying to come up with a nickname for Muller because he's so impressive. And you just showered us straight off the bat, bro. Whether CPE sticks, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Wow, ace jack off into the muck. Muller let it go, it looks like. We've been busy here talking with the chat, but that looked like a serious fold.
How much is this stack?
1.1, 1.15. 1.150 behind.
I mean, could have easily 3-bet Catola with that hand.
Good on, but he would have flopped top pair.
I mean, it's 200K big blind versus a hijack opened. He could have ripped it all in with ace jack off. I mean, Mueller only has 22 blinds. Feels like a pretty normal play. That was kind of a huge fold.
Listen, don't come for CPE, okay? He's got his reasons.
I told Dave about it.
Yeah. I know what you're gonna tell
Well, I'm just trying to say, in terms of the live read stuff, we had the King 9 suited,
But do we?
you know, in the maybe he's got live reads camp, but then we have this ace jack off fold, and then maybe they're not live reads camp.
Aussie's tough to get a live read from, I'm not gonna lie,
Exempt,
because
right?
the guy could care less about money or results.
Calling.
Oh man, just jams the 6-5.
There we go. Aussie back on the upward trend. Trickster Jorazad in the chat saying, Sam's hoodie literally says the Gunners, so how about the nickname the Gunner? I don't know, man. I mean, the Gunners is a nickname for the football club Arsenal.
I also feel like giving him a nickname based off of something he's wore once on clothes, I don't know. It's like we're going to tie him to a piece of clothing that he's worn, you know, at this point one time to a final table.
We'll see. We'll just have to put it to the jury.
I mean, like with Zubov, at least, he's always wearing that hat. He's like asking to be called King Zubov. I've literally never seen King Zubov without the hat. So it's like, I feel like we could, if Mueller just shows up and is wearing a Gunners shirt every single time he's on the Triton stream, you know, maybe we go with that name. But for now, I think it's premature.
G Wimble IDD saying, can you guys give me a shout out for the culture? Oh, shout out to you for the culture. Fairly sure I just butchered your name as well.
But you did that for the culture, Henry.
Did it for the culture. Has to be done. Zubov Spade smothered. Let's have a defendable one with ICM. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. Foxen will very likely be c-betting this flop. He's the covering stack. Let's build a pot in position with the nut flush draw. And this could be trouble for Zubov if a spade rolls off here on the turn.
This B25 from Foxen.
You know, I feel like in a chippy V spot, maybe Zubov finds some check raises on this board and potentially this hand slides in that, but not at a final table with a middling stack covered by Foxen here. Just a call.
Spade would just be showers for Zubov, surely. Fortunately for him, it's the ace of clubs, which is going to make Foxen's life a lot easier. There was ever a chance that perhaps the pot stays small on the turn. If Foxen was to just try and check back and realize equity, and that's no longer the case.
It's sort of a hand that makes sense to check back here at least some frequency because you want to keep in small flush draws that are going to fold to a bet here under ICM pressure, or really any draw in particular. So if you are going to bet this with ace-x stuff, the ones you'd favor checking back at some frequency at least would be ace-x of spades, in my opinion. And even more ace-x of spades with low kickers. Because Zubov could have a hand like ace-jack that check called flop. But yeah, this should end the hand.
B25 followed by B50.
5 seconds.
Zubov pitches it.
Oh.
So just one elimination this final table so far. It's one of the, well, best Americans of recent times, Seth Davies, who just had a really rough spot. I mean, I'm looking over on the Triton Poker Plus app. It took about 25 hands for Seth to go from second in chips at the time with 5 million to out of the tournament in 9th. Just a couple of hands not going his way. Getting it in good with ace-8 against Samuel Muller's king-10. and then getting it in good with ace-9 against Samuel Miller's ace-3. Left Seth on a short stack and was just unable to spin it back up. Second time Aussie's been dealt 7 deuce, and it does feel like the poker gods are tempting fate here. As the CSGO Empire casino owner does love... He loves the memes. He loves the internet culture. He loves putting on a show for the fans.
Raised 400,000.
He did fold it on the button, so it does lead me to believe that under the gun 7, he's probably letting it go. But I think he just held on to it for a minute to let everyone know that, hey, you know, sometimes I like playing this hand. Fedor considering a light 3-bet there, but decided against it.
Fold. Fold.
Foxen can cash for more than 1.6 million here today. It's going to move up to 15th on the all-time money list. Fedor, with a win here, would move up to 10th on the all-time money list, overtaking Phil Ivey, Eric Seidel, and David Peters.
Raised to 400,000.
Some pretty big names there.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Yeah, I hadn't realized how much Foxen had moved up on the all-time money list, though.
Yeah. Yeah, he's up from 21st up to 16th. A pretty strong year.
Fold.
Ace 10 v Ace 10. Second against third in chips. Going to be respecting one another. Especially with Danchev on 5 big blinds. Shortest stack, the Bulgarian. Just been card dead. He's got a couple of hands before he's going to be putting 40% of his stack in the middle out of the big blind.
350,000. Fold.
I think it looks like a face of top set. Looks like you're a top set with that face.
Ah, you guys are so good.
What?
You guys are so good.
Now I'm less confident.
Big blinds,
No.
please.
Coleman just very quickly reminded why most poker players are. I'm not even going to finish that comment. Coleman's trying to crack some jokes.
Raised to 400,000.
I like Coleman.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Wow, you've really annoyed people with that nickname, Rusty.
Oh. Oh.
Jacob Hobby is saying, you'd rather an acronym nickname based on 3 random adjectives you pulled out of thin air. Listen, Jacob, you have a point, bro. You do have a point, but it's more about, it was on the stream, we've been talking, it's like the dynamic leading up to it. We've been looking for a nickname, just felt natural in the moment, and when it feels natural, you just have to go with it.
Yeah, listen, it was a joint effort, and we'll see what happens.
We'll see if it
I
sticks.
came up with the adjectives. Henry was like, whoa, let's turn this into an acronym. That could be the nickname. And I was like, yeah, you know, maybe it'll stick. You know, if it doesn't stick, it doesn't stick. It's okay. It doesn't need to be a nickname. It could just be a pleasant way of describing this man right here. And let's see what happens in this pot. This could be an interesting pot. Feel like it's a situation you're never exactly sure what Aussie Katola is going to do.
Against the smaller sizing, could see Aussie pounce. Comes with check call, 1.5 out there. Crucial pot for both players, not to state the obvious as Aussie improves to an open-ender.
Will he lead? 7 of hearts? Haven't seen Aussie do too much leading, so it is a spot where, you know, he does have more flushes. He obviously has more 4x, but I don't know how many of them don't check raise the flop. Looks like he thought about it. Mueller feels like he has a hand he's going to check back. Yeah. Don't see too many arguments for betting it.
Aussie does make the straight on the river, but it's put a 4 flush out there. One could argue that Muller's going to have more single heart combos, high heart combos. Kings with a heart, aces with a heart that pot control turn.
I think Mueller is almost never good on this board with this run out, even with ace 10 versus on this line versus river check by Aussie. If somehow Aussie had worse than ace high on this run out, a hand like 6-3 or 5-3, I'm sure he's finding a bluff.
Right.
Maybe like queen 3 of spades. But Mueller gives up anyways, and probably going to be happy he did.
Thank you. Thank you.
When he sees Aussie at a straight.
Yeah, Aussie's a tough customer. Hold on. Is this deja vu? It's popped up 5 minutes ago. If you didn't listen to me then, listen to me now. Sign up on GG Poker. Get yourself a free $50 ticket into the Weekender. Min deposit of $20 using the promo code Triton_2024. Get involved, chat. Hope you're all enjoying the show. Little Triton Poker X WSOP Paradise collaboration here in the Bahamas. 100K main, 3.8 million up top. Highly entertaining lineup. Hope you're enjoying the show. Listen, man, we got someone named Matt in the chat. Rusty, that's come in Matt Tidmore saying nicknamed the Bulldozer. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a fan.
Yeah, it's
that's strong.
good.
That's really strong, Matt.
400.
You might be onto something there.
Oh, and Aussie Katola might be onto something here. Let's see how he plays queens. He's covered 30 blinds versus UTG Open. Some extreme
950.
ICM spots here. You see flats, but
Oh, look at the size.
Aussie Katola ICM is for poor people.
Oh, it is. It is indeed.
Again, he's going with these really small sizings that aren't really a thing in ICM spots here, especially out of position.
I wonder if the streamer's caught up. That ace-9 hand. That's just going to come with call.
Seems like the prudent play in position.
2.3 million out there.
Ooh.
Showers.
It's a dangerous flop for Vieira. Remember, though, versus Fedor, with just ace high, he checked flop and check folded turn. So I'm not sure. Obviously, with chip EV and a lot of these spots and normal ranges, tens just raises a flop c-bet here
700.
as a kind of weird value protection merge. I think with ICM tighter ranges and the fact that Vieira probably knows about the ace-9 hand and Aussie giving up, I don't think he's going to be excited to raise the flop. Protection being a little outweighed by protecting your own chips. Yeah, so he calls. And I like this play. See what happens on the turn.
3.7 out there. It's the king of spades. Vieira drawing live to the spade draw.
Will this slow Aussie Katola down? Vieira probably doesn't have too many King X hands. Aussie Katola is blocking King Queen of Diamonds. Feel like as Vieira, don't see another play other than check back here. Decide river. You could, against a really vanilla, straightforward opponent, go for like a weird small bet here with the plan of checking back the river, but not Aussie. He's not the guy to make that play verse. Kind of framing the size.
Well, no four flush for Vieira. Aussie with the check mark, he will move back up into second. If he gets to showdown, the question is whether Vieira lets him. Now facing two checks in front of him on turn and river. What does Jan want to do with tens?
Check. He wants to check. He's going to check. I'll lay 6-1.
Bro,
9-1.
be careful. Let's check through. You've thrown weird odds like that my way before, and it's cost you a few fair buckaroos. Aussie up to 8 million. Vieira, through no fault of his own, losing a tidy one.
You're pretty sharp, Henry, because I've thrown some hefty odds that way. You've passed the 3 or 4 times I would have won, and you happened to take it the one time I lost. So
the one that I took though was a bad bet.
Couldn't have been that bad.
So unlike the 500K, which started off with an absolute bang, had 3 eliminations in the first half hour. We're almost 2 hours into this one, and only 1 elimination so far. The departure of Seth Davies in 9th as Fedor has activated up front with the King Jack. Danchev 1 seat over. Happy to activate with his final 5 bigs. Zubov surely with this much action in front of him. Ace Jack just hits the mark.
Wow, and Zubov's going to think about this? I mean, we're talking UTG and +1 as the raiser and the 3-better, which is... Oh, but Danchev's all in for 5 blinds.
1 million. It's 1,025,000.
Wow, this is an interesting spot. Zubov would love to call the 5 blinds. He is worried about Fedor, who opened behind him under the gun. And he's worried enough to lay down the ace-jack off.
Good luck, Danchev.
And Zubov folded a card in each of these guys' hands, which is a little bit worse for Fedor because Fedor needs to hit something to beat the ace high. So losing it out is more important than getting rid of a more or less a kill out.
How about a kill out on the turn? Rusty Danchev with the 100% check mark. He's going to double up. The Bulgarian not going down without a fight. And Fedor, who once upon a time was running away with it, was up to 12.5 million, has dropped back down into the 7-figure club.
Yeah, we're getting some parity up on the top. We're up to 4 people above average now.
Check it.
Zubov is steaming. Would have scored a KO.
I took my S.
Danchev back up to 2.6. Still the shortest stack, but some breathing room for him. 13 bigs now. As the Bulgarians go wild in the chat. D34671 saying, I'm starting to think you two have a gambling problem. Listen, pal. It's only a gambling problem if I'm losing. Okay? And the trick is to just keep doubling down until you win.
Ah, the classic martingale strategy. No one's ever lost employing the martingale.
Quick disclaimer.
Tried and true gambling.
Hold on a second, because I don't want Triton or WSOP to be held to any legal liabilities. Everything that Brian and I say, by the way, disclaimer, is, you know, do your own research, not financial advice.
Oh, it's financial advice.
Triton do not, Triton and WSOP do not bear or hold any responsibility for the words that come out of our mouths. They do hire us.
The math clearly shows that you can never lose with the martingale strategy. No, obviously that's not true, guys. Come on.
I mean, look, you got a big enough bankroll.
I mean, don't be gullible.
Oh, man, you're a weapon. You're an absolute weapon. Opinions only, entertainment purposes only. Hope you're all enjoying the show. Up to 21,000 viewers now.
I feel like suing culture has just gotten out of control.
Dude, you guys invented it.
I know.
Do you
America
know how difficult
is
it is to
responsible.
sue
It's
someone
crazy.
in Europe?
It's totally out of control in America. It's like people getting sued for stuff. It's so crazy. Lawyers loving it. They're just making bank. Just, boy, It's like I'm saying something here. The idea that I'm just like legally responsible for a decision you make, like obviously do your own research. That like goes without saying. It's not like I have mind control powers.
Bro, good luck finding me. Yeah, come get me, bro. I'm out in Asia. Okay.
Well, they just have to go to the next Triton stop to find you.
Like, do you really think? If I get, what am I gonna get? You're gonna send me a letter of summons to my address in Thailand. Okay. What do you think they're gonna do? Extradite me? Get out of here. Someone predicting a restaurant incoming. No.
No, because we're in the middle of the hand. And really the question in this hand is, will Fedor bluff?
Yeah, no.
I think
Vieira's probably pretty happy to try to showdown king high. But Fedor's not the type of guy who loves giving you showdowns. Doesn't mean he always bluffs. Will he go for the double check?
Oh, that's a fun river. It's a very fun river. People questioning the sixes no open, by the way. Go study some ICM and then come back and talk to us.
Vieira might think at this point that Holtz has a lot of kind of 3x and 4x, and he wants to get value, which would lead him to bet. Yeah. Now, obviously, against Fedor's particular hand, checking will do a lot better. I mean, there is some chance that Fedor raises here as a bluff. It's obviously small. But will he find it?
Fold.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice fold, Fedor. Carl Spackler saying, speaking of the next Triton stop, when and where is it? Always be promoting. Well, thanks for the CTA, mate. You are right. The next Triton will be held in Jeju, kicking off on the 26th of February, all the way through to March 14th. I think it's one of our longest ever festivals. It'll be a long old trip, that one. What's that, 16 days? Ton of trophies, millions of dollars. Jeju was where the main event record was set, and it was just madness. I mean, mainland Chinese players get to just fly down south, have a little punt. You know, why not? Flick in the 50K, the 100K, try and spin it up.
Go for a drive.
Yeah, Jeju's going to be massive. Exactly. Go for a drive, you know. So, yeah, we're going to take a couple of months off. But not to threat, by the way. Over on the Triton Poker Plus app, Randy Liu, Brian, Ali have recorded a ton of nosebleed cash game content. We're talking 2K, 4K with a squid game, min buy-in of $500,000. We've got the $1 million buy-in cash game over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Keep giving you guys reasons to download the app, and if you haven't done it at this point, then, you know, only you're to blame.
I think Fedor's going to rip it here. Yeah. Danchev only has 13 blinds. It's a spot he's going to want to attack aggressively. Danchev calling tighter than Chip EV, certainly.
About 15 minutes left. Oh, sorry, 10 minutes left on the clock. Only one elimination. Everyone guaranteed $475,000 for their efforts so far.
Do it for the meme, Zubov.
Flicking the goal with big leg. Aussie Katola, by the way, has bounced back tremendously.
No,
Third hand of the final table. Played a massive pot against Fedor Holtz, but since then, he's managed to move back up into second, was down to sixth at one point. Wow, we're catching strays for promoting the app. You guys are sick. Maybe I don't care about the app and just enjoy the streams. I bet you're fun at parties. The app has all the streams. Every final table. Download it. Who we got, Rusty? Who's reaching top 3?
I'm going with Fedor.
Fedor top 3 is strong. We need to start setting.
I like the way
betting
he's
lines,
played.
you know?
I mean, he's had some pots recently that haven't worked out, but
There's a lot of storylines that could develop here. I mean, it's tough to say right now with 8 left. But there are a couple of newcomers to the tour, and I'm always a fan of seeing people shot taking and making a run of it. So, shout out Coleman, for example, would love to see it. Muller as well. Danchev effectively jamming from the cutoff. DJB saying Fedor, Fox and Aussie. That would be pretty sick if we got that trio. Blue Onion saying Fox and Aussie and Muldozer. That would be a pretty sick trio as well. Danchev's going to chip up. Blinds will be going up when we return from break to big blind 250k. Danchev on short stack duties. We're playing 10 bigs. Five minutes left on the clock. Somewhat surprised that we've only had one elimination, given that we played 2.5 levels. Number 1 on Portugal's all-time money list. Vieira activating. How does Fedor feel about the King Jack? Looks like 3-bet or fold territory.
yeah, let's see if he takes the spot. I think there's a good chance he will.
Fedor just loves smacking guys back down to mid-stakes, don't he?
This,
He's just like, sorry, dude. You ain't here. This ain't it.
King Queen O. I mean, what if he puts in a cheeky 4?
Oh, Vieira can certainly come back over the top and
with
fight
little,
back.
like a little kind of like 1.9 action.
Yeah, Vieira's an absolute pit viper.
Oh, Foxen's thinking about the cheeky 4. Oh my goodness, he's investing a time bank into it. Increases the odds quite a bit. He suspects Fedor's up to no good here.
If Foxen can find it, we know it would work. And he would take the chip lead. The 1.9 out there. Oh, here it comes. Oh, here it is. The high stakes gatekeeper, Alex Foxen, comes with a cold 4.
And this is where
I'm telling you,
you're almost always folding.
Yeah.
But if Fedor raised him back, he would win. But I mean,
stop.
I mean, who finds this?
Stop it.
Oh no, he's using a time bank.
Oh, behave, mate. Come on. If Fedor finds the 5-bet, absolutely goated.
This is like the Jedi Master stuff right here. Like so far, everyone's kind of getting aggressive, normal. This is not normal if he 5-bets. Yeah.
Does let it go. We have a new chip leader, Alex Foxen. Chip leader coaching, head honcho.
And apparently didn't give away a live read in that pot, at least not to Fedor.
Let's go, by the way. I mean, come on. Chat's getting fired up. The Fedor light 3-bet. The Foxen light 4-bet. This is what we're all here for, okay? We didn't fly all the way out to the Bahamas for some Mickey Mouse stuff. Alright? This is the Triton Poker WSOP collaboration main event. There's a bracelet up top. There's a Triton trophy up top, and there's 3.8 million and change. You've got some of the best in the world. Just absolutely duking it out, swinging for the fences.
Foxen showing why he's been on this incredible run there. I mean, that took some courage. Most people, most of the time, looking down at that ace-10 suited and just let it go. But Foxen is like, no, I think I'm going to take this spot. And he won 1.9, just over 1.9 million chips in the pot there. I think it was like 1,925,000.
It was exactly 1,925,000.
And he was in the small blind, so he put out 1.9 more to win just over that in the pot.
Mulldog taking the rejam spot for 15. Gets it through.
1-to-1 ratio, Henry.
Love to see it. See Murray saying, who does Henry love more, chip leader coaching or poker code? Hey, listen, man, I love them all. All right. These guys are showing up to Triton, showing us just why they're considered some of the best in the world. Fedor Holtz leading the pack by just a pip more than Foxen. Aussie in third with 32 bigs. I didn't realize just how snug it is out there. Rasty. Blind's going to be going up to big blind 25k. Dimitar Danchev, who survived an all-in against Fedor, coming back with 10 big blinds as the shortest stack. Welcome back to the break desk. Brian Rass alongside myself. I just want to quickly look at the app because that is pretty insane. Fedor chip leader with 34 bigs. Foxen with 33. Aussie with 32. I mean, Brian, this feels like anyone's game. Even the likes of Danchev and Zubov, they double up and all of a sudden they're in the middle of the pack. This one, when we return from break, is going to be a real fun ICM spot to navigate.
Listen, yeah, we've tightened up right? I mean,
Only one elimination.
Throughout the early part of this final table, it was kind of the two chip leaders dueling banjos. Then it was just Fedor, but they've slid back in, and now, yeah, it's kind of anyone's game. I mean, it's distributed the way down from top to bottom, but, you know, everyone's within reach of everyone else, aren't they, Henry?
Man, this has just been an incredible final table so far. Wouldn't expect anything less from this lineup. Brian Rass is going to be stepping out. Randy Lou's going to be stepping in alongside myself. We're going on a quick 10-minute break. Don't go too far, because when we return, continuing coverage of this 100K main here in Paradise. We'll see you in a few.
Fedor finds the open with King Jack off. +2, I believe, is under the gun 7.
Fedor very much in his element here. Gets to just play the role of table captain, even though he's not the chip leader. Because Ossie's not going to be as aggressive pre-flop as Fedor. Also opening into the chip leader's big blind. Gets to play the rest of the hand in position, and how about that for a flop? Jack 9-8, 2 hearts, top pair, very decent kicker for Fedor. An open-ended straight draw and flush draw for Ossie Katola.
So this is an interesting spot. They both have a lot of chips. Oftentimes in these types of situations, ICM dictates that the two runaway chip leaders have a bit of cooperative passivity. You know, small bet sizes, not much raising. Fedor knows this, but he also knows that Ossie Katola is not really the guy who is likely super studied with ICM, nor cares about playing that game from a GTO perspective. So curious to see how he navigates this hand, trying to juggle all those balls, playing somebody as unpredictable as Ossie.
In before Ossie just rips. Just rip it in, bro.
That would be a massive jam.
Listen, good luck to all of you GTO wizards out there, okay? This man, Ossie Katola, he's got OTO, Aussie Theory Optimal, plays his own style. Top 2 for Fedor. $1 million in the middle, and Fedor is going to look to go big here, one would have to imagine.
Yeah, unclear whether or not Fedor was going to barrel the turn again on blanks. This is not a blank. It doesn't add any straights. Queen 10 was already a straight, and it just gives him top 2 now. He's pretty much only losing to a set or a straight, of which he's blocking sets. So even against the chip leader, who covers him by a little over $1 million, seems like a pretty clear value bet. Let's see what sizing he picks. That's the more interesting part of this.
There it is. 80% on the turn as everyone else just gets to watch on and see first and second play a monster pot. It's the third hand of this final table.
Will Asikatola find the check raise on the turn? I really think all three fold feels like it's probably not coming.
2-4.
Oh my word. There it is, right on cue, 2.4 million. Let's see how Fedor responds.
I mean, I kind of don't see a play other than call.
Once again, you got Seth Davies sat on 13 bigs. Average stack of 40 big blinds. Aussie started the hand with 83. Fedor started with 71. And should Fedor call, which we're assuming is the only play, the SPR is going to be close to 1. With first and second just duking it out. Hand 3. No towels thrown into the middle of the ring. These guys just dropping bombs on each other.
I mean, fold seems pretty tight here with top 2. Obviously, he's concerned about being against a straight, but laying down top 2 would seems absurd to me, and so apparently it does to Fedor. I don't know what you accomplish by raising. He's also in position, gets to see the river and Aussie act before doing anything. He obviously wants to fade a blank. Fade a heart. But beyond that, he probably doesn't know exactly what he wants, or he doesn't. Honestly, I think versus check raise on the turn, the ace is kind of a blank. Like, he's beating ace-x of hearts that didn't have a pair, and I don't know why Aussie check raises ace-9 of hearts, which is now beating him. Aussie probably doesn't have ace-king of hearts because he 3-bets that pre, right? And ace doesn't make a straight that wasn't already a straight. Again, queen 10 was a straight on the flop. It was a straight on the turn. It was a straight on the river. So even though this card theoretically looks scary, I really don't think it changes very much at all. Again, I think if Aussie has a hand like ace-x of hearts, he probably checks this river. But he has 10 high, so he's probably going to end up bluffing. No, he gives up. Okay, he's respecting the fact that Fedor has a really strong range here to bet 80% turn and call a big check raise. So he's going to go ahead and give this up. And Fedor might not even value bet this river versus this line.
Fedor holds is 1 check away from becoming the tournament chip leader. After 3 hands, off to a flying start. One of the most complete No Limit Hold'em tournament players of all time. Looking for his 5th Triton trophy and a WSOP bracelet if he can come in clutch here.
Check.
Checks it back.
Yeah, the pot is big enough. He's happy to win. The marginal value of winning more chips against a hand like ace-10 of hearts is not worth value betting, value cutting yourself when you're beat. And a lot of times this check raise check.
Zubov falls up front. Likely to just pitch this one up front with covering stacks behind, and Seth Davies on 3 bigs.
Hands up. Ooh, I like that.
Whew.
Solid jack.
That is bad.
Shark Davies, man.
In great
step
shape
at a time, buddy.
to bounce back into this one.
Was a good ride. So.
I'm gonna have 5 million in about 4 hands. Watch this. God damn it.
Uh-oh.
Not today.
All the aces are good, right? How about a queen?
Queen will help.
Queen would do it.
Queen or an ace?
Goes from 3 to 6 outs. Can he find it? No.
No queen, no ace. Good luck, boys.
Seth Davies almost spun the wheel back into this one. Ran in to Fedor Holtz. Out in 9th for 390. Well, would you believe after 2.5 levels of play at this final table, we've only had 1 elimination so far, Randy. Seth Davies, the only person on the outside looking in this 100K Triton and WSOP collaboration main event. It's Fedor Holtz leading the field, but look at the Triton Poker Plus app, my friend, because even though he's chip leader with 34 bigs, it is a tight affair there at the top. Foxen on 33, Aussie on 32, and with an average stack of 23 big blinds and 8 players remaining, I'm going to go out there and just say, I can't pick it. I cannot call this because this is pretty much anyone's game.
Exactly, anyone's game. We know that Fedor, Foxen, yeah, they're at the top 2. They have a lot of experience taking down tournaments. But, you know, we got that wild card, Aussie Katola, who's sitting there with 32 big blinds, who plays his own style. It works, you know. Once again, a deep run here, 100K main event, lots of money up top. I'm all here for it.
It's been a bit swingy for Aussie. He came into this final table as tournament chip leader. Hand number 3 played a monster pot against Fedor. In fact, Aussie went all the way down to 7th at one point. I believe he was playing around 3.8, 3.9 million, but then has managed to bounce back since then. He's comfortably in 3rd. And you could argue, as Brian was mentioning, not someone that is, I don't want to say he's not ICM aware. It's just that, as Nacho Barbero likes to say, ICM's for poor people, Randy. He just doesn't care. Aussie will either go out in 8th or he's going to win the entire thing. That it just feels like that it's that kind of play style. 475,000 locked up, 3.85 million for first. The ladder's still relatively small, you know, the next couple of ladders compared to the buy-in, but once you get to that 7-figure club, you know, 5th place and onwards, where everyone's guaranteed 7 figures, it, you know, look at this.
That's when it really becomes very cagey. Sure, it's still cagey now. ICM is very important at this stage of the tournament. We can't count any of the players under the average stack out. You know, they can get 1 double and beat a chip leader just like that. So really anyone's game at the moment.
It really is. There are a few storylines obviously emerging here. I mean, if Fedor can close this out, he'll join a very exclusive 5-time Triton champion club along with Ivy, Mikita, and Danny Tang. But in the terms of Hendon Mob results, he'll move up to 10th, overtaking Ivy, David Peters on that all-time money list. So a win here for Fedor would be huge. You've got the likes of Foxen, who joined us for the first time in Monte Carlo, took down his first Triton title over there. He's looking for his second one and a bracelet. Let's see how this one plays out, my friend. Let's throw it down to the main stage once more for 2 more levels of play before the next break. Live from the Atlantis here, Paradise Island in the Bahamas. Triton main event. Fedor Holtz leading the field. Dimitar Danchev on short stack duties, but should Danchev double up, he basically moves up to 4th in chips. I mean, depending on who he doubles through. Let's go. Showtime. 2 Americans squaring off against the 6 remaining Europeans. It's cagey out there, ladies and gents. It's real cagey.
Like you said, only 1 elimination so far in the 500K. We had 3 eliminations within the first frame of play, so let's see if things pick up now.
Yeah, in the 500K, there were 3 eliminations in the first 30 minutes, let alone the first frame of play.
Average stack, 23 big blinds, 4 players above, 4 under. Triton trophy, WSOP bracelet, 3.85 million.
Hang on, Randy, they're turning up the bass a little bit.
Yeah, they are. You know why?
They're turning up the
Game
bass.
time.
Shout out to the sound technician.
He's getting a raise. Action on. Fedor Holtz, UTG. Dust. Dimitar Danchev, 10 big blinds, ace 7 suited. We know he needs to go to work soon.
Raised 500,000.
And you see him min raising off the 10 big blind stack. It's a thing we've been seeing a lot more. You know, it allows him to have raise folds off the stack and
You start with
you know,
2.5?
hopefully get some value when he
0.6.
has the nutted hands like aces and kings. There was a time when 10 big blinds was more like a jam or a fold situation. Game's evolved, of course.
It really has. It's always fascinating watching some of the best in the world try out new things, and you know, oftentimes an eyebrow or two gets raised.
1.2.
Hold on, Randy. And an eyebrow gets raised. People sometimes shower the pros when they try these new things out, but then you fast forward 6 months, 12 months, and everyone's doing it, and you look back and you're like, hang on, maybe that guy was actually onto something. As Aussie 3-betting the 7-6 of hearts on the button against the +1 open off of a 10 big blind stack.
That's sick, man.
Wow.
That's a read.
How does he know?
Got him.
And his sizing was perfect too, you know. Doesn't have to make it too big given a 10 big blind open.
Did he just say got him? I think he just said got him.
Did he really?
I think so.
I remember when he got in Adamo versus Adamo, ace-9 versus ace-9, he says, I will win, flops a flush.
Wow.
Like, Aussie Katola is a household name now at Triton.
Well, as long as he's having fun, he's going to keep on showing up. Seems to be enjoying the show.
Fold. Fold.
Sevens now for Aussie, who's taken the chip lead, courtesy of that 3-bet.
5 seconds.
5.
Does have a rejammable stack, 1 seat over, 15 bigs. Well, as Queen 9, not going to cut it.
Oh.
See if Vieira wants to fight back. 24 big blinds.
He might be pretty happy just staying away. Dimitar Danchev on 8 big blinds. Makes sense, especially with Dimitar hitting the big blind next stand. It's got to feel like an easy game for Aussie Katola given his results.
Does at this point. The man is onto something.
Four cashes in Monte Carlo, 2 final tables. One was second place for $3 million against Vladimir Korzinin.
1.8 Dimitar?
Now once again, the biggest buy-in. He's making a deep run. Insane.
Yeah.
Fold, fold.
He's looking for 3 in a row.
5.
Raise, 500,000. Fold. 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 Thank you.
King Deuce suited. Down job's running out of time, and King Deuce suited seems very playable against a min raise. Gets to realize his equity at a high rate, given how shallow he is.
1.3.
Can't really get blown off his equity. Go to a flop.
Unfortunately for the Bulgarian, it's a complete whiff. Aussie might just rip this one in, which he does. There's the jam.
That's good.
Easy game. 3 in a row for Aussie Kotola.
He's back on the climb. Don't forget, Aussie's doing a 50K giveaway over on his Twitter.
Is that right?
Yeah, if he wins this.
Hold on. I'm going to be busy for the next 30 seconds.
He said if he wins this, he's giving away 50K to a person that likes the tweet. That's all you got to do is,
hold on.
like the tweet.
Sorry, I need to get on this.
All
this is free value.
Free value. All hail the CSGO Empire head honcho.
Okay. Gotta love it. Imagine I know who chat's definitely rooting for now. King Queen for Coleman.
Oh, Aussie looks interested. Oh my word.
This is his hand, man. I saw a clip where he had open jammed 7 deuce offsuit like UTG in this main event early in the tournament, day 1. Come on. You really can't play this, can you? Okay.
Oh, okay. He's had 7 deuce 3 times now at this final table, and he's folded it every time.
Okay.
He's mixing it up.
When I seen him play it on day 2, he was hesitating before folding, so you know he's itching to play it. But maybe he needs the perfect setup in order to make the play.
People are gatekeeping the giveaway, refusing to tell people Aussie's Twitter handle. Lol.
They're trying to maximize their odds.
Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah. I do apologize. I feel like I've done some people dirty there. Yeah, I'm gonna stop talking. Also, I don't normally do this, but I just want to clarify something because a couple of people showered us for using the phrase ICM is for poor people. Specifically, the comment was basically saying a professional commentator who's intentionally scripted the phrase is for poor people into his lead-in is up his own ass. You clearly don't watch poker. ICM for poor people is for poor people is a poker meme that has been relevant for the last God knows how long, courtesy of Nacho Barbero. It has nothing to do with poor people. It's a way of just saying that, hey, I'm fearless. I don't care about the fact that I'm meant to play tighter because of ICM. I'm going for the win. So, suck it. Okay.
Okay, great ending there, Henry. It was going great, and then
Triton Poker Series, Triton Main Event. And Aussie very much embodies the ICM is for poor people mentality, so
yeah.
Love to see it. Throw someone like him in the mix. That's what they're playing for. Triton Poker Plus, Triton Poker Series, Triton Trophy, and the WSOP bracelet.
King Queen.
Raise, 500,000.
Casual. Yellow chip 5. Raise once again.
Fold, 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 fold. Fold.
Offsuit 5-4. Don't think he's looking to play it with Short stacks out there. Pitches it. Especially because Dimitar is now sitting on 5 BBs. So pretty much all of these, like 7 through 5th, they really can't play much of a hand besides premiums at this point. Even João Vieira with 24 bigs can't really maneuver at this point.
Shout out Ryan DePaulo. He knows a thing or two about the Triton Poker Series. I'd love to have you back at some point, mate. Hope you're doing well, enjoying the show. The Bulldozer. Pocket sevens. Yes, Randy.
Bulldozer, we finally got the
yeah,
the nickname.
Bulldozer. It was CPE for like 30 minutes, and then someone in the chat came up with the genius name Bulldozer, and it kind of stuck.
CPE?
We'll get back to it because Danchev's going to be flipping for his tournament live.
Oh yeah, he is, because his jam is going to be for 1.2 million. Muller's put in 500K of that so far.
1.6.
Leave a quarterback.
1,200,000. Oh.
Good luck, chaps. Huge spot, not to state the obvious.
Play all in. Oh. Cool. Sit down.
So Danchev to get back up to 10 bigs and change.
Slight favorite for Muller.
Make that a 3-1 favorite now. 2 cards to come. Danchev needs an ace or a king to stay alive. Doesn't find it. Muller holds with the sevens, scoops a 3 million chip pot. He's back up to 5.5 million. And we have our second elimination of the final table. One of the greatest Bulgarian players to have ever played the game. One-time Triton champion, Dimitar Danchev, out in 8th. Unable to convert the ace-king equity across flop, turn, and river. He's going to go home. I picked up $475,000 for his efforts. Bittersweet ending for him to obviously have grinded that short stack for as long as he did. Get it in with the ace-king. Just unable to win that all-important flip. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of Danchev in the upcoming festivals in 2025. But for now, our attention back to this 100K main. 7 remain, all guaranteed $650,000 for their efforts.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see more Danchev. Maybe even later this week, as we do have that super main running at the moment.
Urban Youth saying 475K. That's a lot of Banitzers. Bulgarian cheesy bread. Banitzer is easily top 3 S-tier pastries of the world.
I've never heard of that in my life.
Randy, get cultured, mate. Okay? I'm going to bring you some Banitzer, I promise you.
All right, I'll go to Bulgaria and...
Let's do a little stopover with Bulgaria.
It's called Bannister?
No. Bannister is something you hit your head on.
So
Banitzer.
Banitzer.
Banitzer, yeah. You'd love it, mate.
I love it. All right.
You would love it. People are asking for the handle of Aussie. So if you type in CSGO Empire, you should be able to find them, guys.
Look, chat can help one another in finding.
Well, they don't want to give up EV, which I understand, but look.
There's
Aussie's,
one nice guy in there, right?
Aussie's giving away 50K if he wins this.
He's on pace to at the moment. Massive chip leader.
Oh.
Look at that, 10.6 million. Folded over to him. Blind versus blind. Muller sitting on 22 bigs. Start of his hand. Gonna attack.
750,000.
Like the size up, given he's out of position. Blind versus blind. Trying to dissuade Muller from defending.
Aussie's really shifting through the different gears.
Unpredictable. In comes the call, though.
Yeah, the Bulldog always willing to engage in a sword fight. 993. Aussie still the best of it.
Great texture for ace-3. Also usually not too much for your opponent to contest with. I'd like to see him deny equity.
.7 out there.
5 seconds.
To continue ascending the top of the chip counts and separating himself.
Checks it over to Muller. Gets the chance to try to realize his equity. Don't think Muller ever expects ace high to just check fold, so check, check we go.
Well, that has presented additional outs for Muller on this 6 of hearts turn.
Very passive play from Katola, which is great for Muller as he's picked up a heart draw. Both the king and 8 are still live. 32% equity at the moment. I don't think he minds just checking this one down.
Yeah, after the flop.
Check.
Really? Just feel it. I almost said something, but the hand was going on. So.
Nice for Muller.
I'm glad no one else noticed.
What's great for him, too, is that
bit
he's
more
hit this
interesting
flush
hand.
and Katola's picked up an ace that might feel he needs to pay off a small bet. Can't really value bet it, though, at this point from his point of view.
Would open 7s.
Unless he really wants to just block. Kind of set the
See, I
price
folded 5
himself,
and I thought
but
so too.
doesn't really seem like you ever get called by worse.
5 seconds. Check.
You know, it's pretty absurd, Randy. Had Aussie just found the C-bet, would have taken it down. There was a similar spot earlier on against Fedor, the ace-9 of clubs, rather, against Fedor's Jack-10, where he 3-bet and then didn't C-bet, and it allowed Fedor to take it away on the turn. A couple of unforced errors, as Brian Rass likes to call them.
5 seconds.
We'll say this, though. Katola's got a very, like,
Bet of 950,000.
balance range, I suppose, because he's checking in spots that others might bet and vice versa, even with good hands, you know. So he is faced with a 950K bet. Half the pot. Getting kind of tricky, because if Muller had nothing, he might try to blast away on a 4-flush board.
In before Aussie check jams.
Fold. Shut down.
Gonna look him up.
Flush.
Muller gets paid. He's up to 7.2 million.
Red or black?
Hmm?
Red or black?
Wait, hang on. Is Fedor playing red or black flop with someone? I don't know if that's something you could do over on GG Poker, but may the flops be with you. Get yourself a free $50 ticket into the Weekender. Min deposit of $20. Promo code Triton_2024. Get involved. We'd love to see you qualifying into some WSOP events. We of course have that 25K Paradise main event running in the back of the ballroom.
Raise.
Bringing coverage of that tomorrow.
You know what I think Fedor was referring to? It seemed like Aussie was trying to randomize whether to call or not, maybe like a 50-50. And maybe there's some red and black somewhere on his wrist. I have no idea. He's got a roulette wheel like KT, maybe? Is that possible?
Okay. Yeah. Is that the Jacob and Co. roulette?
No, I don't know if that's what Aussie's rocking, but I could see that being the case. Regardless, we do have a situation here, don't we?
We do indeed.
Flat call. So for Foxen to flat off of 30 bigs in the spot, he feels there's more value in getting people behind to give action, and Muller's got ace king.
These stacks, this is second v third v fourth in chips. Zubov is just going to watch on. He's sat on 11 big blinds, and he's going to be chewing on this one. This is going to be for the chip lead, Randy.
Yeah.
One would have to assume Holtz gets out of there.
Especially against all in. That should step aside Holtz, but Foxen, he's going to snap this one off with 2 jacks. He has to be crushing the jamming range with jacks.
Note that Fedor's staring Foxen down, not Muller down. He gets out of there.
Jacks is just too strong.
It's too strong. He's going to ask for a count. This is third against fourth in chips for an overwhelming chip lead pot. I mean, whoever wins this just finishes top 3, right? Like 90% of the time. Good luck, gents. 15 million chip pot. Biggest pot of the tournament so far. We've already seen one of Muller's aces folded.
You have that?
7.5.
You do?
Foxen, fresh off that 500K final table, picked up his first Triton trophy
Not this fast.
in Monte Carlo.
Not this fast. Basically.
Muller in rough shape on the
Yeah.
Jack 9-3.
Bad.
Dead on a lot of turns, including that one. Just a cold deck. Ace King against Jacks for 30 big blinds apiece. The money's always going to go in the middle.
Also has
Bad news.
Got to win flips to win tournaments. Alex Foxen is now the overwhelming chip leader as we lose the ever impressive Samuel Muller in 7th place. He's going to collect 650,500 for his efforts. And I tell you what, Randy, we're going to be seeing plenty more of that young man at future Triton stops as he shares a high five and a little post-mortem with his good friend and mentor, Mario Mosbach. Burst onto the scene in Monte Carlo with a 2nd place finish in the Mystery Bounty. Picked up 7 figures over there. Always impressive. The Triton main stage. A bittersweet ending to the run here. 7th will have to do. And with that, we're down to 6. And the last of the 6-figure payouts. Everyone guaranteed $890,000 for their efforts.
I'll tell you this. That poker code team, though, they keep making deep runs in the biggest buy-ins here at Triton. So GG, Muller.
Clock shortens, right? To 40. Clock goes to 40, right? Clock goes to 40 minutes now.
For the next level, I think, yeah.
That's right. When we get to 6-handed, blinds reduce to 40-minute levels.
Both of them flash.
What do you see?
And the clock. It wasn't wobbling, it flashed. It flashed.
Both? You saw both?
We're not gonna turn the cards over.
Not sure, no.
Share the information of
So we'd look
what do you think you've seen.
both reds, 1 heart, and usually like a no spotter and a 2 spotter. I would say like a 3-6 kind of hand. And it
Why
looked
not just
red.
turn it over? Because like technically he could lie about. I'm sure he's not, but he could just like lie about what he thinks he saw.
At the same time, you can just say, "Oh, I've seen a hand." And
But now it's just even. They both get to see it. So there's no information advantage.
And dealer can justify that the cards flash too. So
It's okay. Let's just play.
So it
Okay, I
looks,
think we saw the same.
you also saw a bit, right?
Less than you, but
Yeah, okay.
Let us continue.
Yeah, please.
Should look first.
Could have.
Doesn't matter.
Black low cards.
6-9 offsuit.
Nee, nee.
I don't really know what happened there, but some cards apparently flashed. And then the hand was over with.
Could have
A
looked
walk.
first. Could have looked first.
Yeah.
Could have looked first. That's what Fedor was saying. It's all good. Let's just continue.
Queen 10 for Vieira. On a bit of a downward trend. Peaked at around 8.5 million.
Might see him raise a little bit larger because Zubob's in the big blind, the shortest stack
Raise.
with 11 bigs. But he is still going to go standard 2x open. Disappointing. 6-3 off.
Wow. Zubov holding on for dear life. I say holding on. I mean, you know, he's got almost 9 bigs.
He's also collecting pay jumps as,
Yeah.
you know. Sure,
Yeah.
he's playing a little tight because he's getting card dead, but if you're going to
That's
go
what
from,
Foxen was
400,
doing in the
650?
500k. Foxen managed to ladder up to 6th, and he just really didn't do anything, didn't get too involved. All Zubov's had to do so far today
King 9 of spades. Could have
is
just told you like King 9 of spades.
just doubled up.
Me.
Ah, yeah. Just
Had
like
big hands.
about his hands. Yeah.
Talking to Zubov. King Jack is going to be going in the middle. There is the jam, and, well, common with 10 high.
Easy hand.
So that'll pick up there for the Russian. Bit of breathing room as he takes away from the second shortest stack, David Coleman. Aussie suited connectors, second in chips. Perhaps going to get busy.
Of course. Suited connector, big stack. Doesn't matter that he's first position.
Be careful.
Yeah.
That was late, but we'll let it go.
I'm new to poker, still learning.
It's all good.
Shout out to Foxen and Coleman there, by the way. Just kind of coaching Aussie, saying, look, man, you got to be careful in these spots. Flicked in the chip and then kind of announced raise. Aussie just, you know, saying, hey, look, I'm new to poker. But Foxen and Coleman, just all class.
Yeah, I appreciate that, of course.
Yeah, they don't want Aussie to, you know, go to another tour where perhaps they're not as forgiving or lenient as Triton and then get showered. Again, not c-betting from under the gun on a board texture that you'd have to imagine kind of favors his range with the ace, king, kings, aces, big pair range advantage. It's now allowed Foxen to turn a pair, and Aussie's drawing dead.
Yeah, that's just very costly for him to not c-bet in some of these spots where he would just take it down very easily. And board textures at rate to hit neither player. He is going to try to stab now with a delayed c-bet. Can't imagine it working at this point given that Foxen's paired the queen. Small bet.
$2.5 out there. Foxen now beating Ace Queen.
Great river card because of that point. Exactly, in case it was a better queen that was betting, like Ace Queen, given the king on the board.
$1.7.
You know what, though? This is hard to call down for Foxen, as played.
Fair play to Aussie. I mean, he's found the barrel on the river. Feels like it's the right size.
Targeting Queen X.
Yeah, Queen X, Ace Highs. See if Foxen can sniff this one out.
And if I'm Foxen, I'm not thinking this is ever a queen value betting. In
This is what I was
spot.
about to ask you, Randy. Yeah, like, is this ever Ace Queen, which obviously we now beat with Queen 5 for this sizing? Oh, Foxen's got the calling chips in hand. Foxen extends his lead.
There we go. That's, yeah, muck. That's what you want to see.
Picks up a 6 million chip pot.
It flashed. I couldn't tell you what it was, though. It was black cards, so I saw it.
He's up to 16 million and is now the runaway chip leader. Second in chips is Fedor Holtz with 7.2 million and is the Triton title heading back home to America, looking likely with this runaway chip lead.
I mean, look, he's got to stack chips on top of each other. That's how many chips he's got. Playing great. That was a tough call, too.
It was. It was. Fair play to Foxen for finding the call. He's the only player with more than average. Average stack is 30 bigs. He's got 74. Second in chips, Fedor has 29. Aussie has 25. Vieira has 24. Coleman has 19. Zubov has 11. Last of the six-figure payouts. Everyone guaranteed 890K.
This is the burn.
Oi, oi. Look who it is, Randy. Four-time NBA champion, point guard, Tony Parker, rocking up to the main ballroom to check out what's occurring here at a Triton event. Perhaps. Who knows, Randy? He'll flick in one or two at future stops. Would love to have him.
You know, he didn't just show up here to not play some poker here this week, so they're bringing out the celebrities.
I mean, look, if you're a four-time NBA champ, okay, you've got a streak of competitive nature in you.
No, you start. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Some of them venture into the two-card streets to kind of fulfill that quench for competitive thirst. We'll see with Jack 9 of spades. Zubov is effectively jammed.
To put in half of his stack, 5 big blind raise. Takes it.
So 16 minutes left. before the blinds go up to big blind 300K.
You think any of these guys want to play some basketball with Tony Parker? Just like, even 2-on-1, I don't think they could beat him.
I actually heard that that's the next content piece you and Ali are going to be shooting. You know, it was at Lazy Rivers yesterday, and it's going to be 2v1.
Even if me and Ali were doing like a free throw contest, we got 100 free throw shots.
Dude,
we would probably lose to him if he had only 10 shots.
100%. I would give you both 100 shots each to his 10. What's that? So you would have 20 times more than him. Nah, surely you would sink more than... How bad are you at basketball? How bad are you at basketball?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the line would be.
That would be a great bet. Jesus, we might have to do that, you know. You both get 100. I know I'm drawing dead, by the way. I mean, give me 100, I may be sinking. We're talking from the three-point line, right?
You want free throw, three-point line? Three-point line's pretty far.
Yeah, I'm saying three-point line.
Yeah.
I reckon I get 1 in 10 on a good day.
10%?
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
I feel like, yeah, I feel like it'd be, we should look into this to see if Tony wants to get some money down. So he gets 10 shots.
He's a point guard, so he knows how to shoot three-pointers.
Yeah, I think we're drawing pretty.
You know, it's not like we're sending Tim Duncan, you know, out there in three-point line.
Vieira, big slick. 21 bigs.
Trappy. It's like the perfect opponent to trap against too. Fedor known to kind of just go for it with very polarizing range. King Jack is, man, this is tricky. Look at this. Doesn't take the bait. He knows what Vieira's up to, especially he got a walk last blind versus blind spot. So technically Vieira's limping range is a little bit stronger than average.
Very disguised hand here for Vieira.
It's got to be very tempting to continue for Fedor. He does have King Jack high, which is often good with backdoor hearts and 2 overs to the middling card, which is pretty important. Also, you might expect Ace-X to trap you sometimes on the flop. He's in.
Uh-oh. Always an action turn card.
It might slow Vieira down, where he plays passively. Slip it on over to Holtz, who might have some single heart floats that might stab. I mean, Holtz shouldn't need to turn his hand into a bluff. King high is still often good. Doesn't get an ace to fold, doesn't really get a 9 to fold. There's not much better high cards besides King Queen, and I don't even know if King Queen would even bet the flop.
It's also nice for flushing someone, right?
Oh, right, if they got a small heart as
Exactly,
well.
yeah, just check. See a river, should a heart roll off, maybe you just cooler a hand like 10-7 with a heart that was stabbing. Hello. Hello, nut flush. Man, it's pretty absurd because the money could have gone in pre. Fedor could have just mashed from the big blind.
Of course. This could have played out in many different ways. Maybe Vieira opens, Holtz reshoves or defends. Has played though, 1.25 million in the middle. Not much for Vieira to value bet against at this point,
350.
but he is going to reach for block bet. And we know Holtz is going to raise with the King of Hearts. So Vieira is value betting against the 9. Maybe some ace-x. Trying to make it look like he's repping the flush, going thin.
Well, he's going to hear from Fedor. Question is, what size does Holtz come with?
Yeah, whatever the maximum is that Vieira would call with a flush. He probably doesn't expect ace-king to call without a heart, so you need to just size up according to the upper end of your opponent's range. Maybe he also expects like Queen of Hearts from Vieira to value bet bigger on the river, so maybe he more targets the smaller hearts. Oh, he's gone big. Just 2 million.
Vieira going to chill on this one for a bit. Understandably so.
The bigger Fedor raises, the more polarizing his heart would be. So to make it 2 million, it's almost looking like King of Hearts or nothing. I wouldn't expect Fedor to raise it to 2 million with like the 10 of Hearts.
Right.
The Jack of Hearts.
Exactly. It's like a 7x. Almost. Call it 6.
And if your opponent's got a King of Hearts or nothing situation, then maybe Ace-King starts to become a bit more enticing. If Fedor is bluffing in this spot, it's usually a 4x turning itself into a bluff.
Just a single pair of 4s?
Yeah, I would say that seems about right. 9x can kind of just call. I mean, even 4x though, I don't even know if it needs to turn itself into a bluff necessarily. But Fedor needs to have had a hand that called the flop and isn't strong enough to call river bet. You can see Zhao is deep in the tank and muttering to himself, trying to figure out the combos of hands he beats. Not the first time we've seen this.
Wow, he's really burning through those time banks.
He's running out.
He's only got 2 left. One of the biggest spots of the tournament for him so far. Does not want to burn through them and then fall on the wrong decision. He also doesn't want to run out of them and then find himself in a similar situation later on.
You're right. And there's always that Fedor factor, knowing he's always capable of having bluffs and spots.
Wow, he's got 1 left. Fold it, Vieira. Live to fight another day with 18 bigs rather than 10. Oh no, he's made the call. Fedor gets paid. Vieira burns through multiple time banks and now finds himself on the shortest stack after landing on call.
Ouch.
He's down to 12 bigs. The blinds are about to go up in 5 minutes' time. Wow, Fedor. Second in chips now. 40 bigs. Bit of breathing room.
Yeah, that was a huge call. Wrong. mean, the other time I saw him use a lot of time banks also didn't find the right decision. But like you said, he's burned a lot of time banks. Only one remaining. And you got to give credit to Fedor.
Raise.
He got 2 million extra chips there with the King of Hearts. That's a lot.
Pretty sick to get paid in that spot.
For so much. Now, even though Fedor has greatly improved his stack, just look how massive Foxen's stack is. 18 million versus the 9.7. You can see Fedor, he's itching to play this ace-6 suited, realizing that Foxen's got a wide range, but maybe it's just not worth getting involved. 2 4s though. That can hang in there. Big blind already invested. Reshove, and that's going to get snapped.
Good luck, chaps.
Run it.
Zubov taking the rejam spot. Fortunate to be flipping here. Understandable to see him take this, by the way, given that we're 6-handed. Foxen has an overwhelming chip lead. It's going to be opening a lot wider than ace-queen suited. We saw one ace folded. Foxen with outs. A lot of them removed on that board, not a heart in sight. An 8 would be a dirty way to do it. 8 outs once. 8 queen ace needed for Foxen to shower. Zubov doesn't find it.
4.
Russian doubles up to 8 million. Takes a swig of water after winning one of the biggest flips of his life.
Zubov is moving up to 3rd in chips with 6 remaining. He'll take it.
King Zubov.
He's feeling it.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, you get it in with 4s, bro. 6 left in 100K. With almost 4 million up top, a bracelet and a Triton trophy. How could you not be feeling it? That's how things stand after that double up. Foxen still the chip leader, but would have much preferred to have been playing 90 bigs with 5 left. Everyone guaranteed 890,000 for their efforts so far. Still, long old ways to go. Although I say that, could be over in the blink of an eye. Average stack of 30 bigs. That is about to drop down to 25 in just 2 minutes time when blinds go up to big blind 300K.
Deuces.
Yeah, get out of there, Aussie. 4th in chips, 23 bigs. Rejammable stacks behind. Nice fold, mate. Blind v blind. Coleman's got 19 big blinds in the big.
Seen players just open rip this one.
It's close.
5 seconds. On. Play all in.
There it is.
Fade the snap.
Natural 9 in the muck.
Wrong game.
That's not a natural 9, is it?
It is.
It is.
It's a 9.
I thought it was like picture and a 9. I thought that was a natural 9.
Back to the tables later, mate. Let's go get some reps in.
You got to come and coach me. Man, maybe chat was right. Maybe we do have a gambling problem.
Is it a problem if you're winning?
Exactly, mate. That's exactly what I said.
Got Ajax.
Raise.
Raise 500,000.
Raising the 500 with his last yellow chip.
Fold. Fold.
Couple 8s for Zubov. This could be interesting.
5 seconds. Fold.
Oh my. With the Zubov flat and the incentive for squeezing being all the more fruitful for the likes of Coleman or Foxen, when Coleman does inevitably jam, Zubov could get himself in trouble here. That's if Aussie doesn't decide to run it. I mean, 6-handed ace-jack for 17 bigs is still a lot of hand, Randy.
Yeah, it also gets extra enticing, as you said, is when there's a flat behind, the players are more likely to squeeze with worse holdings, realizing that the flat is usually not going to be willing to get in chips. It's not unheard of if Coleman was to reshove with like 10s, 9s, ace-10 suited, things like this. Of course, it's dangerous if they've got better aces, like ace, queen, ace, king, queens. Good laydown for the ace-jack, but the 8s can, hey, get away. Gotta ask, how many smaller pairs are squeeze shoving in this spot? Sometimes this is player dependent. Could see 7s doing it, but obviously 9s, 10s plus as well.
It's interesting because Coleman, in terms of PFR and VPIP, certainly been the tightest, but not by being tight himself, but just being tight in terms of card distribution. He's really had the brunt end of the RNG for good starting hands.
I'm getting this feeling that Zubov wants to call right now so bad.
Fold.
He does fold. Nice. But he's not happy about it.
Big pickup there for Coleman. Blinds going up, 150, 300. Randy, we're up to 23,000 viewers over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. We've crossed that 300,000 subscriber territory. What a year it's been for Triton Poker. Really do appreciate you all keeping us company here. Hope you've been enjoying the coverage over the last few days. We saw Alejandro Lococo take down that 500K Invitational for 12,070,000. And here we're 6 left in this 100K buy-in with 3.85 million for first.
5 seconds.
Let us know who you're rooting for. 6-handed.
200,000.
Who you'd like to see get heads up. Let us know who your favorite commentator is. As long as it's Randy.
As long as it's Randy or Henry, is that the answer?
Yeah.
I get a feeling you say Henry or Rast if Rast's in the booth right now.
Never
No? Thanks, buddy.
I was just going to say, as long as it's Randy. If it's not Randy, then don't say anything. Mark in the chat saying he wants to see Fedor and Foxen get heads up. Well, it's looking pretty likely.
I would like that match.
That would be pretty sick.
But I always would take a Katola versus anyone heads-up match.
That is
That
true.
would be cool, because he's looking for redemption. Finishing runner-up over in Monte Carlo in the big buy-in event.
Jason saying Randy is the best, and he is aged like fine wine. There you go, Randy. Chat's flirting with you now.
There you go, Jason. Appreciate it.
Simon said he's been binging the past few days. Amazing poker. Great commentators, a lot of action. Simon, don't get in trouble, mate, okay? Make sure your boss doesn't catch you with the stream open. Pay attention to the other half.
Raise 600,000.
Big stack duties. Ace-5. This seems like a pretty good spot to re-shove on the chip leader, who's going to open so wide. Vieira is currently the shortest stack.
Gangster.
Announces and wins.
Matt Rose saying it's 18 minutes past 11 here in the UK. This stream's been getting him through a very long night shift. Glad we can help, Matt. Enjoy the rest of your shift, mate, and enjoy the show. As Coleman activates with the ace-king, picking up a little bit of heat now in terms of card distribution. He'd be happy to play for it all.
There's a chance. Vieira says all of it.
Hold on, I mean six-handed. Vieira with 15 bigs. Coleman starting with 19.
And he's kind of a bit too shallow to three-bet fold off. So
Good luck, boys.
Run it.
Huge spot. One of his 10s dead. We just saw a 10 folded. 9.4 million chip pot. Coleman, a 72% favorite. Even more so when you know a 10's dead. If he can just hold here, he's going to be playing north of 10 million. He's going to be second in chips, and we're going to be down to 5. Cold deck for Vieira for sub 15. Some opportunities. Always good to find additional outs, even if it is only for half the pot. Even more now.
Vieira got excited.
3 or 4 for a chop. 5 would also do it. 10 for the win.
Oh! 10 ball.
Oh, that's brutal. The 2 outer for the win. Not the first time Coleman's been 2 outed this tournament. We saw it yesterday. Aces against 9s. 9 on the river for a huge pot. And now in the biggest equity spot of his life.
You can feel it. Coleman shaking his head, lost 76% of his stack in that hand, was so close to having a massive stack that would move him up to second in chips. Now he's on vapors.
I'm actually at a loss for words, not gonna lie. That was, we all felt that. Me, you, the 23,000 people watching the show. YouTube chat has gone absolutely insane.
Now UTG of Jack Deuce of Clubs going to hit the big blind next off of 1.4 million. Folds over to the chip leader. Everyone should be playing very snug right now, given how short Coleman is.
Fold. Fold.
Raise and take incoming.
Fold.
Sometimes it's those key hands that really make or break your tournament.
Yeah, he's in the big blind now, having to put in 40% of his stack.
It's not over yet.
It's not, but instead of being guaranteed a 7-figure score and being 5-handed and being second in chips, you've got 4 big blinds back.
And you're just hoping for a premium right now. It doesn't even need to be a premium, just above average. Foxen now, 8-5 off. Folds.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
They're like, Zubov, you do the damage. Folding over to small blind.
Play all in.
All in. And?
Well,
oh, gosh. Good. How bad is that?
That's a fold. It's just a fold, pal.
Shaking his head. The past few minutes, just how upsetting is this for Coleman?
Yo, can someone that speaks Portuguese confirm whether or not bad beat in Portuguese is bad BTO? Because I'm seeing it spammed in the chat. And if it is bad BTO, that's the most Portuguese thing I've ever heard, and I absolutely love it. I'm going to start saying that every time I get bad beat.
Oh, Coleman, you got bad BTO? It's over to Coleman. He's got queen 3 offsuit. He's already put in a small blind. And queen 3 offsuit might even be ahead of the random 2 cards of the big. Seems like he's got to go with it. Although he doesn't have fold equity, so there is a chance that, yeah, he does some kind of play where maybe he can still preserve his life. Maybe Foxen won't put him in for the last 100K. They check it down. I like that he leaves a little bit behind. Foxen, he's not going to mind if Coleman sticks around with 100K. Just because he can just raise any 2 cards next hand if he wants to and just pick up blinds and antes from the other opponents.
Good luck, chaps.
It chops a lot with these 2 hands.
Looking likely on that board.
Check. Check.
Snap checks through.
will be chopping unless they can connect with their side cards.
3 or 6.
Check, check.
Both players have the nuts. I mean, Coleman. Oh man, he's gonna put it in. He's gonna get snapped.
And we're going to chop it up. But Coleman will be chipping up with this pot.
That is true.
Giving the big blind ante of Foxen.
Final in.
Top it up.
Sit down.
Foxen already knew.
Lame.
I disagree.
Thanks for playing that.
Because I like you.
Mm-hmm.
Foxen's a class act, mate. I'll tell you that much.
Like him.
The guy is just pure class all round.
Not just classy, but like great at poker, fun to watch.
It's nice. It was less nice when you snapped me off.
Wondering.
Oh man.
Check back the river.
You okay there, buddy?
Yeah, it's just, you know how it is. We got 23,000 people over on YouTube.
I might have asked if I'd get a penalty.
You can never get called though.
Some of them say some funny stuff.
That could be an elaborate scheme.
I don't think you're allowed to check back to river. I think you're right.
No, I know, but that's like a spot where it's actually a bad rule.
Yeah.
Oh.
You think I should get a penalty if I check back that river?
Yes.
Well, I know you think so right now, man.
Absolutely, it's the nuts.
But it's still the highest EV for me to check.
That's not in the rule book. No.
I know. I'm just. I think it's interesting because of that.
Interesting conversation being sparked
I
here.
don't know. Busting a guy is important.
I mean, in satellites, I think they changed it where you can fold.
You can?
6 million?
You can, like, I think it was something about folding aces pre-flop, where like there used to be a time where they didn't didn't allow that.
Oh, see, Catola's got ace
You're gonna
3.
get UGV. Coleman has 75k.
Pitches it.
Pretty nice when he busts too.
Must be
Even
nice for
the chip
Foxen.
leader. But I don't know how much.
I mean, 75 might
Because
be.
I feel like, for example, a satellite, like it's somewhat significant in some spots. There. I mean, it's somewhat significant here too.
Yeah, very significant. I mean, really sad if they would leave.
Could be underrating the EV of busting a guy. Of trying to bust him.
Maybe, but
I mean,
I still think that's up to
spin,
me
you know?
to determine that, you know?
I don't think his chip lead's significant enough where, like, yeah, keeping me around is so good.
How often do you
You're a
run
nice guy, very chatty.
Yeah.
I mean, frequent enough.
Oh.
I just wanted the king of spades or the king of hearts on the river.
Oh.
So the subject matter is had Coleman checked and Foxen was to act, closing the action on the river with the nut straight, would he get a
900.
penalty? And should he get a penalty? Because from an EV point of view, he is incentivized to keep Coleman on 100k so he could just bully everyone as the chip leader.
Exactly.
Nazar saying no because there's more EV in just busting him and getting the ladder. It's tough, I don't know. Fedor was saying in satellites there's some weird scenarios where you're meant to fold like aces pre-flop.
He's not wrong. Yeah, it's very interesting. And, you know, there's 50k back there, and even if Foxen makes a really strong hand, like trip aces or whatever, like he might not want to put in his opponent.
Oh man, it's just so dust. It's so dust.
Yeah, but Coleman might get to stick around. Because I don't think Foxen's going to put him in. He's just going to check it down. Even if he makes, like, clearly the best hand. This is why Coleman left that 50,000 remaining. Maybe he can spin it up in future hands. Maybe someone else busts with a huge cooler and he's got 50K remaining. It's definitely strategic on both ends to just instantly check this one down.
I knew it, man. I knew he was going to make a straight on the river.
Yeah, but a straight's no good against the other straight.
Yeah, I know, but now maybe he loses 50K.
No, I think he leaves it.
Okay, he leaves it and Foxen doesn't bet?
I don't think Foxen bets.
Okay, alright, so he's not out of the tournament is what you're saying.
I would think so, yeah. Unless Coleman was the bet, but instant check. This makes sense. As Foxen said, there's more EV and leaving Coleman there with 50K.
Foxen up to 16.4 million.
Just think about this. The very next hand, everyone has to fold because Coleman only has 50K. Foxen can raise relentlessly and he can pick up the big blind ante, and the small blind, which is like, what, 750K or so? Which is worth way more than 50,000 in chips.
Well, the graphics team have done Coleman dirty there. That 50K, 0 big blinds. And they show Foxen's 16.3 million chip stack. 55 big blinds. So it is big blind first. Just fold Zubov. Like,
yeah. Zubov can't play with Coleman right behind him with 50,000 in chips.
Oh, here we go. Little ace to kick things off.
Something.
Play roll in.
Oh, of course. Foxen is going to raise it up.
Raise 600,000. Hold. Hold.
Chat appreciating you explaining the one chip thing there, Randy.
Yeah, it's been very technical now at these final tables. Fedor, he's going to come in. He realizes that likely there's not going to be bets post-flop coming in, so he gets to see 5 cards very often with Queen 5 of a check down.
You good?
Yeah. Queen 5 on every player plus D. Yeah. Pot 1, pot 2.
Thank you very much.
Check.
Okay, well, some opportunities for Coleman. As everyone remains pairless.
Well, there's a side pot to play for, so Foxen is going to bet into it. Just 300K. Fedor was hoping to get free turns in river cards.
Seconds.
$1.3.
Oh, you sicko. This is insane, Randy, because Coleman could now potentially win the hand if Fedor gets Foxen to fold, which is looking likely.
I don't see how Foxen could call. This is insane. Fedor is a sicko. Going after the side pot with Queen High. And this is going to get shown. Look at this. Oh, how happy is Coleman?
Drinks on you. Drinks on me, rather.
So Foxen folds the best hand. Fedor guaranteed the side pot of 2.8 million. So he's going to be up to 9.5.
Can you push me the pot?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You might be getting the full pot.
Well, at least he's not drawing dead, which he would have been had Foxen been involved. Needs to fade a queen, 10, 5, or a heart to stay alive. Ayah. There was a chance.
That's the run out I was going for.
There was a glimmer of hope. David Coleman.
I actually had a decent hand.
Too altered by Jao Vieira in that huge pot.
Not board, but
And then unable to spin from there. But alas, no time to mourn. Coleman does pick up a very healthy $890,000 for his efforts. The 6th place finish in this 100K main for the impressive American pro. And one can only hope that we see more of Coleman in the future. GG, sir. Go and walk that one off.
That was a magnificent hand by Fedor Holtz. Something you rarely ever see, making a play there against the chip leader with that micro stack all in. That was cool. What's also cool is that everyone is now guaranteed 1.172 million. 7 figures guaranteed for the remaining 5.
Man, I need to hit Coleman up and take him to Nobu or something. That was rough.
And actually that raise from Fedor almost saved Coleman, because it got Foxen out, who had ace-9. Turn was a 9, but couldn't just hold on that river card. 9-4 suited. Feels like Fedor's right at home right now. Sure, he's not the chip leader, but he's second in chips and feeling very good.
Thank you.
We've had Deep House, we've had EDM, we got the little jazz, blues music going on. Sign up today at GG Poker. Free $50 ticket into the Weekender. Use the code Triton_2024. Then deposit $20. We'll get you that $50 ticket. SMV saying British bro kind of sus. What, for inviting Coleman to do? You might be right, man. You might be right. It's kind of sus of me, to be fair. That's a base comment.
Ace King goes upstairs to 600K for Vieira, hoping Fedor goes for it. Doesn't. It's going to get over to our chip leader. 9-6 offsuit.
Well, we got Big Slick against Big Lick. Squaring off. Chip leader against third in chips. But players pairless.
It's always tricky c-betting into the chip leader. They have a lot of reason to kind of make plays at you float. You also kind of want to bet ace king on this type of flop. Lots of potential backdoors. Very tricky. He's going to take passive line. Understandable given where he's at in the chip counts.
That's a fun turn card. Giving Foxen a double gut shot. There's one end of the gut shot he doesn't want to see.
Yeah, I would think that Foxen's going to bet this one with the double gutter. Check back on the flop could contain ace highs. 9 or 6 might even be good if he happens to pair that. Just general weakness from his opponent shown so far will make him want to bet. 1.25. I wonder if he just ends the hand here against this big sizing.
Surely not. 2 overs.
Not no pair.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable, of course, given the sizing.
Certainly is when you have shorter stacks out there, like Aussie on 12 bigs.
Makes the correct call.
Yeah, Jal's not here to get pushed around, okay. 4 million out there. Well, paired board, everything bricking.
Not the greatest river card for Foxen. He's also not perceived to bet so large on a turn with an 8x, so story wouldn't make that much sense for him to rep an 8. Still, though, he could value bet a queen in this spot as played.
He's going to wave the white flag.
Great news for João Vieira. 11 million in chips now. He's really closing in on Foxen.
Yeah, he's done a great job after spiking that 3-out. He was down to fumes after Hero calling incorrectly against Fedor, but he's bounced back. 5 remain. He's up to second in chips. Minutes left on the clock.
Not opening 8-9 suited.
Was it Aussie's big blind?
Was Aussie's big blind, but also because Foxen is sitting there with more chips in the small.
Foxen comes with call.
And he's expecting Aussie to play very honest off of that stack. Gets opportunity to see cheap flops.
Safe.
There's
Great
the cheap
texture.
flop.
Because Aussie's not supposed to have an ace in this spot. He should be jamming pretty much any ace from the big blind off of 10 big blinds, so he can just bet anything for Foxen.
It's supposed to be now. It's early. What time is it? Like 6, right?
Yeah, let's not do a 45-minute break, huh? Yeah. Feels like
supposed to be a dinner break.
Huh?
Even bigger.
45-minute dinner break, but it doesn't have to be that. It can be a normal break or a short dinner break, whatever.
I think 15 better.
Yeah, let's do 15.
I'll take a little bit longer.
Maybe 20? Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
15 is a little on the edge.
20 sounds good.
Yeah, yeah. I'll take 25. Let me,
Fine by me.
25 is enough. Yeah.
25 is fine.
25. Yeah.
Negotiation?
Sure. Yeah, to grab some food. It gets.
No one's gonna be back early.
Yeah.
25. Okay.
Take that.
How about 30, guys? I'm thinking 30.
You know, let's.
You won the last one, Alex.
Let's
right?
go 33,
You
Randy.
won the last spot.
Why not 35 then?
Another big one.
Why not just the full 45?
How do you find the 8 river? Maybe you call anyway.
Gotta find the Jack River too.
Jack would have been ugly. I was just asking for the 3 of clubs.
Sure.
But we get to speed it up, right?
Or a 6.
I'm not so sure, Randy, because we've already spliced the delay down.
Oh, okay.
So you've kind of just put us in one. But no, it does get spliced. the question is, I think it's going to be a normal break for us, like a 10, 15 minute kind of thing. So just here in front, producer James. There will be 20 minutes for the viewers. Question is, we're going to be coming back with 5 players, with 4, maybe with 3. Got 5 minutes left on the clock before they head into that dinner break.
You're expecting fireworks.
I mean, the 500K is where the fireworks were at. Oh, this surely has to go in for Aussie. Sub 10 bigs.
Yeah, he needs to chip up soon. Suppose he's more thinking on sizing. There's like a standard raise coming in. 2x.
Be careful who you invite to the dinner table, Aussie. Jam would have worked. Min open does keep Fedor engaged.
Maybe he wins more though.
That is right. It does have Fedor dominated. But it opens the door for Fedor to outmaneuver him.
Very hard to get outmaneuvered on the ace, ace, ace flop.
.3 back, 1.6 in the middle. Oh, Foxen's broken the stage. Checks through. Royal flush drawn now for Aussie.
He's looking to improve.
Just wants to get this one to showdown, does he?
Wants to see if he can make the good old royal flush. Royal flush versus quads, is that what he's thinking?
I mean, surely he knows he would have heard from an ace pre-flop and a lot of kings.
The king is a little bit troublesome. Checks once again, and he makes the flush.
Still losing to full houses, of course.
Katola gets an extra big blind with that raise pre.
Really important pickup for Aussie. I mean, blind's going to be going up to big blind 400K. Oh, did Foxen fold an ace? Wait, what? Surely not. Folding an ace is chip leader on the button. Guys, come on.
You got trolled?
I mean, there's a lot of people saying he did. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm getting trolled. Wouldn't be the first time today. Kind of deserve it. Been a bit salty, as is Rasty. You know, we've been picking fights with some of the viewers.
But you're winning the fights, right?
Oh, mate, you should have heard Ali earlier on today, bro. I mean, Ali was on one. I don't know. Maybe he was on like 4 hours sleep. Came in a bit delirious.
Ace-3 suited, getting raised by Fedor, 3x. Definitely a hand candidate for reshoving, but it's very dangerous because if he makes a mistake here, it'd be an utter disaster to go out in 5th with Aussie Katola sitting on 13 bigs, 5-handed. But he likely knows Fedor's game consists of a lot of raise folds with these stack distribution. There we go. Nicely played, Zubov.
Nice little pick up there for King Zubov. We got time for one more hand? Let's see. No. So, it was meant to be a 45-minute dinner break, but the players have agreed on a quick 25-minute one. Is Alex Foxen is going into said dinner break as the tournament chip leader. He's got 37 bigs. Short stack is none other than the CSGO Empire end boss Aussie Katola with 10 bigs and a dream. He's played for millions of dollars on the Triton stage before. He's here again, Randy, as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. A couple of pots that had, you know, the coin landed on the other side. You know, the Foxen bluff that he was planning on running against Vieira, but that 8 pairing on the river, you heard him kind of joke with Vieira. I was hoping the 3 of clubs would roll off, so I just get to bluff you. But the reality is as things stand, Foxen, no longer the runaway chip leader, has to be very mindful of everyone, really. I mean, even if Aussie doubles up through him, Foxen's down there tied with Vieira in first.
Yeah, of course. And the layout is also that Vieira is still in the tournament. You know, him getting there against Coleman, sitting in second place with 10 million chips, 26 big blinds. Anyone's game at the moment, but is Foxen at the top?
He is at the top. We're going on a 25-minute break. I'm going to be stepping out. Arlene Najal is going to be stepping in, joining Randy to close out this 100K main event here. 3.85 million up top, Triton Trophy, and a bracelet. We'll see you in about 20 minutes' time.
All in. Call.
Zubov falls up front, likely to just pitch this one up front, with covering stacks behind, and Seth Davies on 3 bigs.
Hands up. Ooh, I like that.
I saw a jack.
That is bad.
Shark Davies, man. In great shape to bounce back into this one.
Was a good ride. So.
I'm gonna have 5 million in about 4 hands. Watch this. God damn it.
Uh-oh.
Not today.
All the aces are good, right? How about a queen?
Queen will help.
Queen would do it.
Queen or an ace?
Goes from 3 to 6 outs. Can he find it? No.
No queen, no ace. Good luck, boys.
Seth Davies almost spun the wheel back into this one. Ran in to Fedor Holtz. Out in 9th. For 393,000.
Over at this point.
Shout out Ryan DePaulo. He knows a thing or two about the Triton Poker Series. I'd love to have you back at some point, mate. Hope you're doing well. Enjoying the show. The Bulldozer. Pocket sevens. Yes, Randy.
Bulldozer, we finally got the
yeah,
the nickname.
Bulldozer. It was CPE for like 30 minutes, and then someone in the chat came up with the genius name Bulldozer, and it kind of stuck.
CPE?
We'll get back to it because Danchev's going to be flipping for his tournament live.
Oh yeah, he is, because his jam is going to be for 1.2 million. Muller's put in 500K of that so far.
1.6.
Leave a quarterback.
1,200,000. Oh.
Good luck, chaps. Huge spot, not to state the obvious.
Play roll in. Oh. Call. Get down.
So Danchev to get back up to 10 bigs and change.
Slight favorite for Muller.
Make that a 3-1 favorite now. 2 cards to come. Danchev needs an ace or a king to stay alive. Doesn't find it. Muller holds with the sevens, scoops a 3 million chip pot. He's back up to 5.5 million. And we have our second elimination of the final table. One of the greatest Bulgarian players to have ever played the game. One-time Triton champion, Dimitar Danchev, out in 8th. Unable to convert the ace-king equity across flop, turn, and river. He's going to go home. I picked up $475,000 for it. Back of the ballroom.
Right.
Breaking coverage of that tomorrow.
You know what I think Fedor was referring to? It seemed like Aussie was trying to randomize whether to call or not, maybe like a 50-50. And maybe there's some red and black somewhere on his wrist. I have no idea. He's got a roulette wheel like KT, maybe? Is that possible?
Okay. Yeah. Is that the Jacob & Co. roulette?
No, I don't know if that's what Aussie's rocking, but I could see that being the case. Regardless, we do have a situation here, don't we?
We do indeed.
Flat call. So for Foxen to flat off of 30 bigs in the spot, he feels there's more value in getting people behind to give action, and Muller's got ace king.
These stacks, this is second v third v fourth in chips. Zubov is just going to watch on. He's sat on 11 big blinds, and he's going to be chewing on this one. This is going to be for the chip lead, Randy.
Yeah.
One would have to assume Holtz gets out of there.
Especially against all in. That should step aside Holtz, but Foxen, he's going to snap this one off with 2 jacks. He has to be crushing the jamming range. jacks.
Note that Fedor's staring Foxen down, not Muller down. He gets out of there.
Jacks is just too strong.
It's too strong. He's going to ask for a count. This is third against fourth in chips for an overwhelming chip lead pot. I mean, whoever wins this just finishes top 3, right? Like 90% of the time. Good luck, gents. 15 million chip pot. Biggest pot of the tournament so far. We've already seen one of Muller's aces folded.
You have that?
7.5.
You do.
Foxen, fresh off that 500k final table, picked up his first Triton trophy in Monte Carlo.
Not this fast.
Muller in rough shape on the
Yeah.
Jack 9-3.
Bad.
Dead on a lot of turns, including that one. Just a cold deck. Ace King against Jacks for 30 big blinds apiece. The money's always going to go in the middle.
I also have
Bad news.
Got to win flips
Two biggest to stroke.
to win tournaments. Alex Foxen is now the overwhelming chip leader as we lose the ever-impressive Samuel Muller in 7th place. He's going to collect 650,500 for his efforts. And I tell you what, Randy, we're going to be seeing plenty more of that young man at future Triton stops as he shares a high five and a little post-mortem with his good friend and mentor. Aussie suited connectors, second in chips. Perhaps going to get busy.
Of course. Suited connector, big stack. Doesn't matter that he's first position.
Be careful.
Yeah.
That was late, but we'll let it go.
I'm new to poker. Still learning.
It's all good.
Shout out to Foxen and Coleman there, by the way. Just kind of coaching Aussie, saying, look, man, you've got to be careful in these spots. Flicked in the chip and then kind of announced raise. Aussie just, you know, saying, hey, look, I'm new to poker. But Foxen and Coleman, just all class.
Yeah, I appreciate that, of course.
Yeah, they don't want Aussie to, you know, go to another tour where perhaps they're not as forgiving or lenient as Triton and then get showered. Again, not c-betting from under the gun on a board texture that you'd have to imagine kind of favors his range with the ace, king, kings, aces, big pair range advantage. It's now allowed Foxen to turn a pair and Aussie's drawing dead.
Yeah, that's just very costly for him to not c-bet in some of these spots where he would just take it down very easily. And board textures at rate to hit neither player. He is going to try to stab now with a delayed c-bet. Can't imagine it working at this point given that Foxen's paired the queen. Small bet.
.5 out there. Foxen now beating ace queen.
Great river card because of that point. Exactly, in case it was a better queen that was betting, like ace queen, given to the king on the board.
1-7.
You know what, though? This is hard to call down for Foxen, as played.
Fair play to Aussie. I mean, he's found the barrel on the river. Feels like it's the right size.
Targeting Queen X.
Yeah, Queen X, Ace Highs. See if Foxen can sniff this one out.
And if I'm Foxen, I'm not thinking this is ever a queen value betting. In
This is what I was
spot.
about to ask you, Randy. Yeah, like, is this ever Ace Queen, which obviously we now beat with Queen 5 for this sizing? Oh, Foxen's got the calling chips in hand. Foxen extends his lead.
There we go. That's, yeah, muck. That's what you want to see.
Picks up a 6 million chip pot.
It flashed. I couldn't tell you what it was though. It was black cards, and so I saw it.
Vieira. Big slick. 21 bigs.
Trappy. It's like the perfect opponent to trap against too. Fedor known to kind of just go for it with very polarizing range. King Jack is, man, this is tricky. Look at this. Doesn't take the bait. He knows what Vieira's up to, especially he got a walk last blind versus blind spot. So technically Vieira's limping range is a little bit stronger than average.
Very disguised hand here for Vieira.
It's got to be very tempting to continue for Fedor. He does have King Jack high, which is often good with backdoor hearts and 2 overs to the middling card, which is pretty important. Also, you might expect Ace X to trap you sometimes on the flop. He's in.
Uh-oh. Always an action turn card.
It might slow Vieira down, where he plays passively. Slip it on over to Holtz, who might have some single heart floats that might stab. I mean, Holtz shouldn't need to turn his hand into a bluff. King High is still often good. Doesn't get an ace to fold, doesn't really get a 9 to fold. There's not much better high cards besides King Queen, and I don't even know if King Queen would even bet the flop.
It's also nice for flushing someone, right?
Oh, right, if they got a small heart as
Exactly, yeah. Just check, see a river, should a heart roll off, maybe you just cooler a hand like 10-7 with a heart that was stabbing. Hello. Hello, nut flush. Man, it's pretty absurd because the money could have gone in pre. Fedor could have just
showered
mashed from the big blind.
Of course. This could have played out in many different ways. Maybe Vieira opens, Holtz reshoves or defends. As played though, 1.25 million in the middle. Not much for Vieira to value bet against at this point, but he is going to reach for block bet. And we know Holtz is going to raise with the King of Hearts. So Vieira is value betting against the 9. Maybe some Ace X. Trying to make it look like he's repping the flush, going thin.
Well, he's going to hear from Fedor. Question is, what size does Holtz come with?
Yeah, whatever the maximum is that Vieira would call with a flush. He probably doesn't expect ace-king to call without a heart, so you need to just size up according to the upper end of your opponent's range. Maybe he also expects like queen of hearts from Vieira to value bet bigger on the river, so maybe he more targets the smaller hearts. Oh, he's gone big. Just 2 million.
Vieira gonna chill on this one for a bit. Understandably so.
The bigger Fedor raises, the more polarizing his heart would be. So to make it 2 million, it's almost looking like king of hearts or nothing. I wouldn't expect Fedor to raise it to 2 million with like the 10 of hearts.
Right.
The jack of hearts.
Exactly. It's like a 7x. Almost. Call it 6.
And if your opponent's got a king of hearts or nothing situation, then maybe ace-king starts to become a bit more enticing. If Fedor is bluffing in this spot, it's usually a 4x turning itself into a bluff.
Just a single pair of 4s?
Yeah, I would say that seems about right. 9x can kind of just call. I mean, even 4x though, I don't even know if it needs to turn itself into a bluff necessarily. But Fedor needs to have had a hand that called the flop and isn't strong enough to call a river bet. You can see Zhao is deep in the tank and muttering to himself, trying to figure out the combos of hands he beats. Not the first time we've seen this.
Wow, he's really burning through those time banks.
He's running out.
He's only got 2 left. One of the biggest spots of the tournament for him so far. Does not want to burn through them and then fall on the wrong decision. He also doesn't want to run out of them and then find himself in a similar situation later on.
You're right. And there's always that Fedor factor, knowing he's always capable of having bluffs and spots.
Wow, he's got 1 left. Fold it, Vieira. Live to fight another day with 18 bigs rather than 10. Oh no, he's made the call. Fedor gets paid. Vieira burns through multiple time banks and now finds himself on the shortest stack after landing on call.
Closer and closer we creep to awarding the second of 2 Triton trophies and the second of 2 bracelets here at this abbreviated version of a Triton Super High Roller Series Festival. Ali Nejad back in the saddle, relieving Henry Kilbane. Randy Liu alongside. And Randy, you've borne witness to some violence, and you've now borne witness to all that was required to get us to a guaranteed 7-figure payday as 5 remain here at this final table. Story so far for you?
For me, it's João Vieira. He's still in the tournament. He's second in chips with 10 million in chips. You know, he got it in. He had just 2 outs against David Coleman, who did bow out in 6th place. So João Vieira, this is the one for him.
You know, when you say 2 outs one time and then people shake their head and they think, oh, what a luck box or something like that. Let's not forget all that goes into getting to this point. My guess is just about everybody has taken the worst of it with their whole stack in front of them. It's just part and parcel to the process. So don't go rolling your eyes and don't go suggesting that this is not earned here by Vieira or any of the others that are there. Among them, of course, Alex Foxen has emerged as the chip leader, 14.675 million currently in front of him. But that's just 37 bigs playing 2, 4, and 4. So even though Katola has withered down to 10 bigs, 27 bigs separating 5th through 1st, and the pay ladders, huge. 1.172 on lockup, 385 at the top. There's going to be some jockeying.
Oh, definitely going to be some jockeying. But, you know, for now, the chip lead is significant. We do have a short stack of 10 big blinds, and everyone kind of wants to get that pay jump first before we battle Fox.
Of course. Average stack, 9.1 million. That's good for 23 bigs, as Holtz, Zubov, and Katola all lie beneath that particular threshold. So just a few seconds away from sending you back into the arena for the resumption of play here at Atlantis. And don't forget, after we crown a winner here, there's still another big bracelet to be awarded, as the World Series of Poker Paradise main event is taking place elsewhere in the room. Plenty of day ones before we get to a day 2 in that one, and an eventual champion on the 19th of December. But for now, this is the matter at hand. You see the pedestal that reads "Where high stakes dreams are dealt." Boy, it may sound rich, but it's oh so true. Just ask Alejandro Lococo, who won our 500K Invitational a couple of days ago. There are the official chip counts. 1 million in orbit, the price of poker. Yikes.
Average stack is 23 bigs, so can't really just wait around, and Foxen's going to try his best to chip up while there's a little bit of waiting at the moment, you know? Aussie Katola, all eyes on you.
You know, the thing about Katola is this guy, he's going to do it his way. This much we know. Ran into some unfortunate exchanges. Obviously, some of the wounds that he sustains are going to be more self-inflicted than the average entity, strictly on account of his willingness to embrace the variance, as we have been putting it.
It's safe to say he's had the biggest roller coaster here so far at this final table.
And with that, cards are back in the air here in the Bahamas. There is Katola, who every time he wears that hat, he makes me want s'mores, because it does look like a giant marshmallow.
Santa's gone, all right? Can we throw away the marshmallow reference?
So what does marshmallows have to do with Santa?
Christmas theme? No?
What? Marshmallows and Christmas? Is that a thing? Down in Australia, Randy? I wish you guys could all see the look on Randy's face as he's realizing that maybe there isn't a relationship.
Marshmallows is for camping, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Do you camp for
Ooh.
Christmas? Ooh, indeed. There's a little stocking stuffer here for Fedor on the button. Red Kings looking
5 seconds.
to both sides of himself as Vieira has clicked it.
2.1.
Raised to 2,100,000.
Third floor, 2.1.
Sorry.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Vieira bows out. You know what else I just thought of when we were talking about marshmallows?
Go ahead, man.
Lucky Charms.
Oh, Lucky Charms. Marshmallows in there.
We were talking about cereal the other day. I'm actually really curious because there's some exotic cereals. In fact, I was doing this podcast a long time ago. Don't know if you recall, with Joe Seabach and Gavin Smith. Actually, the last time I was here in the Bahamas was with that crew. Poker Road Radio, obviously, R.I.P. Gavin, a real legend. It was a blast around these parts. And one of our listeners sent me a box of a cereal called Blueberry Muffin Tops. Because, you know, people talk about the muffin tops, right? Like being delicious. I didn't even know this existed. There's some really exotic places. And actually, as we see Vieira picking up 2 queens, in East London, Shoreditch, there's a restaurant dedicated to exotic cereals called Cereal Killer. And people go and they just eat cereal.
Eat cereal
Yeah.
for dinner.
Yeah, it's like a little, pop-up kind of spot.
All right.
But, you know.
So you trying to get me out to Shoreditch once again. All right, I'm not falling for that twice.
It's not open at night, Randy. It's more of a daytime spot.
Okay.
Perhaps if the Triton Super High Roller Series
No,
pays
never.
another visit
Don't
to Jolly
ask me
Old.
to go anywhere with you
We
anymore.
can take an Uber, Randy. We don't have to walk 2.5 miles in your Balmain
Knowing
Blazer.
you, we'll find like a bicycle or something to get down there. Not falling for it.
A two-man bike.
8-5 suited.
Yeah, going to be a two-man pot as Katola defends. In trouble. Let's see if the flop will extend mercy as you see Vieira sizing up the stack depth. 10-9-6. Gut shot straight draw, but no diamond on board. Katola. Kind of board texture that favors him. Knuckles over.
Yeah, since it tends to favor Katola, Vieira is going to look for value against single pair hands, especially if they're coupled with a gut shot. It's only 2.7 million back. Queens is a monster at this stack depth.
5 seconds. Bet 1 million.
So backdoor diamond, instant fold.
Discipline lay down, perhaps the kind of thing that we weren't seeing quite as much of in Monaco at Vieira's first ever Triton. He has definitely evolved, and, that tends to be the case when it comes to the invitee side of an invitational bracket type of player. Used to refer to them as VIPs, businessmen even, once upon a time. But you can tell that Aussie has evolved. By the way, some people coming in to defend you in the chat. Randy, among them, Jester and Adam27, saying that, marshmallows, hot cocoa, wintertime, December, Christmas, there is a connective thread there. So,
Thank you. Defend against this Ollie. He's hard to fight. You made me second guess myself. I don't like that.
well, we established yesterday that you've never seen Forgetting Sarah Marshall, which, before the trip's over, Randy, that might be worth a
Ollie,
view.
you know what I gotta say to you? Die. Die. Die.
Foxen.
All in.
Oh my goodness.
How much is this?
I think this King 5 might be dying. He is asking for a count here as Katola blasts in 2.7.
I don't blame him. Foxen's going to raise much worse, and Foxen might even be priced in. He's put in 2 big blinds.
2725.
5 more to call. But Foxen's also thinking, well, I am the chip leader, and if I leave Katola in there, maybe I can get some more raise and takes in future hands. He lays it down. What a pickup for Katola. 2.725 million up to 4.3 now, uncontested.
Those are important exchanges there.
Donna? We have a break every 2 levels anyway, right? So clock's just wrong. Break is every 2 levels, regardless of the length of the levels. Now that is 40 minutes, break every 1 hour and 20.
Unless we get to 4. When we get to 4, it goes to 35 minutes, right?
So it's even...
So it's likely to be an hour and 15.
Players
You can
referring
drink.
to the fact that the
Yes,
blind
that
levels
was
do get abbreviated as a final table does evolve to help speed things along. Shaving 5 minutes here and there with successive bust outs. Now, Foxen makes it 800 to go from the cutoff. Aussie with King 10 on the button.
He just got Queen Jack offsuit through
Folded.
with less chips. I don't blame him for trying with King 10, but this is going to get looked up by the ace 10 of
4.5,
Foxen.
right?
Now, mind you, this is a larger figure than Foxen was supposed to call with, but it's also a much larger hand. So he clicks call as a healthy covering stack that can afford to take this spin, and what an impactful one it's going to be for Aussie. Almost an 8-figure pot. Can the wild man, the gunslinger, keep his seat? He's going to need some help dominated. Finds an open-ender on a Queen-Jack-Jack board here, and he ace any 9. Obviously, one of those aces unavailable across the way in Foxen's hand. King won't do the trick. 3 of diamonds will take a couple of outs off the board. Now, only 5 cards will save Aussie, and that jack is not one of them. GG's issued, and it comes crashing to a halt in an abrupt manner for Aussie Katola. Out in 5th with the first of the 7-figure payouts.
Fox at 30 now?
Yeah, he's had such a wild run
Oh, okay. It was 40
at this final table, cashing for
think that's what I remember them saying, but-
$1.7
I think so.
No,
million
Lucas said it goes down by
dollars.
5 minutes, so
5
it was-
minutes? Okay.
35 and then
Took
Well,
a
did he go
shot, right?
45 then 40?
Got through with Queen Jack
No.
the
It
last
just went
hand.
50 to 40, right? Yeah.
Reshove
50,
King
40,
10
35,
offsuit, ran
40.
into ace 10.
We go to 30 heads up?
30 heads up, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Boy, I got to tell you, in terms of viewing entertainment, taking nothing away from the remaining 4 players, the index just dipped down a bit as the snowman, Aussie Katola, out of there.
I mean, he's had tremendous results, you know, coming onto the scene in Monte Carlo 2024 was his debut. Got heads up against Vladimir Korzinin, won $3 million in 150K. And to get another 7-figure score in such short order is amazing for someone who doesn't play professionally.
This is his 3rd Triton final table in 9 events. He's batting 330 FTs, and don't forget that Korzinin 2nd place finish that you touched on, being a 7-figure score of almost $3 million. That was a 2nd place finish there, and it came after he had already finished 5th in the 40K mystery bounty in Monte Carlo. But we fight on, absent Aussie. Fedor, 6-7, limps from the small, and a couple of hooks for Zarzubov. Elevator up.
Yeah, making it 1.1 million, hoping that Fedor's got a hand that can limp jam like little pocket pairs, ace rag. But the 7-6 offsuit out.
I think it's because of the camera positions. They will play in these specific positions. Unfortunately, they said this middle spot's kind of a dead spot with the cameras.
Fedor bowing out. I'm just realizing that if you're a Bahamian customs officer and for some reason you find yourself having to go through Aussie's luggage and you find that polar bear jacket and hat, you're going to be wondering if this guy got on the wrong flight. You're like, this is the Bahamas, man. What are you doing with fur? You know, and then he's like, dude, I'm from Finland, man. This is called a light windbreaker out there. Pocket 8s for Vieira. Not so light.
5 seconds.
And he adds weight to the tune of a min raise. Ace on the button, but off suit. Fedor bowing out.
King 7's very defendable from the big blind. Plenty of stacks to play for. Occasionally you see players 3-bet bluff with this type of hand.
5 seconds.
2.4.
There we go.
Now, we've seen quite a bit of the offsuit King X, but mostly with like deuce 3 in tow. behave in this way. I confess the King 7 is a little bit further up than what I would have presumed would be a candidate, but of course we don't question the mighty Alex Foxen and his decisions. 3Xing.
All in.
Ooh, and Vieira just stuffs it.
Nice play.
Great pickup there for Joao.
Obviously, that's one of the cons of 3-betting hand like King 7 also is if your opponent reshoves on you, you don't get a chance to see a free cheap flop. But usually you are right. You know, the weaker kings was more likely to 3-bet. And the reason is because King 7, the higher the kicker, that's just more playability post-flop. But I definitely have seen players you navigating with King 7 in that manner. And you might think it looks like such a bad hand to play with, but rarely do you have to take that hand post-flop. Off of those 20 big blind stacks, players aren't really calling 3-bets. They're more playing 4-bet jams or fold.
Combing through the chat, by the way, a couple of things emerging here. One of them associated with Tsar Zubov. Some submissions that suggest that he is a well-known pro player and coach from, I believe, Marno. If I had to guess, it's a Russian handle there. Thank you for that. Also, a few other folks, as we see Zubov raise and take, talking about how Ossi may very well be approaching the game in the way that he is on account of the fact that he was very ill not long ago, on the brink of death, allegedly. Tuberculosis, apparently, that which almost got him. And ever since he bounced back from that, he's got kind of a new perspective, maybe. I suspect that he was kind of a, you know, carpe diem type to begin with, but maybe it's on steroids now. And I will say that it was one of the most entertaining final tables in Triton history, if you missed it, from back in Monte Carlo when he and Gambledore, Santa, Vladimir Korzinin, however you want to refer to him, got entangled heads up, just knifing through the pros in that 150K. When this one's all said and done, if you're still chomping at the bit for some poker, go back and give that one a watch. It really was something special.
My favorite part of that final table was both Vladimir and Ossi were playing their favorite hand, 7-deuce and 9-6. They're
Yeah.
like, well, it doesn't matter. This is a 150K buy-in. Let's just go all in.
You know, you said 9-6, Randy. I believe Vladimir would correct you and say it was 6-9.
Oh, sorry.
That he was playing.
Got it reversed.
Ace-King suited. Plenty of people feel like this is a favorite. And Vieira embracing variances. He 3-bets for all of it.
Look at this pot size. Snap. 18.65 million, just like that.
When he made it 6, he always knew it was a possibility that Zubov would stuff the rest in there. And this is a humongous 18.6 in the middle. Car crash, as Kilbane likes to put it.
Chip leader pot. It's going to be Vieira or Zubov. Slight edge to Joao.
Yeah, the coin weighted toward Portugal. And there it remains on a Jack-10-9 board. No hearts to worry about. Of course, we add queens to the cards that spoil the fun for Vieira. That's as dry as things can get on the turn. Zubov needs a queen, king, or an ace if he wants to remain intact here in the main. And he can't find it. A 7 on the river. The 2 5s hold on a full rundown. And Vieira catapulting up the leaderboard.
Want to check? Good, right?
And showering Tsar Zubov in 4th.
You know, Joao Vieira, he made the play of 2 5s, and what are you going to do? You've got ace-king, your opponent's rejamming on you. Opportunity to have the chip lead. Zubov hung in there. Out in 4th for $1.482 million.
Nothing to scoff at. And when you consider Zubov's total in terms of career Triton earnings coming into this one at $750,000, it becomes even more significant. Crossing the 7-figure barrier.
A career best at Triton.
Mm-hmm.
See you next time, Zubov. Oh, he's still here.
I don't think it's one of those he's refusing to leave situations, Randy. I wouldn't be too alarmed.
All right, he's handed over to Mike.
Thank you. See you.
The Triton scarf has become a bit of a trademark for Zubov, by the way, in the same way Mosbach wearing a hoodie and then turning it into a scarf is kind of a familiar sight. And that scarf will be back. That much I'm fairly certain of, especially after that performance he just turned in. But he leaves behind 3 players, rumbling for a guaranteed $1.83 million now. The ladder, Randy, between second and third, $760K.
7.6 buy-ins is it's a lot of coin.
Color up time now.
I'll take 2 as well for the Blues if you could.
I'll just go wait and leave 2 for Alex.
The final 3 is 3 very decorated players. Look at those stacks. Big chip lead for Vieira.
Now, I ask you, Randy, given that ladder that we just pointed out, is Alex Foxen supposed to stay out of the way for a little while and just see what's what in terms of Fedor, or is 21 bigs too much in front of Holtz for Foxen to sit back?
21 bigs is too much in my opinion. If he just lays low and just waits for Fedor to hopefully bust out, Fedor might just chip up, and then they got similar stack size. Right now, he still needs to be a bit cautious, but he's still not going to pass up any huge EV spots.
How about in terms of given opportunities to choose who he wants to square off with in pots, less inclined to get up against Vieira? Naturally, given Vieira having position A and then the covering stack B, he kind of avoids those confrontations and maybe leans more in to playing pots against Fedor?
True, but on the flip side, Vieira's got the wider ranges, so you kind of want to play against the guy who's got dust more often than not. So, you know, it's not that simple.
Wouldn't call it dust, this 6-7 of hearts. Defendable as it turns into an open-ender against a pair of 5s with a hard-working ace of diamonds in tow for Fedor, who made it 850 pre. Joao checks with the flow.
Fun flop, open-ended straight draw versus the middle pair, with the ace of diamonds working for Fedor. Fedor is the shortest stack to start this hand, up to 3.
5 seconds.
Seeking clearance.
Bet. 575,000.
575, the figure at which he pursues said clearance.
A hand like 6-7, it's a bit of a disaster to check raise and get jammed on when you have this much clean equity. So that makes you want to throw a hand like 7-6 into the check call range, whereas gut shots are more likely to check raise bluff. Because, you know, you got less clean outs.
So a flat from Joao on the hunt for a 3 or an 8. Instead, the queen rolls off. Nice card for Fedor's purposes.
As good as it gets. Could even value bets, still value bet against worse. And sometimes the queen would check raise you on the flop. I'd feel very comfortable with ace-5 at this point. Also, with the board pairing queen, you rarely get check jammed on by semi-bluffs, just because you could have a queen that's never folding.
5 seconds. Bet. 2,100,000.
2.1 million. Holtz barreling this turn. Having the ace of diamonds in his hand is very useful here.
Yeah, block some of the continues. You know, ace-high flush draws, of course, would never be check folding turn. Clearly not possible when you have the ace of diamonds yourself. Bit of a disaster for the 7-6. Doesn't get to see a river card. Great spot for Fedor, chipping up.
Yeah, snacking on the chip leader in the process. Trying to pull himself in range of Foxen's stack.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, if you're Vieira given the option, would you rather have even distribution between yourself and the second place stack and then in turn second and third? Or would you rather find those two stacks closer to one another in terms of, you know, a clear path toward chip accumulation?
I kind of like having the other two stacks close to each other.
Why is that?
Oh, well, the other option you mentioned was what though? Sorry?
Even distribution, like let's say Vieira's ahead of Foxen by 6 million and in turn Foxen's ahead of Fedor by 6 or 7 million. You know what I mean? Like a clear third, second,
No,
and first.
I like the first now that I think about it. Is because second place would have so much incentive to wait out the third player.
Right.
You know? But it kind of depends on how short is the third place guy. Because, you know, 21 big blind's not so short. But if the third place guy has like 15 and lower, then whoever's in second is not really looking to play pots. But it is a different dynamic. You know, you just adjust accordingly.
Well, Foxen.
It's the best when the other two players have the same stack, but they're both short.
Yeah,
they're
of course.
really just waiting.
That's the dreaminess. Foxen here.
Back a little bit.
Adjust things from 400 to 800. Clicks. Fedor defends. Deuce 3-4. And he's got the right side of the gutter here, along with ace high, well in front of Alex.
Yeah, kind of a tough texture to see bet on, given that ace highs are always check calling you on this board texture. Gonna hope to bet out the other unpaired hands. Ace 6 is quite nice. Sometimes the 5 drops, you really win a big pot against an ace.
So 650 ahead. Installed into the middle. 8 rolls off. Foxen very much adrift here.
Yeah, if Foxen was to bet again, he's basically targeting naked ace X. You know, ace 7, ace 9s, ace 6s that have trouble calling multiple barrels. But then again, if Foxen's up against like an ace 4, ace 3, ace deuce, or a 4-5, these hands wouldn't be looking to fold to 2 barrels.
2.2.
Reach for more. This is very hard for Fedor to call once again, especially with no flush draw present. There's less bluffs or less obvious straightforward bluffs in Foxen's range.
I mean, he makes it look so standard to barrel this 2.2, but one wouldn't be blamed for maybe seizing up a little bit when you consider that massive ladder of $750,000 plus between third and second, and just how quickly Foxen's lead would erode against Fedor, who's supposed to have the range advantage on this board, having defended the big. And Fedor, in turn, up to the task, recognizing 4-3 deuce is not supposed to be what Foxen's raising, and Foxen finds a 10 on the end.
That was a great call from Fedor on the turn. So unfortunate the 10 falls. Although I wasn't sure if Foxen was going to fire once more, even unimproved. Now it's a clear value bet. Trying to get called by like an ace 8 that check called the flop. 4x, 3x, deuce x, definitely possible for Fedor if it's coupled with an ace.
7.9 in the middle. They're playing sub 1 SPR. Does Foxen get greedy enough for all of it?
He probably will ask for all of it. Especially because it's so hard for Foxen to actually represent the 10. So now that he actually has it, it's going to look very bluffy in Fedor's shoes.
It's going to look polar, that's for sure. I mean, obviously, it's not impossible to pick up a real hand three-handed.
Mm-hmm.
But you consider Fedor blocks a 6, he blocks an ace, and now he has to make a decision for his tournament life. This is not a card that really changed much. He made that call of 2.2 million on the turn. If he thinks his hand is good there, it's supposed to be good here as well.
You're right about that. You know, the 10 not supposed to hit your opponent. But he also might think that Foxen is just looking to do a 2-barrel and done, hence why he check called the turn. But to see the triple barrel, perhaps he feels maybe Foxen did wake up with a hand, or maybe he just flopped like a straight. It's possible.
You know, the thing is, Fedor knows Alex Foxen's resume. He knows what's going on across the way. That is a man who isn't shy on aggression, who can hit you with the 3 barrels, shy of ace high in this spot. And Fedor, in turn, Randy, we've seen him make big calls. Can't be right 100% of the time. And if he clicks call on this occasion, he'll be dead wrong.
Still alive.
Finds the muck, and continued participation as Foxen, with some roll reversal in a major way, now sits 6 blinds back of Vieira and leaves Fedor with 16 bigs.
Now with this configuration, the difference of just 6 big blinds between 1 and 2 is not very much. So really now it's all eyes on Fedor to chip up. Can't really outlast anyone. And Foxen and Vieira can both kind of just play their ranges accordingly and not really expect the other player to get too crazy just because they're very healthy with their stack sizes at the moment. King 8, certainly a hand that's going to open the button though.
King 8 suited now on the button. Not nearly as much breathing room as João enjoyed at the onset of 3-handed play. Nevertheless, gets busy. Jack 10 offsuit for Fedor.
It's a candidate to make a move.
6 million.
And move it does. A committing 6 million pushed forward. And Vieira steps aside as the rebuilding efforts begin for Fedor Holtz.
Good for 20 bigs now.
You know, these guys thought, João and Foxen, that maybe they were going to be able to enjoy careers absent Fedor's talents once upon a time, as he announced his retirement from poker a few years back. And then he was looking around and seeing people pick up these massive scores and some of these super high buy-ins, and he was like, maybe I need to come back and remind you guys what's what. And here he is, armed for some reminders with pocket 9s on the button. 850K. Fedor 17 million in career Triton earnings, 25 cashes, 4 titles. That is rarefied air. On form at the end of Monte Carlo, he finished 14th in the 125K main, and then that entertaining Katola versus Korzanen heads-up match, he was 3rd in that one, the 150K. Foxen, A7 in the small. Pulls back on the yoke and gives us some more altitude.
Bad timing because Fedor, he's not folding. He's probably just going to rip it in, expecting fold equity. Could even get called by worse.
We have turkey, we have gravy, we have mashed potatoes.
Oh, we're mashing this in.
Green bean casserole, and
Holland.
the only thing we're missing is stuffing. Yes, there it is. And thanks are given by Fedor for that 2.3 million balance transfer. Those chips look familiar. They were sitting in front of him just a couple of pots ago.
It's evening out once again. Not too long ago, 2 hands ago, Fedor was sitting on 16 big blinds. He's got 28 bigs now.
Randy, I listed off things on the Thanksgiving table, and you went with mashing this one in? I thought it was for sure that stuffing
I couldn't
was the
remember
clear
what else is served at Thanksgiving, all right? Cranberry sauce. He's cranberry saucing this one in.
If the red chips were the big chips, I guess we could have called it that.
What else?
Candied yams?
Pumpkin pie.
Pumpkin pie. If you had orange chips, yeah, that would have worked too. Now I'm hungry. Anybody still have
you might get stuffed.
Anybody still have Thanksgiving leftovers, by the way? Because if you do,
Are you
it's time to
serious?
throw them out.
What is it, December 12th today?
Sometimes you buy a bird that's too big, man. You know, maybe you throw the turkey in the freezer. I don't know how it works. I'm just saying.
All right.
It sounds yummy right now.
I know where not to go for Thanksgiving is your place.
Not in December, of course. Meanwhile, Vieira going with the limp from the small blind here. Fedor wagging his finger. Now, when we limp something like A7, we know that there's some frequency with which Fedor will rise up in this way. And by and large, it's going to be with hands that are on both ends of the spectrum, but not really in the middle of it in terms of range, right?
Yeah, and obviously no intention to limp fold, but it's a bit too much to limp jam and a little bit too good to limp re-raise and fold. If João Vieira was going to slide some ace rags to limp re-raise with, he'd usually use ace deuce and ace 3, which has a lot less playability. Holtz does connect bottom pair. He's got the best hand.
And he's got a check in front of him after Vieira made the call. Of course, the 2 overs and a queen and a 10 coordinated. And this is, I would imagine, the kind of stuff he thinks is going to interact with Vieira's limp calling range more often than not, Randy?
So limp calling ranges often contain a lot of hands that are good, but they're not good enough to get it in and not good enough to re-raise and fold. So hands like 10-9, Queen-9, things like this. Trip 5 is obviously amazing for Fedor.
Yeah, if it wasn't good enough to bet the flop, it's definitely good enough to get some chips in now, as we saw the Fedor check back.
And Fedor is very aware that the Queen and 10 can be in Vieira's range and will value bet accordingly against those hands. But imagine a queen or 10 is indifferent in terms of what sizing to call against. Of course, Fedor is thinking, okay, turn plus river, how much can I get? Ideally, all of it.
$2.3.
Check in front of him, and he's going 2.3. This is beefy. Vieira bows out with ace 7. Well, Randy, Danny Green in the chat has written in to advise, Randy is definitely my favorite Triton commentator.
Sorry.
He's a staple at Triton now.
Oh, I love that guy.
Well,
can we
sorry to hear that, because I just banned him.
I'm just serious.
I didn't ban him.
Okay.
Shout out to Danny. Appreciate the love. By the way, if you like what you're hearing, if you like what you're seeing, or if you simply like the fact that it's all free of charge and kicks the shit out of any other streaming poker stuff that you're going to watch out there, I stand behind that, then go ahead and click like and click subscribe and become a part of this Triton Super High Roller Series community. We broke the 300K subscriber barrier. Very proud of that, and obviously huge debt of gratitude and thanks from us here in the booth on behalf of our entire team. We've worked throughout the years to build this little thing into what it is today. As a little thing becomes a little bit bigger thing, courtesy of King Jack, Holtz, 3X's to 1.2.
I think he's won 3 pots in a row, and it wasn't just raise and take, so he's up to 31 bigs to start this hand. 3X, called by 10-9 offsuit, blind versus blind.
King, Queen, 6, top pair here for Holtz. Foxen with a dusty gutter.
But if he can find that dusty gutter, he can stack Fedor Holtz in his hand. Fedor's hand is strong enough to go for 3 streets of value. Of course, the better kicker, ace-king, would be 3-betting pre, so we discount that. Let's start things off with 1.3 million.
Into 2-8. Just shy of half pot.
Should see Foxen come in with call. He's got a very clean straight draw. If he hits the jack, sure ace-10 would beat his 10-9, but he can still get a lot of value against kings, X, and stuff like that. So he does call 5.4 in the middle now as we go to a turn card.
Which does not help the 9-10. Jack would have been oh so spicy, as you pointed out. Deck has other ideas here, and they favor Fedor.
So an arrival of a flush draw, Fedor can just go to town on the turn as well. King X certainly not folding. Queen X can easily call once again with more draws that his opponent would need to keep honest. He just wants to size in a way where he can hopefully get all of the stack in by the river.
How is he going to distribute this 9.8? 3-9 here. That's going to leave him with 5.9 back, and in the event Foxen had a hand he could call with, it would be sub 1 SPR, sub 0.5 SPR. My apologies. Of course, as we can see, 10-9 shouldn't be interested, right?
No, it's not enough equity to continue. It'd be pretty crazy for him to call and float once more, drawing this slimly, and he's out. Fedor, once again, I feel like it's 4 in a row.
Listen.
He surpassed Foxen in chips.
This is crazy because a minute ago, Foxen had left him with 16 bigs, and he was 6 bigs shy of Vieira. And as you pointed out, in the span of an orbit and change, all of a sudden he sits 15 million. Foxen the short stack with 12. Only 6 million separating Vieira and the short stack of Foxen as things have begun to condense in terms of stacks.
Looks like the heater is continuing. Ace-9 offsuit on the button, raising, three-handed. Foxen 10-7 offsuit, regathering himself. But he's using a time bank.
You reading into that for some reason?
Well, you're not going to use a time bank if you're not thinking about 3-bet bluffing with this hand. Definitely not a hand you normally would use so, but he's just thinking, can Fedor really win every single hand? This is not right.
So is this just a contextual perception that Fedor's speeding?
I think so.
Oh, yeah, you know, I understand. The time bank usually not supposed to be utilized unless you're thinking about something naughty. But instead, he keeps things nice as he bins the 10-7. You see Fedor.
Damn. Well played, time bank fold. You feeling it, Fedor?
You know, I don't know what kind of rapport Fedor and Foxen have with one another. Holtz can be a little bit thorny sometimes out there, you know.
I like his comments. They're pretty funny.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think Foxen loved that one, though. Not this
Listen,
moment.
he's out here bit wounded after having taken that big chunk out of Fedor. And you never know, man. I wonder how much psychological operations are going on out there between these guys, right? I mean, fair play.
Look, everyone obviously is so good, very well studied. We got to find some edges in other ways. Maybe psychological warfare is the next way to go.
Yeah. Like, don't shower for the whole festival.
No, not don't shower.
Oh, that's biological warfare. My bad.
Yeah. You're an awful human being. I'm starting to realize.
Queen 8, awful hand is 5 deuce offsuit, Fedor.
It's your type of hand, though, right?
Checking back. No, that's an Aussie Catola special right there, especially if it comes with the 3 of hearts instead of the deuce of diamonds. Some people out there know exactly what I'm talking about. 9-7-4, not what either of these hands are talking about. Swing and a miss in both camps. Limp pot pre. Blind versus blind here at the new 250-500 level.
Fedor seeking a chance to stab here, just 5 high, no gut shot. It's won every single pot as of late. Checking it back.
7 on the turn. Pairs the board. Vieira still no interest in barreling, understandably.
Well, Fedor doesn't expect 5 high there or win at showdown. Maybe he's thinking of taking a stab, although Vieira often stabs when he's got air on a paired board. He is going to shoot some chips out.
If you don't want it, I'll take it. 1.5 million from 5 deuce, and Fedor continues to surge here. Momentum squarely in his corner. And now he's dead even with Vieira.
2 orbits in a row. All pots going to that one man, Fedor Holtz.
All the chip tributaries flowing into this body of water that is the goated German, Fedor Holtz. Suited king on the button now for Joao.
So someone new will be winning this pot. King 6 opens 2x, Queen 4 suited, very defendable. One more big blind deposited.
Yep. Off to the flop we go.
You have 12
And
behind.
it's the wonderful
Flush.
pair and flush draw development here for Foxen. Granted, it is bottom pair on an ace-high board, but it is performing incredibly well against Vieira's king high.
Yeah, absolutely amazing flop for Fox. And of course, the ace is very well in Vieira's range, so he likely will need to play this one defensively.
7.
A lot of good things can happen on turn when you check call, you hit your flush, maybe your opponent multi-barrels. You rarely get a better hand to fold when you check raise. Check call is the play.
Happy to simply flat with all this equity. Unhappy not to improve on the turn, but his hand is still best, unbeknownst to him as he checks it over to Vieira.
And of course, when you got pair flush draw, you can always auto call any flop and turn and always see a river card, so you never get blown off for your equity. Shouldn't see too much 2-barrel from King 6. Doesn't block continues.
Yeah, really uninspiring holding here, and that check call from Foxen on the flop is an appetite suppressant. Second ace on the river.
Well, if you're not going to improve your hand, you don't mind the board pairing ace, especially when your opponent didn't bet the turn. Ace-X tends to be off the table for Vieira's range at a very high frequency. Pair 4s can't really get called by worse, so often we'll just be checking, hoping it goes check, check, and it should. King high beats a sliver of showdown value. But actually value bet seeking, and it's not that small, 1.2. It is small, but still it's hoping king high calls with the brick diamonds, the brick 5-6 type hands.
So this is clear value from Foxen?
clear value, a little bit of block. He expects João Vieira to make hero calls.
This would be an expensive time to find a cape.
João spent a lot of time
Queen
banks
4.
in previous hands. He makes the call. Wow, Foxen. Amazing value bet.
Just kind of knew exactly the number he could get paid by a hand such as that. Showing why he is one of the best.
João Vieira is now in third.
You know, it's just by 6 big blinds beneath Fedor and 4 big blinds against Foxen. As all of a sudden, we've hit the reset button and are playing a 3-man sit-and-go here at this petting zoo of a final table where these 3 goats are clashing. Button heads.
Now Holtz and Foxen, they both have Triton titles, but I believe all 3 have WSOP bracelets under their belts. Love to add title and a bracelet to their trophy case. King 10 off.
Foxen limping. Vieira, an ace in the big.
This one slides into the check a lot. Don't really want to get blown off an ace because we know limpy raises are definitely into play for all 3 of these players. So check back he goes.
Neither player hits the Queen 8-4 board. Advantage ace high.
Both players with decent high card. High card with no immediate, like, clear draws, often checks. Foxen's got other plans as he fires out. What I presume to be a small bet, but half the pot. What, 750K? He might actually clear out this ace-3. There's not great turns and river runouts for Vieira. There we go.
Little stab and take there for Foxen. The Life in the YouTube chat says over 20,000 of you are watching and are too lazy to push the like button. Maybe you're watching in full screen.
Thank you very much.
But mash that like button already.
Do it.
And then once you're done with that, head over to GG Poker. If you're not already a part of the world's largest online poker rooms, sign up for an account. Use the promo code Triton_2024. Throw 20 bucks in there and scoop a $50 ticket to the Weekender free of charge.
Do that as well.
Boy, this guy's really going hard at the saxophone in this stretch.
You know, epic saxophone guy?
You mean Sexy Sax Man? Careless Whisper, the George Michael, that one that I brought up before?
No, there's this guy from Eurovision who was
really?
the saxophone like crazy. Yeah, he was a huge meme. Can't believe I know something that you don't.
Well, it's on the internet, Randy. That's why.
Oh.
You know, I'm watching TV and movies. You're watching internet. That's just you kids.
You're an old man then, huh? For you
I'm
to
an
say
old
that.
Man, Randy. King 8 for Foxen. Played as a limp here against the big blind of Fedor. Chip leading with ace-5. I thought it was played as a limp. Forgive me, this million was just a click. Top pair for Fedor. And Foxen has connected as well with an 8 and a strong kicker.
Yeah, obviously this is going to be bad for Foxen. We'll be losing chips at some point in this hand, maybe even on this flop, because the player who's the pre-flop raiser, when they flop middle pairs, they don't often bet it, but when it's the strongest kickers, you tend to throw that more into your betting range. King 8 qualifies.
825,000.
Should see check call from Fedor. His kicker isn't relevant. Also allows you to strengthen your check call range when you're holding 8x, 4x yourself, or king highs that you don't really want to get blasted away. Balance is important in this game.
Another 165. Into the middle here after the 8 1/4 was deployed, and Foxen finds a king on the turn to hop in front in a major way.
Jin. Foxen can just really go hard. He's going to expect an ace-x to never fold the turn. He wants to play for 3 streets. He didn't see a check raise from his opponent on the flop.
3.3.
So ace-4 seems unlikely. Healthy bet.
75% pot, 3.3 from Foxen. And I don't know that Fedor's got anywhere to go but call.
Has to call with this hand. Foxen is barreling worse. You know, you can see Foxen bet like hearts. Gut shots like queen, jack, jack 10. They would want to bet as the king overcards the middling cards. Right now, Foxen's thinking, please, no ace, no 4.
No problem. After Fedor called and brought this pot to 11 million, value available to Foxen on a very clean-looking 6 of clubs river.
Very clean. The only hand he loses to that improves is ace-6.
Yeah, there's no 5-7 lurking. There's no pocket 6s. There's no 6-4. That wouldn't matter anyway, forgive me.
He could ask for it all. And it'll be an extremely tough spot for Fedor.
I mean, listen, he set this one up for 1 SPR, basically.
Seconds.
One time bank used already. Make that 2.
Trying to find a perfect size. Is it all in? Is it less? How would Fedor react?
I don't think we landed on an 11 million chip pot in the middle here at the river by accident. I think Foxen set this one up.
All in.
Yeah.
All in.
Count, please.
He's
Fedor
very aware. Go on.
asking for the count here, and yet again, versus Foxen, he's put to a test for his tournament life, Randy.
He's got a bluff catcher, clearly, and when you see a pot size bet like this, Foxen's value range is supposed to be polar. 2 pair plus is the main range. Maybe ace, queen, ace, jack as well.
Might that 5 of hearts in hand be a savior of sorts in terms of a poor card with which to call if you're Fedor? You want to park it in Foxen's range, don't you?
Sure, but it doesn't change, like, enough of Foxen's range, I would think. You know, it is button, it's very wide. Foxen can barrel away hands that doesn't even have hearts in it. You know, like queen jack off, for example, or like jack 10 off. Something that blocks Fedor's very best aces and unblocks some of the check call, check fold range. You would want that if you're in Foxen's shoes. This is just pure read your opponent. Does he have it?
Yeah. Foxen, not the only man who's got a steely gaze on him, as you saw Fedor trying to soak up any info that he can. He flicks a chip in, and Foxen is going to flick him right out.
Have fun.
Or to pull that one.
Fist bump with Joao. And all of a sudden, it comes crashing to a halt for Fedor Holtz as Foxen catapults up the leaderboard to 66 bigs in total and books himself a date with Javiera for 3.85. Fedor left to collect the third place payout of 1.83 GGs.
There's break now and break in 17 minutes? Or we just
to the
skip the
German.
other? And then we skip the next one. Are we on break or no?
Wow, and just like that,
we are on break?
down to
Oh,
heads
we're on
up,
break,
Fedor
right?
makes the hero call. He knows his opponent is capable of having bluffs
Makes
there,
it.
having top pair. His hand is so underrepresented. He's out in third.
I don't think either of us expected a pot of that magnitude to visit us out of what seemed like left field, and yet that's exactly what it did, victimizing the German. So we bring you back to the desk momentarily, but first a glimpse at what things will look like when Foxen and Vieira get things underway. Remember, Foxen was the chip leader coming in to this frame of play, and he's reclaimed that slot, getting the best of Fedor Holtz back here at the desk. Ali Najad, Randy Lewin, a breathless chat right there, as they were definitely, you know, divided. Some people rooting for Foxen, plenty of people rooting for Fedor, one of the GOATs going up against another, and that's just the way it all came crashing to a halt for Fedor. Ace-5, I mean, he didn't do anything wrong.
He didn't do anything wrong. You know, he read his man as someone capable of having bluffs, but, you know, we send two gladiators into a coliseum with weapons. Only one comes out alive.
Yeah, there will be blood. 2 remain in the battle for 3.85 million. Randy and I going to step aside and then rack it up for Heads Up here in the 100K main. Coming your way in about 10 minutes. Stay close.
All in. Call.
And they show Foxen's 16.3 million chip stack, 55 big blinds. So it is big blind first. Just fold Zubov. Like,
Yeah. Zubov can't play with Coleman right behind him with 50,000 in chips.
Oh, here we go. Little ace to kick things off.
Something.
Play all in.
Oh, of course. Foxen is going to raise it up.
Raise 600,000. Hold. Hold.
Chat appreciating you explaining the one chip thing there, Andy.
Yeah, it's been very technical now at these final tables. Fedor, he's going to come in. He realizes that likely there's not going to be bets post-flop coming in, so he gets to see 5 cards very often with Queen 5 with a check down.
You good?
Yeah. 25 for every player plus D.
Pot one, pot two.
Thank you very much.
Check.
Okay, well, some opportunities for Coleman. As everyone remains pairless.
Well, there's a side pot to play for, so Foxen is going to bet into it. Just 300K. Fedor was hoping to get free turns and river cards.
Seconds.
$1.3.
Oh, you sicko. This is insane, Randy, because Coleman could now potentially win the hand if Fedor gets Foxen to fold, which is looking likely.
I don't see how Foxen could call. This is insane. Fedor is a sicko. Going after the side pot with queen high. And this is going to get shown. Look at this. Oh, how happy is Coleman?
Drinks on you. Drinks on me, rather.
So Foxen folds the best hand. Fedor guaranteed the side pot of 2.8 million. So he's going to be up to 9.5.
Can you push me the pot?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You might be getting the full pot.
Well, at least he's not drawing dead, which he would have been had Foxen been involved. Needs to fade a queen, 10, 5, or a heart to stay alive. Ayah. There was a chance.
That's the run out I was going for.
There was a glimmer of hope. David Coleman.
I actually had a decent hand.
Too altered by João Vieira in that huge pot.
Regardless of the length of the levels. Now there is 40 minutes, break every 1 hour and 20.
Unless we get to 4. When we get to 4, it goes to 35 minutes, right?
So it's even...
So it's likely to be 1 hour and 15.
Players
You can
referring
drink.
to the fact that the
Yes,
blind
that
levels
was
do get abbreviated as a final table does evolve to help speed things along. Shaving 5 minutes here and there with successive bust outs. Now Foxen makes it 800 to go from the cutoff. Aussie with king 10 on the button.
He just got queen jack offsuit through with less chips. I don't blame him for trying with king 10, but this is going to get looked up by the ace 10 of Foxen.
Now, mind you, this is a larger figure than Foxen was supposed to call with, but it's also a much larger hand. So he clicks call as a healthy covering stack that can afford to take this spin, and what an impactful one it's going to be for Aussie. Almost an 8-figure pot. Can the wild man, the gunslinger, keep his seat? He's going to need some help dominated. Finds an open-ender on a queen-jack-jack board here, and he ace any 9. Obviously, one of those aces unavailable across the way in Foxen's hand. King won't do the trick. 3 of diamonds will take a couple of outs off the board. Now, only 5 cards will save Aussie, and that jack is not one of them. GG's issued, and it comes crashing to a halt in an abrupt manner for Aussie Katola. Out in 5th with the first of the 7-figure payouts.
Yeah, he's had such a wild run
Oh, okay. It was 40
at this final table, cashing for
I think that's what I remember them saying, but
$1.17
No,
million.
Lucas said it goes down by 5 minutes. So
5
it was-
minutes? Okay.
35 and then
Took a
Did we go
shot, right?
45 then 40?
Got through with queen jack
No.
the
It
last
just went
hand.
50 to 40, right? Yeah.
Reshoved
50,
king 10
40,
offsuit,
35,
ran
40.
into ace 10.
We go to 30 heads up?
30 heads up, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Boy, I got to tell you, in terms of viewing entertainment, taking nothing away, but maybe it's on steroids now. And I will say that it was one of the most entertaining final tables in Triton history, if you missed it, from back in Monte Carlo when he and Gambledor, Santa, Vladimir Korzinin, however you want to refer to him, got entangled heads up, just knifing through the pros in that 150K. When this one's all said and done, if you're still chomping at the bit for some poker, go back and give that one a watch. It really was something special.
My favorite part of that
Stack,
final table was both Vladimir and Aussie were playing their favorite hand, 7-deuce and 9-6. They're
Yeah.
like, well, it doesn't matter. This is a 150K buy-in. Let's just
Right?
go all in.
You know, you said 9-6, Randy. I believe Vladimir would correct you and say it was 6-9.
Oh, sorry.
That he was playing.
Got it reversed.
Ace-King
6
suited. Plenty of people feel like
Uh-oh.
this is a favorite. And Vieira embracing variances. He 3-bets for all of it.
Look at this
Got a win,
pot
right?
size. Snap. 18.65 million, just like that.
When he made it 6, he always knew it was a possibility that Zubov would stuff the rest in there. And this is a humongous 18.6 in the middle. Car crash, as Kilbane likes to put it.
Chip leader pot. It's going to be Vieira or Zubov. Slight edge to Zhao.
Yeah, the coin weighted toward Portugal. And there it remains on a Jack 10-9 board. No hearts to worry about. Of course, we add queens to the cards that spoil the fun for Vieira. And that's as dry as things can get on the turn. Zubov needs a queen, king, or an ace if he wants to remain intact here in the main. And he can't find it. A 7 on the river. The 2 5s hold on a full rundown. And Vieira catapulting up the leaderboard.
Want to check? Or? Good, right?
And showering Tsar Zubov in 4th.
You know, Zhao Vieira, he made the play of 2 5s, and what are you going to do? You've got ace king, your
also get some
opponent's
yellow.
rejamming.
And then there were 2. Welcome back to the third and final day of coverage here in this abbreviated Triton Super High Roller Series, where the main event is about to crown its champion. Will it be Joao Vieira coming in with the shorter stack, or will it be Alex Foxen? That is the question. Ali Najad alongside Randy Lou. Randy, let's dive into the tail of the tape first with Alex Foxen. 5.4 million in career Triton earnings, 1 title, 6 cashes, and just look at his most 2 recent finishes.
2.8 million in the Triton Million. He got 6 in the PLO main. He also won a 50K at that Monte Carlo stop for a Triton title for 1.47 million.
There
This
it is.
man, you know, he can get it done.
He's on form, and listen, he took a big break from Triton. 2019, he did Montenegro, he did London, and then he disappeared. Along with Kristen Foxen, has come to take Triton by storm. No prisoners being taken, and regardless of result, obviously, this is going to be a very profitable festival for him. Not to be overlooked, of course, Portugal's Joao Vieira. Going to look at his profile here and walk us through this. Not nearly as illustrious.
No, not as decorated. 8 cashes, 1.2 million in Triton earning. To see that he also plays PLO. Showed up in Jeju, had a 3rd place finish there, 14th in the Mystery Bounty, another final table in a 30K. So no huge scores. This will be his biggest score here in the Triton series, you know, but definitely a very feared competitor throughout the circuit, and, you know, both players obviously great.
No stranger to final tables at Triton as we look back at Monte Carlo 2023, 3rd in the 25K PLO Turbo, 7th in that 30K 7 Max. So understands what the NBOSS late stage stuff requires, and Vieira's first ever Triton was back in Vietnam. A number of people, by the way, that particular festival was their first. So he hasn't looked back since then. Obviously, the Portuguese delegation in the chat very much rooting their man on, but no shortage of Americans there pushing for Alex Foxen. It'll be 33 million for Foxen, 12.45 for Vieira as we head back into the Coliseum with only 2 remaining gladiators up top. 3.85 million will go to the champ. 2.5 million, pardon me, call it 2.6, will be going to second. Fedor Holtz bowing out in third in savage fashion. Some people, for some reason, questioning the big call there with the ace-5, but as you unpacked it, Randy, he did absolutely nothing wrong, and Foxen in particular, a guy you got to keep honest in that spot.
You ever see Gladiator?
Mm-hmm.
We're sending him back in the arena because he slayed Fedor Holtz, and now he's going to try to slay João Vieira.
Well, let's see if it goes thumbs up or thumbs down for Alex Foxen, who will start with a very healthy chip lead, 2.5x, let's call it.
Also important to note, both players seeking a third WSOP bracelet.
That's right. So does it become an anklet when it's number 3? Because you already have one for each wrist?
You serious, buddy? You know what it is? It becomes a necklace, of course.
A choker.
Flavor Flav?
It ain't going to fit around that neck right there, I'll tell you what. Limp from Vieira to start things off. Jack, 7 of hearts on the button.
We're going naughty immediately?
Raise to 1 million.
There's your answer as Foxen. Going Dirk Diggler here.
Very playable Jack 7 of hearts in position, even against the 3.5x. Expect them to call, especially because it is loosely connected.
1725.
Hearts are smothered, by the way, as Vieira hangs tough. So if this is any indication, Foxen isn't looking to chisel or cobble. He's ready to get into the mud. King 8 deuce finds the duck for the lead. Bottom pair on a heartless board.
This hand does want some protection. It's very uncoordinated. There's a lot of just folds in Vieira's range, even in position. Likely to come in small, just because of the dry nature of the board. Looking for clearance, 1.2 million is that price. Not much for Vieira to float with on this flop. Maybe if there's a heart out there, he could hang in there.
$1.2 million and just nowhere to go but the bin for Vieira as this begins with added runway being put between the two stacks by Foxen. If this sets a precedent, we could be out of here in a hurry. Well, talk to us, chat. Who you pulling for? Are you on Team Foxen? You on Team Vieira? Two guys that are pretty easy to root for in terms of wanting to punctuate and celebrate all of the effort, all of the talent coursing through their veins. Get a beautiful shot toward the back of the room where the World Series of Poker Paradise main event day 1 is taking place. But this the focal point. All eyes on. And Vieira with 2 kings here.
He's hoping Foxen comes in with a raise. Not going to get it. As Foxen limps. Now Vieira is expected to isolate with a very polarized range from the big blind. Hands are not looking to get limp jammed on, so tend to see like really dusty stuff and the best stuff like this. He's probably going to size in the same way to not give off any
1.6
tells. 3x, slightly north.
Let's see how Foxen responds.
It's got position. It's not the greatest hand. Feels like 8-7 offsuit definitely comes in. He is still going to peel this one. Trying to use positional advantage, but we can see he's in a world of hurt.
Hanging in tough. Bringing the pot to 3.7 with Dusty Kid finding bottom pair on an ace-jack high board.
Of course, we never like to see the ace when we're holding pocket kings. Although there's a lot of limp jams from the button with 20 big blind stacks that do have ace X, so may not be the end of the world for Vieira.
5 seconds. Bet 1,200,000.
Puts in the same flop bet after isolating as Foxen did. Bottom pair for Foxen.
$1.2. Taken under consideration here.
Just looking to spike it.
Well, he did Fedor dirty with a king on the turn. Is he going to find something similar here? No. 7 of spades.
Board's getting a bit dangerous for Vieira. 10-9 now got there. Some two pairs like 8-7 come to mind. Could easily still be behind the ace. Although he is still ahead of the 8x type holdings, Jack X, clubs. Like I said earlier, there's not a ton of ace X in Foxen's range. Checks it over to Foxen, who shouldn't need to turn the 8 into a bluff. Can't really get a better hand to fold too often, but gets to realize his 11% equity if he opts to check back.
No turn action. Presence of the ace uncomfortable, and now front door clubs. Pairing the board.
It's an alright river card. Sure, clubs do come in, but when there isn't a turn bet from Foxen in position, you can safely value bet against a jack or an 8 as played. There isn't that many floats from Foxen that can bluff the river, so you tend to lose a bet by checking and having your opponent just check it back. I like that Vieira is going to value bet this one himself. Trying to milk Foxen to make a call here with a good price.
Not worried about the clubs. Any 7x or the ace. Value pursuits from the Cowboys.
I think Foxen can get away from this 8.
5 seconds.
But he clicks call. Bad news.
Payday for Vieira there as Foxen keeping an eye on his man.
2.3.
Nicely done, Vieira. Sized it perfectly. A lot of value against the 8x.
Well, a lot of value available at GG Poker to those of you who bother to head over the world's largest online poker site and sign up for a new account. Use promo code Triton_2024. Throw 20 bucks in and then get a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. Those of you that were betting the over on 73 times that I would read that particular promo before this festival was over, congratulations, you just hit the over.
And you're in luck. We're going to read it a lot more times this next week, too.
What do you mean we, Randy? Have you ever read that promo?
You never let me.
You know what? I would love to let you read that promo, Randy. From now on, you're reading the Weekender.
How about this? I'll do the weekdayer when it comes up. You just keep doing the weekender.
That's 5-2 ratio. You'd think you'd be doing more of the work. Unfortunately, there is no weekdayer.
We do have ace 9 versus king 9. These are
Don't try
two
to change the
solid
subject, Randy. You just weaseled out of reading the promo.
My friend, it's 3.85 million for first. They're guaranteed 2.6. You want to talk about the weekender or the $1.25 million heads up match that's going
listen,
on?
I'm not going to skip this hand, but I'm also not going to skip you weaseling out of reading the promo. All right? Nicely played. Vieira. Nice holding. 1.1. Foxen says, let's go. Dominated. 2-7 in the middle. Might Joao be finding a little momentum here? Doesn't look like it. On a
Also
king
bad
high board.
because the ace high is not looking too shabby on this board, especially with backdoor diamonds. He might sprinkle a little chips in on a flop to deny random equity. 2 cards. Makes his hand a little bit simpler to play as well. And you can get called by worse, you know. Got shots that would check call. Worse ace highs.
We'll see bet here, 650. Joao politely asks for it. Foxen, of course, happy to come along. Not looking for inflation. Flats. 7 is uncomplicated.
Looks like a mandatory check back for Vieira, ace-9 highs. Still going to showdown all right. You don't want to inflate the pot against King X. Check back.
So check back from Vieira. And an arid 3 of spades on the river here.
This is a great card for Foxen because straight draws have no connection. He can represent a lot of busted straight draws. And Vieira might be implied to keep those hands honest with ace high. And his kicker is relevant in the spot. It does play in case he's up against a worse king.
5 million.
Quick fold.
Overbet, by the way. As Foxen went 1.25x there.
Yeah, try to make it a bit mergy.
By the way, shout out to Jan Zarens of the Dutch delegation, Triton regular, who was in the YouTube chat, if I'm to believe that someone didn't just create a YouTube handle using his name. And you may recall when Foxen three-handed was in the small blind versus a Fedor Open on the button, used a time bank with 10-7 offsuit, and then folded. Jan's hopping right in to say he was stalling to put Fedor into the new blind level.
Oh, yeah, that
Just
is
the
a
finer
play that
things,
happens a
man,
lot.
you know?
Thank you, Jan Zarens.
Yeah.
When you have time, jump in the commentary booth.
Heck yeah. With observations like that, why not? Meanwhile, we're not going to be able to observe what it is that's going to be fueling Vieira's behavior from this point forward, as it's mystery hand time. Blocking out his cards in the big blind. Foxen limping an 8-3 suited.
16.
Not so fast, my friend, says Joao. Northbound to 1-6.
So 8-3 is not a great hand, but it is suited. He's got position against the 3x. He's already put in 1 big blind. Deep stacks. Could see him certainly calling, which he is doing. So flop we go.
3.7 in the middle. This is a dusty one for Foxen. He finds bottom pair and backdoor diamonds.
So
Ace high
when
texture.
Vieira isolated out of the big blind after the Foxen limp, his range is very polarized. It's got a lot of dust, so similar type hands like 8-3, 10 deuce, 9-4, these random bad hands. And then it has the upper crust, you know,
Yeah.
big aces, ace king, ace 10 plus, ace 9 probably too. Big pocket pairs.
This could very well be rag on rag violence. We have no idea, but we begin to try to formulate a range for Joao Vieira as he fires 900,000, the follow through.
Price is good for Foxen. He's got the back doors. He's got position. Hopefully he trips up or 2 pairs in his mind and be up against a big ace. Let us play that turn card.
The peel. Doesn't yield any improvement on the turn for Alex.
So a flush draw arrives, straight draw as well. Would say though that the straight draw stuff like 7-8, 10-8, 10-7 doesn't tend to be in João
3-8.
Vieira's range to isolate from the big blind unless it's, no, I actually don't think it's really much in there. So 3.8 million is a huge bet.
Not a huge hand though, is a pair of threes here.
I would think if João is bluffing, it's often spades, not the straight draw stuff. Those are just checking back pre at a high frequency. If it's value, of course, the big ace makes the most sense.
Look at Foxen
Yeah.
digging in with just bottom pair here. Expecting maybe that the 6x, if that was part of the dusty sort of range that may have connected with this board, would have come off the throttle on the turn. So suddenly the polarity intensifying in Foxen's mind. A king on the river now. And we're not so worried about that card, I would imagine, Randy. We don't expect a king high to have barreled the turn either.
Not too often. If it is king high, it's king x of spades. Even though king x of spades actually doesn't raise pre-flop that often unless it's like king jack, king queen. Not like the king deuce of spades, for example.
7 million.
Oh boy.
Triple.
Barrel number 3 comes 7 million caliber.
It was a mandatory call for Fox on a flop. The turn, definitely not. He felt his chances of being good was possible with the arrival of the spades. Of course, he didn't want to see the triple barrel. And he didn't improve. If Vieira backed into random showdown value, he probably looking to check it down now. So I don't believe Foxen thinks he's ever getting bluffed by like a better hand. You know, like Queen 3, for example. Like, I don't think he has to worry about that.
Boy, he looks like he's got it measured out here, Randy, and he doesn't look particularly convinced that Vieira has him. Ace-X, the sensible
he
value
calls.
range. He makes the call,
Wow.
and he catches Vieira with 10 high.
Oh my God. He just called 7 million chips with bottom pair, triple barrel. Give this man everything. He's got 45 million chips.
Listen, I know that the match goes on, but Vieira just got dunked on right there.
Soul owned.
Not since Mutombo was wagging that prolonged or elongated index finger at people that tried to go to the rim have we seen a no-no like that issued.
Should we just deal
My
face up?
goodness.
What?
Should we just deal face up?
I'll be in there. I'm first to act, right?
Yeah.
We're dealing face up?
I'm not sure whether or not that's allowed by protocol, but Vieira says, yeah, I'll be in there, as given that 7 million was effectively an all-in. He's left with vapors, and boy, that's a hand that's going to haunt him. Foxen. Really a statement call reverberating through the halls of Triton history there with that 3. Clubs are smothered. And might the 3 bracelet club be where Foxen is headed? 64% of the time the deck says yes, as he's got ace-9 against jack-7. 1 million in the middle. On the flop, king, queen, jack. Vieira hops in front.
Game could be extended.
9 on the turn. Foxen could play spoiler with an ace-10 or Nina.
Oh.
There's Kristen looking on. Might this be the moment? Her man is crowned again. No, it'll have to wait. Deuce of diamonds, and Vieira
Hands over there?
finds a double.
We're going to do a quick chip race of the 25 minutes.
Foxen's like, Kristen, you missing hands over there?
What are you
What are you
doing?
doing? You know, I mean, this one's on tape. You can watch it back.
Yeah, but Foxen, you're going to win 3.85 million at a very high frequency, probably 99% of the time. Don't you want me to be there with you? Winner's photo,
We're
you
up
know?
to 6 now, right?
I mean, I don't know that
Is it?
it's the photo op that's motivating her there, Randy. She gets plenty of press for her own accolades, but sure. Winner's photos with spouse
But
or
which level are we
boyfriend or
playing?
girlfriend
3-6?
in tow.
Which goes first?
Always a nice touch.
It's not over, Ali. Zhao just
Can I get
doubled
that
up.
one?
I'll tell you
Hold on.
what.
He has 1.1 million.
I mean,
Sure, it's versus 44, but it's 7 figures.
when Grandpa's hooked up to the respirator at the hospital, Randy, it isn't over, but you kind of, you know, some point the bill mounts and you're like, Gramps, we're going to have to pull the plug here. Listen, okay, maybe I'm being a little bit too morbid. Vieira on life support, though. These are facts, especially as the blinds go to 3 and 600,000, further diluting his nub. All in the big, having posted 600 as an ante. Foxen has woken up with ace king of hearts. Queen 3 is going to have to get lucky.
Here we go.
Jack 6-5 and luck eludes.
Still live.
It's going to be 6 outs once for João Vieira. That's all that stands between Foxen and glory. Is there a hurdle? No, there isn't.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Well played, man.
Foxen immediately going over to shake Joao's hand, acknowledging the heart of the lion. Vieira got after it, gave it all he had, but ran in to the brick house that is Alex Foxen, and that house has just added $3.85 million to the decor.
Hey, stop missing hands.
For Vieira, he adds 2.59. Foxen admonishing Kristen for being here. Front and center says, stop missing hands. She's like, hell no. Bring it in for the real thing, Rev. Little smoochy, little hug, and it's back to the office for Kristen. And it's to the mountaintop yet again for Foxen. Luca Vivaldi there to show some love. Chance Corneth, part of that chip leader coaching crew. Whoever said those that can't do teach was dead wrong about that when it comes to this crew.
I felt like you might last time for some reason. Yeah. I guess you do too.
It had all the hallmarks.
So soon!
Yeah.
What is it?
Producer James,
He's done
of
it, Ali.
course, dressed for the occasion.
Look at that. At the top, $3.85 million WSOP bracelet, Triton main event. Foxen has won 2 titles. He just went to Monte Carlo not too long ago. Won a title.
Let's not forget he finished 6th in the 500K for $2.8 million. Regardless of his finish here, he was about in that neighborhood. $2.6 million, obviously going to second place. So imagine that. In 100K, second would have been worth what 6th was in that 500K, but he decided, no, I want glory here. So plants his flag at the top of a Triton event. Yet again, that call, Randy, with the 8-3, you know, sometimes we can be accused of making a meal out of things, mountains out of molehills out here. But I got to say, if I'm João Vieira and I get called in that particular pot, you know, when you consider the pay differential between second and first, that's game recognized game. It took a lot for João to make the bet, and it took just as much for Alex to make that call.
Look, Zhao knows that Foxen is willing to call down light. That's why he went with the triple barrel. You know, he knows that Foxen will get sticky with that bottom pair, second pair, things like that. But I gotta say, that might be the very best call I've ever seen for so much money on the line.
See, that's the thing, because in terms of Triton history, it's that Patrick Antonius call in Cyprus with a pair of deuces, I believe, that always comes to mind as one of the nastier ones that's ever been put on someone out here. But this was heads up for all the marbles. Million plus in pay differential. I mean, you can't really overstate it. The significance of it was boundless, and Alex Foxen really deserves his moment, a moment that we're going to send it back down to Marianella Pereira to get his thoughts on momentarily. But before we do, a reminder, of course, Randy, our work is not done. The Triton portion of the program has come to an end, but plenty still to come in terms of World Series of Poker Paradise.
Yeah, so follow the WSOP YouTube channel, right? We're going to do the whole main event, the Super Millions, plenty of coverage there. Me, you, Henry will be there, James Dempsey, and...
Wait, what was that? Who was the fourth name?
Ras has got somewhere to be, so we had to replace him with James Dempsey,
A
our producer.
downgrade.
Not
Producer
a downgrade,
James shaking his head.
friend.
He's going to be a lot of fun, by the way. If you've never heard James in here rumbling with us on the mic, he is going to be a blast. We'll be very happy to welcome him into the booth. But, of course, we welcome Alex Foxen into the two-time Triton Winners Club. Don't go anywhere, as Marianella is standing by with him, and then we will revisit with you over on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel for 7 days of main event coverage as we seek a winner in a $50 million guarantee here in Paradise. But for now, it's good night on behalf of us here in the Bahamas, and we'll see you mañana.
I'm standing here alongside our champion, Alex Foxen. Alex, for me, it feels a little bit like Groundhog's Day. Here we are again, when just a few weeks ago, you were with us in Monaco after a very long hiatus on the Triton Tour. You clinched your very first title there. Here in the Bahamas, you finished 6th in the Invitational, taking home $2.8 million. Here you are, clinching your second title, taking home a cool $3.85 million, and clinching your third WSOP bracelet. What is going on in your mind right now? Talk to us about your emotions.
I don't know. It's pretty surreal for sure to get a second Triton win, third bracelet, all these things. I ran really good. I feel like I played almost as well as I could. And yeah, just super happy with the moment. It's nice to get a couple of these, especially after all the time away from Triton. To some extent, I feel like the Triton's become the pinnacle of the high stakes poker scene. And having been away from that, I definitely feel like I came back maybe a little bit forgotten and potentially underestimated. So it's exciting to get a couple right away.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you regret being away from Triton since 2019, sir?
Yeah, I mean, it was never easy to skip any of those stops, but for good reason. And yeah, just really happy to be playing them now.
And there was a moment in that final table where you won the flip. There were 6 left. You won the flip against Samuel Mueller. At that point, did you feel like you had momentum on your side, like you were going to bring it home at that point?
Yeah, I mean, I try not to think too much in that regard. I'm kind of just focused on making every decision one hand at a time, one street at a time, and just see what happens. So obviously, at the moment, I recognize how enormous that flip was. Just huge equity swing, a third of the chips in play. It was, whoever lost that flip was going to be left with less than a big blind or two or something like that. So enormous flip. Thankfully, it went my way, and I was able to make something work of it.
And talk to us about how amazing it is to be able to 2 birds, 1 stone it here. Clinch your third WSOP bracelet and take home your second Triton title.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely 2 birds, 1 stone kind of thing. The bracelets are definitely meaningful. They've always been a barometer of success for a lot of poker players. So that means a lot to me. And I feel like Triton has evolved to the point where these trophies have a significance like that as well. So to get my second, and looking forward to see my face on the banner at Jeju, because I noticed that it was only 2-time winners plus. That was means a lot.
You've reached that accolade as well. And how nice is it to have such a lovely rail? I mean, Chance didn't come and give you a kiss, but at least Kristen, she had one hand. She ran over in the heels. That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would be a lot less of a person and a player without her, and maybe a little bit Chance, but especially her. Yeah, Chrissy's just amazing. She keeps me grounded, and whether it's win or lose, really helps me, kind of evolve my game, question myself, improve in every way, both on the felt and off the felt. So I couldn't be more grateful for that. I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
That's beautiful. All right, without further ado, it's my pleasure to bring out WSOP CEO Ty Stewart to present this third WSOP bracelet.
Well, Alex, we just heard you talking about your wife for a second. You had a wonderful little encounter. Any truth to the fact that she brought you a new Christmas list? No? We hear there's like a prop bet in the Foxen family for the most bracelets in the year 2024, and you're in the lead, sir. Yeah, and you really like those big bracelets, but you've been a crusher online, offline. It's wonderful to have you as a champion, wonderful for you to be here. And yes, your third World Series of Poker bracelet. You know what to do with that.
Thank you, Ty. And now, with great pleasure, I bring out our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, to present you with this lovely Triton hardware. Number 2 for you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, your 100K main event champion, Alex Foxen.